flagship monster. One for performance, one for display.
हैदराबाद हाइड्रा के प्लेयर्स भी यहाँ पर फाइट लेते नजर आ रहे हैं, बट फ्रैंकी उनको पता है कि पहले सामने वाली टीम को एलिमिनेट करना कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। 4v4 जैसे आपने बताया, लेकिन यहीं पर एक नेट जाता है और शेल्बी को पिक करता नजर आएगा। ओवेस का वो नेट था। अगले प्लेयर बिल्कुल सामने नेबिला में नजर आ रहे हैं, उनके पास कवर अच्छा खासा, लेकिन वहीं पर उन्होंने ओवेस को अच्छा खासा डैमेज भी दिया। बेहतरीन इस्तेमाल कवर का किया गया। फ्रैंकी आगे की तरफ आएंगे, बेहतरीन पिक यहाँ पर निकाला जाएगा। एनएफसी के प्लेयर्स अब फंस चुके हैं। रिवाइवल सही मौके पर मिल जाए तो ओवेस भी आगे जाएंगे, बट पहले ये फिनिशेस बटोरना इंपॉर्टेंट है। सवितार 100 गोलियां हैं उनकी M249 में, दूसरा वेपन M4 सामने। कहीं पर भी प्लेयर स्पॉट होगा, पहले थोड़े बहुत शॉट लेके पिक किए जाएंगे। काफी बेहतरीन स्प्रे, एक गोली और अगर लग जाती तो हैदराबाद हाइड्रा के प्लेयर्स को मुश्किलें हो सकती। कैरी स्टिल सर्वाइविंग, धीरे धीरे आगे जा रहे थे, बट मैंटी के लिए दिक्कतें हैं कम एचपी पर। बट बीच वाले आइलैंड में यहाँ पर ब्राउनी के ऊपर थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स लिए गए थे, बट खैर अभी भी वो सर्वाइव करे। एंड प्लेयर्स पानी के अंदर भी गाड़ियों में बैठे हुए हैं। बस लेयर की तरफ से थोड़े से यहाँ पर स्प्रेस जरूर गए थे। सुकुना को डैमेज हल्का सा पड़ा था। बॉक्सलर को फिनिश ऑफ भी किया जाएगा। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के स्लेयर की बात करें, वो अभी भी वापस अपनी टीम को एकत्रित करने का यहाँ पर उनकी मंशा रहेगी। अमान वहां पर ऊजी के एक प्लेयर लेवी 9 को पिक करते नजर आएंगे। 2OP के प्लेयर्स फंस चुके। सांगवान बिल्कुल सामने, स्पॉट यहाँ पर किसी जगह गिर चुके। ये ब्लंडर हो सकता है, एक मिस्टेक हो सकती है, क्योंकि इनके बिल्कुल ऊपर से यहाँ पर शॉट सीज आ रहे हैं। सांगवान विल बी टेकन डाउन, पनिश किया जाएगा आतंक के द्वारा। ये खुद गिरेंगे, बट इनका गिरना फिनिश के फॉर्म में यहाँ पर आएगा। आतंक 14 गोलियां हैं इस प्लेयर के पास, 14 गोलियों से फाइट यहाँ पर शायद ना ली जाए, बट लुक एट दैट। डार्क की तरफ से यहाँ पर एक मोलोटोव जाता है। डिसीजन कुछ अलग ही लग रहा है ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स के। अब आप नीचे उतर सकते हैं, एक प्लेयर के साथ फाइट ले सकते हैं, इजीली फाइट आ सकते हैं, बट ये ग्रेनेड का डैमेज आतंक अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं आराम से, बेयरली सर्वाइविंग। उनको स्पॉट कर चुके हैं डार्क, आराम से आगे जाकर के पिक निकाल सकते, बट खुद को भी कवर में आना पड़ेगा। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स आई डोंट नो, ये फाइट ये चाहे जीत रहे हैं, बट मिस्टेक्स बहुत सारी करी है इन्होंने।
आप देखें कि इसी बदौलत वो सर्कल के बाहर इतना ज्यादा दूर फंस चुके हैं, इसलिए यहाँ से निकल जरूर है, बट मोस्ट भी डार्क अभी भी वो फिनिशेस निकालने के लिए जा सकते हैं। आप देखें यहाँ पे डार्क आए जरूर, और इसी के साथ आतंक वहाँ पे डाउन, उनको फिनिश किया जाएगा। सुकुना वहाँ पे मौजूद है, पता भी है वहाँ पे प्लेयर को एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जाएगा और दोनों प्लेयर मोस्ट खत्म होते नजर आएंगे। बट इसी बीच आप देखें जो सर्कल है वो चल चुका है और डैमेज हद से ज्यादा पड़ने वाला है। आप देखें हीलिंग्स उतनी ज्यादा हमें उनके पास देखने को नहीं मिलने वाली, इसलिए डार्क आइकॉनिक यहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे। सांगवान अपनी गलती के वजह से वहां पे खत्म जरूर है, बट जीटी अमान वहां पे डाउन किए गए। बट एक्सेस की बात करी जाए, 0 फिनिशेस के साथ 16वें स्थान पे खत्म होते हुए
की तरफ से एक नेट जाएगा। इनफैक्ट 2 प्लेयर्स को टेक डाउन कर, 3 प्लेयर्स यहां पर मेगा फोर्स के डाउन। उसके ब्लेड को ये रिवाइवल देना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास धीरे धीरे आगे जा रही है, वहीं पर 7C के प्लेयर्स रेवेनेंट से फाइट लेना शुरू कर चुके हैं। इनकी पहले भी पिछले मैच में भी भिड़ंत हुई थी, वहां पर रेवेनेंट का एक ही प्लेयर बचा था। 7C दे हैड अ फाइनल लव, बट अभी के लिए लुक्स लाइक टेबल्स हैव टर्न्ड, बिकॉज़ प्रिंस को यहां पर पिक किया जाएगा। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास के प्लेयर्स अभी भी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एक ग्रेनेड सब कुछ बदल सकता है। ब्लेड उनके इकलौता सर्वाइवल यहां पर हमें नजर आ रहा है, लेकिन कितनी देर तक वो सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे। बट एक डैमेज यहां पर थोड़ा सा जरूर दिया जाएगा। दूसरा पैराडॉक्स वापस 7C के एक प्लेयर को पिक करते नजर आएंगे वापस से। वंडर किड गोस डाउन एज वेल। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास What a game, they are surviving. The Revenant की बात करें, मैन एडवांटेज है इनके पास, बट एट दी एंड इनके ऊपर चार्ज इन हो चुका है। Are they ready for this? टॉप डॉग की एचपी बहुत कम है, मैंटी की तरफ से एक बुलेट ऑफ जाएगा, बट को ही यहाँ पर कर चुके हैं। टॉप डॉग की अगर हम बात करें, उनके बिल्कुल सामने मैंटी नजर आते हैं। 2 फिनिशेस इनके पास है, 10 पॉइंट के सामने हो सकता है, बट नो बी टेकन डाउन। एस एक अच्छा पिक यहाँ पर निकालते हुए। पैराडॉक्स इज देयर एज वेल, बट रेवेनेंट दे हैव द एडवांटेज, दे हैव द नंबर्स, दे हैव द गेम प्रोबेबली फॉर देमसेल्व्स। कैरी आखिरी प्लेयर बचे, कम एचपी है इनके ऊपर, ये गलती रहेगी। Revenant, they are going to get it. They are hungry. They feel it and they will win this one.
मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा जरूर है, कुछ खास वहां पे कर नहीं सकते, शॉट्स कनेक्ट कर जरूरत है, बट शायद
और जैसे यहाँ पर हमें पहला नॉक निकलता हुआ नजर आएगा, जो ओपनिंग है वो क्रिएट होगी, उसके बाद जरूर से फाइट इनिशिएट हो सकती है। प्लेयर जिन्होंने वो गेट खोल के ये बता दिया कि मैं हूं ना, बट इसी बीच यहाँ पर एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया गया। टीम ओनली क्लिच यहाँ पर थोड़ा बैकफुट पर जरूर से आएगी। डार्क यहाँ पर आगे की तरफ जाएंगे, जो प्लेयर नॉकड आउट है फिनिश सिक्योर करके जरूर से अंदर रखते, लेकिन सांगवान यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। एक बार फिर से फाइट इवन होती हुई।
सांगवान नहीं, आपको तो कम से कम डाउन होना नहीं था वहां पे, बट चलिए ओनली प्लेयर की बात करी जाए। लेवी उन्होंने एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, एक बढ़िया ड्रॉप शॉट था जरूर वहां पे। आप उनकी एचपी देखे बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं दे रही, बट बाकी प्लेयर कवर फायर देने के लिए मौजूद रहेंगे। इस वक्त आइकॉनिक उनकी भी एचपी कम है, बट स्लेयर वो भी डाउन हो चुका है। आइकॉनिक लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे अपनी टीम से, क्या वो क्लच कर पाएंगे या नहीं वो देखना पड़ेगा, बट फिलहाल के लिए बाहर गए जरूर है, अपने आप को हील करते हुए दिखाई देंगे। डार्क पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुके हैं, T69 जो डाउन है आराम से रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा, दिक्कतें नहीं होने वाले, बट उनको रश करना चाहिए था, मौका दिया गया यहाँ पे आइकॉनिक को। M249 उनके पास है तो सही, क्या यहाँ पे 1v4 क्लच रहेगा, बट ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स एक बार फिर से पूरी तरीके से बैकफुट पे जाते हुए बैक टू बैक 3 गेम जो उनके पाले में था, ये वाला कम से कम फाइट उन्होंने अपने हाथों से जाने दिया।
बिल्कुल, अनदर गेम सेम ओल्ड स्टोरी कमिंग अप फ्रॉम टीम ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स। और अब जो आइकॉनिक है उनकी पोजीशन पूरी तरीके से रिपीट है, कुछ भी वो यहाँ पर नहीं कर सकते। पहली टीम जो छोड़ के जाएगी इस मैच को वो बनती हुई टीम ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स। काफी फॉरएवर मुश्किलें बढ़ाते हुए नजर आ रही टीम एमएफ के। मिरर यहाँ पर एक लौते प्लेयर मौजूद है, ब्लेड जो है वो एक पीक दे रहे हैं वहां पर विंडो से, देखते हैं वो कितना कारगर रहेगा। सवितार को मीनवाइल यहाँ पर डाउन किया जाएगा वंडर किड के द्वारा, और वंडर किड अभी के लिए वंडर्स करते हुए नजर आएंगे टीम फॉरएवर। लेट्स सी कि अब यहाँ पर क्या गेम प्ले दिखाते हैं, बिकॉज रिवाइव करना बहुत ही ज्यादा क्रूशियल जरूर से रहने वाला है। व्हीकल लेकर के मीनवाइल एक खिलाड़ी यहाँ से जाएगा एंड मिरर ग्रेनेड कर रहे थे, बट फ्रैंकी डिनाई करेंगे उनको और एक बढ़िया स्प्रे जाएगा। नॉकआउट हो चुके हैं मिरर, और एक बार फिर से टीम फॉरएवर जो है वो यहाँ पर ड्राइविंग सीट पे आ चुके हैं। आप देखिए टीम एमएफ के जो बाकी के 3 खिलाड़ी हैं वो पीछे की तरफ है, तो ये जो मैन एडवांटेज यहाँ पर टीम एमएफ के पास आ चुका है, इसका पूरा फायदा उठाएंगे टीम फॉरएवर।
जी बिल्कुल, बड़ी मुश्किलें ज्यादा हो सकती है टीम फॉरएवर के लिए, क्योंकि बहुत छोटा इलाका है और ग्रेनेड कहीं से भी फट सकते हैं, तो मुश्किलें उनके लिए थोड़ी सी ज्यादा है। थोड़ा इधर उधर रहेंगे तो उनके लिए सही रहेगा। सावितार अभी भी उनको उठाया नहीं गया, बट एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ, इसी चीज की मैं बात कर रहा था। ग्रेनेड्स बहुत ज्यादा आने वाले, क्योंकि जगह ज्यादा नहीं है, छोटे सा कंपाउंड पैक होके रह चुके हैं यहाँ पे टीम फॉरएवर की स्क्वाड। और आप देखें चार्ज करते हुए नजर आएंगे वहां पे अमान को डाउन जरूर किया गया, मेरे को वहां पे फिनिश नहीं किया गया था टीम फॉरएवर के द्वारा। बट ब्लेड की बात करी जाए, एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ, फ्रैंकी एचपी डाउन हुई और मैक्स का आसान साबितार दोनों इसके जगह एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड और दूसरा ग्रेनेड आया, दोनों प्लेयर इसी के साथ खत्म हो गए। उवेस एंड फ्रैंकी 2 प्लेयर यहाँ पे बचेंगे। इसी चीज की मैंने शुरुआती दौर में जिक्र करा था कि बहुत छोटा इलाका, ग्रेनेड बड़े आसानी से आ जाते हैं। और इसी के साथ उवेस भी डाउन, लास्ट प्लेयर फ्रैंकी अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करेंगे। मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एमएफ एलिमिनेट करती हुई नजर आएगी टीम फॉरएवर को।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर इजीली ऊपर जाया जाएगा। लेट्स सी कि क्या कोई क्लच की संभावना यहाँ पर बनती है, जो कि बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल जरूर से जाना है। फ्रैंकी जो है वो ऑलरेडी डॉट एचपी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, और यहाँ पर एलिमिनेशन के बिल्कुल कगार पर हमें देखने को मिल जाएंगे टीम फॉरएवर। एंड हियर वी गो, टीम फॉरएवर भी हमें इस मैच से टाटा बाय बाय करते हुए नजर आएंगे 14वें पायदान पे।
हिटमैन को देखें क्या बेहतरीन तरीके से गाड़ी के अंदर बैठे हुए, स्मोक किया, उसके बाद गाड़ी के अंदर जाके बैठ चुके हैं। उनको भी पता है कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं, क्योंकि सर्कल उनके पास है। तो हाइड्रास पूरी तरीके से सर्कल के बाहर, अगर एमएफ की स्क्वाड यहाँ पे कोशिश भी ना करें तब भी वो विनर चिकन बड़े आराम से अपने लिए निकाल सकते हैं। 17 मीटर दूर सर्कल के अंदर जाना पड़ेगा। हिटमैन ने सबसे पहले स्पॉट किया कैरी को, सीधा हेड कनेक्शन बनाते हुए मेरे नीचे के साइड पे मौजूद थे। मैटी के द्वारा स्पॉट किया गया, मैटी के एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, बट नहीं, वो वहां पे डाउन करने में कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे। वंडर किड आगे जा जरूर है, बट वहां पे पहले से एक रेट मौजूद है। एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, बट अपने आप को हील करने में कामयाबी वो हासिल करेंगे। 7 फिनिशर्स इस वक्त एमएफ की स्क्वाड के पास है। क्या ये 11 में तब्दील करते हुए दिखाई देंगे या फिर नहीं, वो देखना पड़ेगा। बट वहां पे जो प्लेयर डाउन था उसको बड़े आसानी से आएंगे रिवाइव इस वक्त मिल जाएगा।
इट्स 4v3 नाउ बिटवीन टीम एमएफ एंड टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास। मैंटी के पास एक अच्छा हाइट का एडवांटेज है, स्पॉट भी किया उन्होंने प्लेयर को, लेकिन यहाँ पर नॉक निकालना पड़ेगा। प्लेयर जो कि बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में है, लेकिन पीछे एक बढ़िया कवर पर आएगा मिरर की साइड से डाउन। यहाँ पर हमें देखने को मिल जाएगी मैंटी ओपी, जो यहाँ पर एमवीपी खिलाड़ी था वो तो डाउन हो गए, लेकिन क्या जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स है वो यहाँ पर जो टेबल टर्न हो रही है उनके अगेंस्ट उसको अपने फेवर में लेके जाएंगे। स्ट्राइकर भी यहाँ पर डाउन होते हुए, लेकिन मिरर को भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। नाउ इट्स अ 2v3 एस ब्लैक। यहाँ पर मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पोजीशनिंग पे हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलते हुए। कैरी अभी भी प्रोन डाउन है, लेकिन उनकी पोजीशन किसी भी वक्त रिवील हो सकती है। क्या उनको स्पॉट किया जाएगा? जी हाँ, किया जाएगा। एंड कैरी भी डाउन। नाउ इट्स अ 1v3 एस ब्लैक इज द ओनली होप फॉर टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास राइट नाउ। एंड उनकी पोजीशन जो है वो भी कहीं ना कहीं रिवील जरूर से हो रही है। पीछे से जो जोन है वो भी आएगा, एक प्लेयर को डाउन करने में कामयाब है। क्या ये क्लच कर पाएंगे? जी नहीं।
न्यूटन कम से कम बैठे हुए। सांगवान एक ग्रेनेड उन्होंने कुक जरूर किया। दूसरे साइड पे बात करी जाए जीटी, उनका एक और प्लेयर सबसे पहले डाउन होता हुआ आपको दिखाई देगा। चलिए निक इसी के साथ खत्म भी हो गए यूटीटी की तरफ। बट सांगवान की अगर बात करी जाए, आए जरूर है, टीपीपी का वो इस्तेमाल कर रहा है, आइकॉनिक उनके साथ में रहेंगे। बट न्यूटन उनको पता है, बट उन्होंने मिस करा, बट नहीं मिस करा। एक नॉक निकाला, बट दूसरा नॉक वो नहीं निकाल पाई। आइकॉनिक उनकी एचपी यहाँ पे कम हुई जरूर है। सामने के साइड पे सुकुना मौजूद रहेंगे, देखते हैं कि आगे आने की वो कोशिश करते हैं या फिर नहीं। फिलहाल के सांगवान अभी भी डाउन है, न्यूटन को खत्म किया गया। वो थोड़ी सी इन्फॉर्मेशन जरूर प्रोवाइड कर रहे थे अपने प्लेयर को। नीचे एक और प्लेयर बचा हुआ है 2OP का, देखते हैं क्या वो आने की कोशिश करते हैं या फिर नहीं। फ्लैश बैंग किया गया, ये एक अच्छा मौका था उनके लिए कि वो अंदर आ सकते थे, बट नहीं, लेट हो गए, जाना चाहिए था। स्लेयर इसी के साथ डाउन किए गए। सुकुना के द्वारा आइकॉनिक वो भी डाउन किए गए। लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे यहाँ पे ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स के। ये अचानक से क्या हो जाता है कि डार्क लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव फ्रॉम ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स।
अभी भी उनके पास एक चांस जरूर से रहने वाले, वो एक ग्रेनेड कुक करके जरूर से थ्रो कर रहे हैं, बट अगेन ओके ये ग्रेनेड जो कनेक्शन जरूर से बनाएगा। अंकित डाउन, सुकना बहुत ही ज्यादा लोअर एचपी जरूर से देखने को मिलेगा, लेकिन डार्क वो भी बहुत ही ज्यादा लो। सुकना की तरफ से एक बढ़िया पीक आएगा एंड ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स अनदर गेम बट सेम ओल्ड स्टोरी। सबसे पहली टीम जो एलिमिनेट होगी इस लॉबी से। अभी के लिए ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के सांगवान फंसे हुए जरूर से, लेकिन ये जो एक मोलोटॉव जा रहे कनेक्शन बना जरूर से सकता था। सांगवान सही वक्त पे वहां से बाहर निकले। ओ माय गॉड, यहाँ पर दोनों ही तरफ से बढ़िया गेम, लेकिन फाइनली वहां पे कुशल की साइड से उनको स्पॉट किया जाएगा। सांगवान इज डाउन। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स एक बार फिर से अर्ली स्टेज ऑफ द मैच में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किलात में।
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स को वापस एक बड़ा झटका लग चुका है इस समय। अगर डार्क को देखे वो कुछ कर नहीं पाया, उनके ही दोस्त वहां पर डाउन है। टाइम इज ऑफ द एसेंस। सांगवान को बचाना इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा और उन्हीं के सामने आउटसेट के प्लेयर्स एक्चुअली ये अपसेट निकाल सकते हैं। इवैक स्पॉट किए जा चुके थे बट डार्क कोई शॉट उन्होंने अभी तक नहीं लिया है। बैक एंड से हमें कुशल को देखा था जो कि शॉट्स लेते
जो लोकेशन है वो अभी के लिए मालूम रहने वाली है। डार्क एक ग्रेनेड वहां पर कुक कर रहे हैं, क्या वो कनेक्शन बना पाएगा? और अगर बनाता है तो माइट भी पॉसिबल कि यहाँ पर कन्वर्जन देखने को मिले। जी हाँ, ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन बनाएगा, कुशल यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे, लेकिन जो बाकी के एक खिलाड़ी है नियो मात्र वही यहाँ पर करीब नजर आ रहे, लेकिन वो काफी जरूर से रहेंगे। आइकॉनिक उन्होंने स्पॉट करके डाउन किया है। एक बार फिर से ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स थोड़ा बैकफुट पे जाएगी। क्या यहाँ पर नियो एक क्लच करने के लिए जा रहे हैं? बिकॉज डार्क को स्पॉट किया, डाउन किया। नियो इज ऑन अ रोड राइट नाउ। और अब एक लास्ट प्लेयर जो है वो टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के हम यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करते हुए नजर आएंगे, जिनके पास हाइट का एडवांटेज जरूर से रहने वाला है, लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस नियो के पास बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन। एक इनके पास मौजूद है क्लोज रेंज क्वार्टर्स में एक बेहतरीन गन, और साथ ही साथ टाइम बाय किया ताकि बाकी के जो प्लेयर्स है वो भी यहाँ पर आ जाए। टीम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स क्या एक बार फिर से बनेगी पहली टीम इस मैच से एलिमिनेशन के।
प्लेयर आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हुए और उनके ऊपर भार है इस समय। सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स उनके ऊपर चार्जिंग कर रहे हैं, एक एक करके स्मोक है इनके पास। उसके अलावा कुछ प्लेयर को स्पॉट कर चुके हैं, लेकिन वापस से बैरल निकालने के जरूर सामने प्लेयर आएगा। लो किया था बट दैट वाज नॉट लो इनफ। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स गोस डाउन। नियो 1v3 यहां पर कर चुके। एक ब्रिलियंट 3F आता हुआ नियो की तरफ से। व्हाट अ ब्रिलियंट स्टार्ट बाय टीम आउटसाइड। मुश्किल होगा लेकिन नामुमकिन नहीं। प्रोबेबली कहीं ना कहीं अपने लिए अच्छी फाइट बनाने की यहाँ पर कोशिश है। 2OP के प्लेयर्स की हाइट एडवांटेज में हमेशा जीतते नजर आए मिरामार के मैप में। देखते हैं इस बार होता है या नहीं, लेकिन 7C के प्लेयर्स उनको कुछ और ही मंजूर है। They want to charge forward. हैदराबाद हाइड्रास पिछले गेम में, पिछले मिरामार में इनफैक्ट अपने आप को दूसरे पायदान पर रखा था। इस बार उससे अच्छा प्रदर्शन करके ही दम लेना चाहेंगे। कोशिशें जरूर जारी है बट 7C नेड परेड करी जा रही है उनके द्वारा। आप देखिए प्रिंस के हाथ में एक नेड है, थ्रो करना जरूर चाहेंगे। आतंक की एचपी लो है, सुकुना की एचपी लो है। न्यूटन वहां पर बचे जरूर हुए थे बट वेल उनको भी कहीं ना कहीं फाइट्स लेनी पड़ेंगी। बट ऑन द अदर साइड ऑलराइट इट्स अंकित सॉरी एंड प्रिंस धीरे धीरे आगे मूव कर रहे हैं बट अंकित खुद को सेफ रख रहे हैं। प्रिंस का ग्रेनेड कनेक्ट ऑन 2OP। अब नेट शायद खत्म हो चुकी है क्योंकि मोलोटॉव्स पर पूरे का पूरे यहाँ पर बाहर इन्होंने रख लिया। अंकित को डाउन बाय हैदराबाद हाइड्रास कैरी। हर डायरेक्शन से नेट परेड हो रही है। स्क्रैच एंड इट्स आर्टिलरी स्ट्राइक राइट नाउ व्हिच इज गोइंग ऑन। सारंग के पास he only has 10 bullets for himself। एस यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे आगे जा रहे हैं। 4v3 का सिचुएशन बंद करके बैठ चुका है हैदराबाद हाइड्रास। इस बार गलतियां नहीं दोहराना चाहती। पिछला मिरामार सेकंड पोजीशन थी, इस बार they want to go for a chicken dinner। कोशिश है जरूर। एस और स्ट्राइकर ये दो प्लेयर्स बचे हैं। एक प्लेयर को रिवाइवल यहाँ पर दिया जा रहा है बट वही हाल कहीं ना कहीं 7C का भी है, जहां पर अलादीन डाउन और उनको रिवाइवल मिलना बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है।
टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास की अगर हम बात करें, आप देखिए बहुत ही छोटे से एरिया में मौजूद है, लेकिन स्ट्राइकर वहां पर आएंगे विद दैट स्प्रे। एक नॉक उन्होंने और निकाला है। सारंग के बहुत करीब वो ग्रेनेड जा सकता है। टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास अभी के लिए टेबल्स टर्न करने के मूड में, बिकॉज वापस से जो मैन एडवांटेज है वो उनके पास जाएगा। ग्रेनेड एक फेंका जरूर से एस ब्लैक ने और वो कनेक्ट होगा। सारंग गोस डाउन एज वेल एंड नाउ टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास जो वो पूरी तरीके से ड्राइविंग सीट पे आ जाएंगे। स्प्रे गॉड, वेल वी नीड सम गॉड लेवल परफॉर्मेंस फ्रॉम स्प्रे गॉड अगर उनकी टीम को यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करना है। बिकॉज टीम हैदराबाद हाइड्रास की बात करें, 3 प्लेयर्स उनके यहाँ पर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं। अलादीन वो वहाँ पे स्मोक के कवर में रिवाइव देने के लिए जा रहे। कैरी थोड़ा ओपन में जाएंगे पर बहुत देर करती उन्होंने स्पॉट करने के लिए। वापस से टीम 7C जो है वो हमें यहाँ पर एक्शन में देखने को मिलती हुई। हैदराबाद हाइड्रास उनको आगे जाना पड़ेगा। एक आखिरी प्लेयर वहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, डाउन करेंगे टीम हैदराबाद।
नो अभी भी उसके लिए इनको वही चीज करना होगा कि लोग ढूंढ के पिक किए जाए, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि फाइट इनके ऊपर आ चुकी। ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स क्या ये खराब किस्मत है या एक खराब दिन? आप सोचिए प्लेयर्स ही उनके ऊपर आ रहे हैं फाइट लेने के लिए, वो शायद इस लिए रेडी ना हो क्योंकि वहीं पर सांगवान को पिक किया जाएगा। जीटी के प्लेयर्स दे वांटेड टू मेक एन योलो मूव एंड दे वेंट फॉर इट। सीधा गए, एक प्लेयर को पिक किया, यश यहाँ पर डाउन है बट जीटी डजंट केयर। वो प्लेयर्स तो बस फाइटिंग स्टांस लेकर के बैठे हुए थे। आइकॉनिक को भी ऐसा लगता है शायद स्पॉट किया जा चुका है, नेड्स वहां पर किए गए थे बट अभी भी कोशिश है जरूर कि कुछ भी यहाँ पर करके फाइट्स निकाली जाए। डार्क बिल्कुल सामने नजर आ रहे हैं, यश को यहाँ पर पिक किया जा चुका है डार्क के ही नेट के द्वारा और पीछे से प्लेयर्स का नंबर यहाँ पर आ चुका है। शायद ये ओपनिंग थी जो जी को चाहिए, लेकिन ऐसे में भी जी ने अपने प्लेयर तो खो ही दिया है। स्लेयर ही इज जस्ट अराइविंग टू द कॉर्नर, डार्क उनके बिल्कुल साथ है। आइकॉनिक एक ऑफ एंगल पर यहाँ पर प्लेयर्स को पिक किया जरूर। आप देखिए डार्क अरमान को पिक करते हुए नजर आएंगे। आइकॉनिक धीरे धीरे आगे जा रहे हैं, एक टीपी पे एंगल लेते हुए यहाँ पर प्लेयर नजर आ रहे हैं हमें जीटी के, जिनके सामने यहाँ पर एक दरवाजा टेक डाउन करने की कोशिश बट आइकॉनिक एक पिक निकाल देंगे। ग्लोबल ई-स्पोर्ट्स, they do have fight left in them, they are fighting, but is it enough?
Oh my god, एक बढ़िया फाइट।
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, of course, this is the quarterfinals. It is day 2. My name is Angad, the Experiment Jehel. Joining me is the devilish mischief person himself. It is Floki. You know him better as Hiraka.
Absolutely.
First of all, Hiraka, it means diamond, right?
Something like that. It means
Something
diamond
like
in a heap of coal. Now, I know that is one meaning, but I don't have the precise meaning
That's
yet.
why I love saying diamond in the rough. That is exactly what this guy is. Anyway, we've had some amazing action on day 1 in the quarters. What are we to expect today?
I mean, if there's anything we learned from yesterday is that the underdog teams are not to be underestimated. If anything, being someone who's played really, really well is just going to make you a target. Because yesterday we saw a lot of top-tier teams being taken out. You know, Global Esports Team Forever, unfortunately not making it into the semi-finals. They are out.
Well, you know, this is, again, we keep beating around the same bush. This is the pedestal. This is the chance. This is the grand stage that all these teams have. And sooner or later, they aren't going to be the underdogs anymore. Because, like I said, you know, we have a lot of diamonds in the rough out there. And, well, it is their time, their chance to sparkle in the spotlight. Now, of course, all of this does come only because of one reason, and that is the reason in my hands, the iQOO 7 Legend. Now, of course, you know, we've been talking about this device a lot over the last few days because it is just that good. But you know what? Let's have an official word from the official sponsors of BGIS 2021. Well, there you have it. Now, I'm sure all of you watching at home as well, you are going to find something new every single time you see that promo video, as we just did now.
Oh, yeah.
They have that ultra-stable mode as well, which we are yet to test out. But again, let me just remind you what this bad boy, what this monster is packing.
Absolutely. It's got a Qualcomm Snapdragon 888, once again making sure that your gaming experience is seamless and smooth. You've also got a 66-watt flash charge, making sure that you go from 0 to 100% battery in just a matter of 22 minutes. And of course, the in-display Monster Touch to work with as well, making sure that all your touches are extremely precise, just helping you out with those flicks and headshots just right when you need it. So yeah, if you want a phone that's going to cover you for all the BGMI action in the world, well, iQOO has got you covered with the Legend 7. Do check them out.
You know, you did mention that Monster Touch, and of course, with my short, podgy fingers, it can get a bit tricky, but this, of course, makes sure every single touch is precise. Now, talking about precision, talking about the action to come today, a new group of teams are going to enter the battlegrounds, but only 6 shall move forward to the next round.
Oh yeah, I mean, the competition, it's getting more, but the thing is that even though the competition is increasing and we're seeing the level of teams come a little bit closer, the room for error is greater today because of the fact that there are actually 6 matches and not just 3, like in the third round.
Now, of course, we did mention room for error. The whole thing is, what is the fuss about, right? The entire thing is about all that moolah that is going to be at the end of the rainbow. Let's just have a look and see exactly how many zeros you can count because, well, it isn't a typo. The total prize pool is 1 crore rupees, and, well, the first place is going to walk away with 50 big ones.
Absolutely. 50 lakh rupees going for the first place, with second place making 25, third place getting 10, and then, of course, the money keeps trickling down further and further, down to the 16th place, so you only get 10,000 rupees for your trouble. But at the end of the day, there are still some rewards for the solo players out there, the players who do very, very well and stand out from the rest of the team. We've got an MVP reward, we've got a reward for the Lone Ranger, the Rampage Streak, and also the Redeemer, and of course, finishes by a squad, which is probably going to be split up between the squad themselves. And yeah, these are the individual rewards sort of that we have combined with one team reward as well.
You know, most finishes by a squad, I get it. You know, chances are everybody does their part. But if I have a few more finishes than you, oh boy,
I want a bigger chunk.
Something in the back of my mind, some other voice is going to be talking, get some more, get some more. But of course, it is a team game, and remember, everybody has their role to play. Now,
oh yeah,
it's all about the money at the end of the day, but it's also about pride. It's also about those bragging rights because, well, Floki, yesterday we did see a few Goliaths take a hard fall. But before we talk about that, let's have a look and see how all this money is going to be worked out because, again, you need to make sure you get enough points to get to the next round. And, well, you've seen this on your screens time in and time out. What stands out for me is 1 finish equals 1 point.
Absolutely. I mean, if you consistently get finishes, then of course you're going to be on the tippity top of the table, not only making sure of the fact that you get those finish points, but if you even manage to place a little bit higher than the 7th place, then those placement points start racking up. You get 4 points for 6th place, 6 points for 5th place, you know, for 8 points for 4th, 10 points for 3rd, 12 points for 2nd, and then 15 points for 1st, of course. The 1st place giving you the most number of placement points, but once again, a team that consistently plays aggressively has some sense of guarantee knowing that they are going to be scoring points over the course of these 6 matches.
Now, speaking of points, as you mentioned, over the course of 6 matches, let's see where we are going to be flying to today, because now we're going to have a look at the schedule for the day. And, well, to kick things off, of course, we are going to go to the fan favorite Erangel, followed by Miramar, followed by another Erangel. Now, this is where things get interesting. With the addition of Sanhok, oh boy, anything can happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen, anything can fly. I mean, Sanhok is one of those maps where it is so tight-knit that many a times you don't even see the main battles happening in the end of the circle. It's usually which team has the more med kits, which team has the more first aid kits, which team has the more number of bandages to keep themselves alive and keep themselves away from the enemy's line of fire. But once again, the most consistent thing about these sets of matches are the 3 Erangels that are in there, right? So if your performance on the Erangel is strong, then you have a very good chance of making it into the semi-finals.
Also, I guess you're going to agree with me, kudos to the production team, because, suppose if you go into Sanhok, right, everybody has observers on them, but again, the action can break out anytime, and boy, we see all the action on our screens. But again, that was the schedule for the day, and in some time, I do believe in a couple of minutes, the action is going to be underway, and, well, we are going to be off your screen. Now, let's just quickly go back. Let's take a ride back into history. Day 1 was an affair which is to be remembered because, again, like you mentioned, the underdogs, or the new kids on the block, well, they made way because, like I said, the old guard, oh, they took a massive hit.
They most certainly did. I mean, the only teams that were actually able to make it into the next round, I believe it was 7C Esports, who played consistently throughout the, throughout the series. I mean, in the third round itself, they came in, they had those consistent placement points coming up. And even in those 6 matches that they played yesterday, they prioritized placement points for the first 5 matches and got the chicken dinner in the very end.
That is the story, of course, of one of the big dogs. Now, let's have a look and see which all teams qualified from, day 1 of Group 3. There you have it. It is going to be Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Old Hood Esports, Only Glitch, Revenant Esports, and CO Rip Mizo. Now again, CO Rip Mizo, oh boy, they left it till the last moment to make sure they pretty much, gained their berth for the next round.
Absolutely. I mean, Rip Mizo, they made it by the skin of their teeth. I think they're probably going to want to step it up a little bit, focus on the mistakes that they made in these course of 6 matches, and maybe just start preparing a bit more for Sanhok and Miramar, because those are the matches that haven't been played so much. Those are the maps that haven't been coming up as much on those first 3 rounds. Erangel, of course, is strong at this point for all of these teams, but if you look at
at Hyderabad Hydras, they are also one of the few teams that actually made it into the quarterfinals while being invited. So only 2 invited teams actually making it. Well, I mean, I guess you could say Revenant Esports as well, but then once again, you know, you have 3 other teams as well making it all the way from the opens.
You know, you just mentioned Hyderabad Hydras. Now, the thing is, yesterday they were at the tippity top, as we like calling it. However, round 3 was off to a shaky start. 0 points from game 1, but they made a comeback. Now, again, that just goes to show it doesn't matter, you know, if you have an obstacle in front of you, if you are faced up against a wall, a monument even. All you got to do is give it your best, and well, more often than not, sometimes you just manage to make it through that little barrier, and well, all the glory shall be yours. Now, of course, that was all about yesterday. The teams that have qualified, well done, congratulations. The teams that haven't, well, I'm sure we are going to see them in the not so distant future because A, we are going to have a few more events lined up this year, but B, you know, they should do their homework, they should be coming back, and you know, there's something for everyone. And speaking of something for everyone, we did have a little bit of a questionnaire in the chat yesterday, as the giveaway winners are now going to be flashing on your screen, and let's see if you are one of the lucky ones who have your names on. There you have it. Do you recognize your name there?
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call them out one after the other. It's Rajesh, Rakesh Gowda, Nonat Agarwal, Sainath, Akash Jagtap, Kaushik Das, Pradeen Sheikh, Shrikar, Tejveer Singh, and Shri Devi. Congratulations to all you guys. You are the merchandise giveaway winners for day 1. Make sure that you click the link down in the description below, and you could also be here for day 2.
Also, you could be here for day 2, but take it easy because, you know, they have those crystal balls in their hands. And if you know, I don't want them to come over here and take our jobs. That's, of course, the joke. But again, lovely predictions coming in. It goes to show that, you know, you are starting the game and, well, you are aware of what's happening. Now, on to the next thing. I do believe we are going to have a few more predictions coming in sooner or later. But before that, I mean, let's just talk about the day. We are going to have the matchup coming up on our screens in due time. And, well, we have fresh blood moving in for today's Day 2's matches.
Absolutely. I do have something to say over here. In fact, one of the only teams... Now, this is a bit of a trivia question for you. Know what? The matchup is actually coming up. Never mind. It was UDOG officials. They won 3 matches in a row, all of them on round 3. And they are over here, and they're here to play some BGMI. And there we have them in the teams, in the groups. Here they are. UDOG India. We've got Odisha Esports, formerly known as Scythe Chronos. We've got Team EXO as well. Exterminator Esports. Team Red Cross, 247 Gaming, Musty Zone Gaming, and Nigma Galaxy.
Well, one thing is going to pop out. Now, Scythe Chronos, we did, of course, see them through the rounds. Looks like if you do well, sponsors are going to come knocking at your door. Now, on the other hand, we have 2 OP official, Team K9 officials, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, interesting name, Reckoning Esports, Force One, Long Rain, and, well, Big Brother Esports. Formerly, they were known as Easy 4. So again, congratulations, to the teams that have picked up sponsors. But now, you do have a little bit of weight on your shoulders. Do not let that weigh you down, because just keep doing what you are doing, because, well, you've made it to this stage, and chances are they can make it even further.
Absolutely. This is now going to be the acid test for all the teams who haven't picked up, right? I mean, these sponsors, they're going to be looking keenly at the performances over here.
Right now.
Absolutely, the magnifying glasses are out there. Like, oh, well, you made a mistake there, you made a mistake here. But it's more important for these teams who've just gotten sponsored to not feel that pressure from the organization. I think that is what separates a really good organization from a great one. The fact that they make their players feel comfortable and let them perform at their level best.
Also, you know, just take it in good strides, because you have that little sponsorship coming in. That means, well, you have something to offer to said sponsor. So again, you've made it. Again, this is the moment that you're like, all right, I've made it, but now you want to make sure you stay there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That is what separates, you know, again, I made the mistake. You achieve something, it's like, all right, been there, done that. But then again, you know, it fizzles out. You got to make sure you keep working hard, and hard they shall work. But now, let's come back to the matter at hand. So now all the teams are pretty much getting ready. They are in the lobby. We are going to be taking the skies once more. Buddy, what are we going to see today? I want to see some carnage, because I'll be honest with you, a lot of these teams, I really haven't seen them perform, so it is going to be a bit new for me as well.
Well, if there's anything we've learned from day 1 is that Team EXO better watch their backs. If they're not careful, well, they are going to get completely, I mean, I don't want to say it, but dumpstered is the correct word over here, because some of the best teams in the previous day have been eliminated so far. So clearly they have been struggling a little as well. You cannot underestimate the teams that have made it into the quarterfinals. You know, now the playing field is completely level. You have to give them the same respect they would give anyone in the grand finals as well. So if they do that, they're going to get ahead. They're going to stay there. But if they don't, they might slip out of the top 6.
They just might do that. And again, you know, talking about the old guard, the old teams. Now, we did kind of bring this up one of these days, that maybe they got a bit too complacent. Again,
Yep.
you kind of stagnate. You got to be ever evolving if you want to be in this game. And as far as the newer teams are concerned, you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, they might not have been in the spotlight thus far, but they have been playing this game ever since it came out. So they have had their squad. They've been practicing. Practice makes perfect. And like I said, we just might be seeing the next big superstar in India.
Absolutely, but I kind of want to go back to what I was saying about EXO right now. EXO, of course, if you've been watching the grind, you know for a fact that these guys are strong. These guys played really, really well against the best teams. But now with a different set of teams coming in all the way from the qualifiers, that same experience might not apply. So EXO, this is really going to be a test of the fundamentals, a test of the basics, seeing how strong they are, seeing how well refined they are, and seeing how well they react to those zone changes. Because yesterday, we saw some very interesting zones right off the bat. I'm talking about Erangel and that Rozhok circle.
I mean, that was just brilliant. I mean, that little tiny Delta island that nobody ever goes to, but this time all the teams were forced to embark on said island, and well, we did see some carnage break out. Now again, with all the new teams, I hope they've been doing their homework because, let's be honest, all right, whoever qualified for the next round, that is the semifinals on day one of the quarterfinals, they better be sitting back and watching what's happening, because if you do your homework, you can pick up a few tips and tricks, you can pick up a few pointers as to what the opponents are going to do, and at the end of the day, you want to make sure you can read your opponents like an open book.
Absolutely. If you've done your homework over here, you're going to know exactly where they're going to be dropping. You kind of have an idea, given the zone, where they might rotate from, what they might do next. Or, well, if you're feeling particularly frisky, if you're feeling a bit too confident, maybe you can even contest them.
You could contest that, and speaking of contestation and contests and all that, we love the fact that we are being entertained. All these teams have so much to offer, but guess what? We have something in store for all you lovely people watching now. Of course, we are going to have another question down in the chat below, so you better scroll down, click that link, and well, the question is simple. Which team will be at the top of the leaderboard today?
Absolutely. Well, a very simple prediction, but a hard one to make at that, because you have a 1 in 16 chance of being correct if you haven't done any research, of course. But if you do some more of it, well, you have a better chance. I believe you're entering your own name in it. Who is it?
I want my hands on some of that BGMI merchandise, and it's a secret, mate. I'm not going to let it out right now. It is a secret. I am going to make my prediction. I hope all of you do the same right now, because, well, in a few short moments, the action is going to break out on Erangel.
Absolutely. Well, as casters, we cannot afford to be biased over here towards any particular team, but yeah, there are a couple of teams that we're hoping do well. We have a couple of teams we're hoping get to show the big dogs who they really are.
I kind of have a feeling you already have a favorite team, because we have talked about them, and oh, there you go, they did good.
They did really good.
I was going to pick them as well.
Yeah.
We did see in the last stage they pretty much won all their games in a row, but of course, with all that aside, the casters are going to stop talking and the game is going to begin. But before that, let's just appreciate the beauty of a map that is Erangel.
Absolutely. I mean, Erangel's got some of the best sites there is. You want to go towards an old abandoned building, you've got Multipower. Sit right top of the decommissioned nuclear reactor and get those aerial views in. And this, I believe, I'm not sure. This looks like a Sosno. Yeah, I was going to say that. I wasn't exactly sure where that tower was, but it is indeed the military base.
That is where I will normally parachute down, and of course that is the aircraft graveyard, as I like calling it. And now we're going to take a little trip south of Yasnaya Polyana, where we have seen some action break out in a couple of games. But of course, it all depends on where that first circle is going to form. And, let's be honest, that does dictate how the teams are going to play. Now, it is Erangel, it is a big map, and the playing path is also going to be dictating as to where the teams are going to be dropping. But again, if you have multiple drop spots, it should never be an issue.
Absolutely. If you've got multiple drop spots, if you've got a secondary drop spot, you can always go over there and make sure that you don't really end up being contested early on. But once again, it just might be that the playing path does not allow you to go to the place where you want to go, because we've seen some pretty skewed playing paths every now and then. They keep the game interesting. They make sure that everyone stays humble. No one gets a bit too overconfident. But at the same time, you also have to remember that in case the flight path is skewed, sometimes it can be good to just leave all that loot early on, find a couple of vehicles and rotate out instead. Go to the places that are open.
Again, easier said than done here, Floki. It all depends on, which all teams are going to be dropping nearby. And, well, sooner or later, all these questions are going to be answered. Because let me tell you something right now. The spawn island is thriving with life. And, well, sooner or later, a lot of these lives are going to be snuffed out. But in about 5 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be soaring high above the skies. And, well, all you're going to see down below is some beautiful greenery.
Absolutely, we're going to be looking at where these teams are going to be dropping in, and well, if you are a connoisseur of the map, you're going to know where we're going to be starting off. I believe to the left we have Noah Reply, and to the right you might see Mill Power. So that is where the flight path is going to be starting, and of course when the map is up, I'll tell you where it ends, and just create a little bit of that suspense, but overall, I will say this much, the flight path is quite even.
It is quite even, and as the map is going to pop up on your screens, you're going to notice that it does pretty much bisect the map in half, which again means that all the team's favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance. Now, the next question is that drop spot going to be contested? Well, you and I are going to find out together. For now, it does seem like Break Brother Esports are going to be heading over to the Sosnovka military base, and by the look of things, they are going to have a fun time looting.
Absolutely. They can even start for Noah Reply if they want to. No one to really contest them over here. But I do want to talk about the Fairy P and the Primorski, as usually you see a couple of teams going to these drop locations. This time around, the flight path, it may not allow for that. So once again, go to Pachinki, or go over somewhere close to Fairy Pier, wherever you can near the bridge. Find a couple of vehicles, get the hell out and make your way to Primorsk. Get to your drop location early on, because when that circle spawns, you're going to have to hightail all the way back towards wherever the circle is. And well, if you don't have any loot, you are going to be completely screwed over. But let's have a look and see where these teams do end up dropping. I believe a couple of teams are going to be making their way towards Yasnia Polyana. And well, that is going to be Team U-Dog.
Now, looks like something interesting is happening as the circle, of course, is going to form. Keep an eye out on, just west of the farm, south of Pachinki. We have 3 teams who might just be dropping close to one another. One of them, of course, is XTR. That is X-Terminator Esports for you. The second, I'm sure you all are going to recognize, it's Nigma Galaxy. Looks like a couple of drop spots are being contested. And, well, we have a little bit of a shift. Have a look at DE. They are going to make sure they move a bit further. I beg your pardon. That is, of course, Odisha Esports, formerly known as Scythe Chronos. They are adapting here, Floki.
Oh yeah, they most certainly are. I mean, Odisha Esports, they see that the place they want to go to is contested, and they start moving in the other direction, but I'm not too sure if that is going to be beneficial as well. Once again, a lot of activity towards the northwestern part of the map, and given the flight path, that is not a big surprise, but we're going to turn our attention over towards Exo all the way in Milta as of now, with no one next to them in sight. They've got all this real estate for themselves. Every weapon, every head, every medkit, every first aid kit they find, it's all going to belong to them. They're even going to have a choice of weapons. What do they want to go for? ARs, snipers, DMRs, you have your pick.
Well, of course, Team Exo comprises of Immortal, Sensei, Punk, and Fierce. Question is, are they going to be fierce with their gameplay today, or are things going to fizzle out? Because again, it is the quarterfinals. Like you mentioned, there is going to be some pressure on them to perform today, because they have wowed, all the viewers and us alike over the past. So we have some expectations from this team.
Yeah.
Question is, are they going to live up to all the hype? Because for now, they are going to be leaving Milta kitted to the gills with loot. On the other hand, at Yasnaya, we have the team we were talking about moments earlier. It's U-Dog India.
Absolutely. You kind of want to keep an eye on U-Dog India, because you never know when they might start fragging away, when they might start getting those finishes. Once again, a team that is incredibly consistent, and so consistent that they get 3 first-place finishes in a row. I'm not too sure if they did get 3 chicken dinners, but I do remember seeing them at the first place in all 3 of those matches. So do keep that in mind, folks. If these guys get eliminated early on, then, well, people, they would have done their homework. Although I doubt it's possible to do that, because their matches weren't streamed. They were occurring offline.
Well, when you have a player called Fearless in your team, and then you have a teammate called Rambo, I guess chances are this is going to be a heavy-hitting team. We are going to see a lot of blood, a lot of carnage. Of course, the opponents are going to be at the receiving end of things. But again, it is the quarterfinals. It is fresh infusion of new teams, and anything can happen. Now, we are going to shift a bit to the west, as we are going to be joining the teams in northern Georgia. And of course, another team that our viewers are going to be watching out for are the boys from Reckoning Esports. Question is today the day of reckoning? Are they going to make it to the next round? Because, well, Mr. Spray, Maxi, Abrar, and Skrills, the man who has packed the guilds with skills, they have some work cut out for them.
Absolutely. You stole the words right out of my mouth over there. I do think that Reckoning Esports are another team to look out for. Their performance has been pretty decent so far, but they're going to have to step it up a bit over here if they want to go up against the top dogs. As we see them just having their pick of loot once again, getting everything in the world to work with. So once again, a bit of a passive early game, but I do imagine that given the way the circle looks, Northern Georgia is not the area where you want to be staying. So eventually we will see teams rotating up, we will see teams moving in to the circle, and we might even see some some early skirmishes breaking out towards the periphery. Overall, I think this game is shaping up to be action-packed throughout.
Oh, absolutely. And by the look of things, the Supari gang, they have landed close to Reckoning Esports, which means, well, sooner or later, we just might see some cars go past. We just might see some ARs being rattled off. And the question is, are we going to see some knocks? Because there you have it. The map is going to be on your screens now. Most teams have kept their distance from one another. And, well, that, of course, is nothing that I like. I want to see all that drama. I want to see all that carnage right from the beginning. But it looks like the boys from Big Brother Esports have crossed the bridge. And in fact, they are going to be setting up at the gas station and the compounds nearby, which means sooner or later, Team EXO might be involved in a firefight of their own. But for now, all the teams are going to be moving into the circle at some point. My concern is, Floki, have a look at the number of teams we have to the northwest of our map. Sooner or later, their paths are going to cross.
Absolutely. 6 teams all the way towards Northern Georgiapol and 1 team in Zaki as well, making it a total, well, of 6 only. I actually counted the team in Zaki as well.
I'm actually impressed.
Yeah, I kept my math in check this time around.
Brilliant.
Yeah, well, but let's see if they're able to rotate in towards the circle for now.
The Indian education system paid off.
It did, but, well, I'm here anyway after finishing my degree, so go make of that what you will. I don't think it was very successful. But once again, you don't need the education system when you've got these tournaments coming up. There are alternative career options these days. And Long Grain, well, we're going to be having a look at what they're doing, exercising, well, their freedom. They too have decided to, come and play this tournament. Let's see if they can walk away into the semifinals. I imagine that the rotation for them is going to be long and hard. Usually you don't see anyone dropping in towards Zaki, but, well, the plus point is that, well, nobody ever goes towards Zaki.
If we have any young guns in the crowd today, well, you want to make sure you timestamp this and go and show it to your folks because, well, Floki says it, there are many more options in life than the usual. But for now, we're going to come back to the game as we are going to witness another team looting blissfully, and this time it is going to be Force 1. Now, Force 1, we have Vashu, Servi, Ramp, Noob, and of course, Shrider. Question is, are they going to be shredding their opponents or are they going to go in the grinder themselves?
Yeah, Force 1 once again an organization that some of you might recognize, but let's see if they've actually got the force to force this one out of their opponents. I do think that they're also a team to be reckoned with, but once again, we don't really see a fair amount of action in the first few minutes of the game. That means there is no drop contestation, there is no early clashes happening anywhere on the map. And we're only going to see teams get their way inside the circle, and in fact, they are moving it rather peacefully. Now, I did anticipate that, northwestern Georgiapol would be the epicenter of the action, maybe somewhere towards Ruins. We'd see a couple of fights breaking out, but that does not seem to be the case at all. They've rotated out one by one, and so we might just be heading towards that very chaotic mid-game where a single shot rattles off a series of domino effects. Well, we'll see if that is going to happen, but in the meantime, we're going to be having a look at what Force 1 are doing. They still continue to loot, they still continue to get richer and richer, and we'll see if they can actually make it to the circle and survive long enough.
The production value just keeps surprising me every day. Now, for all of you watching the names on your right, you might have noticed that you did see a little bit of a blue highlight with certain teams. Boy, that just makes our job easier. That basically goes to signify which all teams are still out in the blue, taking that brunt from the play zone. And again, boy, production, lots of love over here. You are making it so much easier. So let me tell you right now, 2 OP officials, the Supari gang and Long Rain, Floki still out in the blue zone.
Absolutely, still out in the blue zone. They're going to try and rotate in over here. But there you go, the first few shots of the game being fired by MJ from Nigma Galaxy. Another team, by the way, that has been invited, and another team that a lot of people have going to be their eyes set on. Now, of course, if you wanted to make it here, you had to get to top 4. So Nigma Galaxy certainly are consistent even in those short sets of matches. But this is a different beast altogether. With 6 maps out in the open, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward.
And keep moving forward. Some Rocky Balboa fans in the house over here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as we are going to wait for the circle to implode on itself, looks like we might have some action break out sooner than expected, as we could have a little bit of a King of the Hill situation all the way at Potato Hill. Now, of course, Potato Hill is going to be occupied by 247 Gaming, I beg your pardon, and looks like a couple of teams could be heading in their direction. But for now, the circle is going to implode on itself, and well, most of the teams are going to be happy with their current location. However, as mentioned, we do have an influx of teams coming in from the northwest. Sooner or later, they should be locking horns.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing if those teams do indeed go up against each other. And there you go, the supply drop. Having an AUG, a weapon that I actually haven't seen that often. Last few airdrops have all been about those growth Grozas and those arms. More often than not, I've seen a lot more AWMs usually these days. But the two OP brothers, Mandy and Sandy, well, I love to see them. I love to say their names every single time they get a frag. I'm going to be calling out every one of their names.
Wait a second, let me just recollect the name. So it's Bandy, it's Sandy, then it's Andy, and then it's Mandy. Of course,
Yes.
I'm going to put a little bit more emphasis on the E at the end. But for now, looks like the Long Rain is going to be the only team bearing the brunt of the blue, but action is going to break out. Enigma Galaxy are going to move in and Musty Zone, and Musty Zone's Rex is going to get that first knock, but Nick's making sure Artemis goes down, and well, Enigma Galaxy look like they are in a world of trouble, having lost 2 members already, as Smokey OP is going to try and retaliate in kind. Unfortunately, no scouting done over here, and well, they have paid a heavy, heavy price.
Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, and once again, Enigma Galaxy starting off with 1 foot behind, actually losing 2 of their players early on. Only having Ted and Smokey to carry the rest of their dreams forward. This is not going to be the start that they were looking for, but maybe soon enough they can sneak inside the circle and stay alive long enough for them to have impact with those third-party situations that come in towards the late game.
You know, we speak about scouting ahead. Wait a second, I'm going to have to hold my thought, because looks like at the other end, Big Brother Esports are going to be opening up on X-Terminator Esports, and well, sooner or later we might just switch to that action. But again, talking about scouting, it is a bit difficult if, say, the opponents, they tuck their cars in pretty well. You have no idea someone's over there, but again, you got to make sure you have your Bionox out. But for now, looks like RRD is going to be in trouble, as he has been brought out in the open, but looks like Respite is going to head his way. Now the thing is, for Big Brothers Esports, they need to get a bit more height. They need to go back to the same place where they shot him initially if they want to capitalize on that finish. But looks like RRD is going to be on his feet in no time.
Absolutely, he's going to be able to get back up on his feet. There's also a Jeep to secure his rotation out of there. And there you go, Proudly goes through the rotation. But you have to be careful. They've turned their back towards it, making sure that those bullets do not catch the head. They will be able to keep that player safe despite being on low health.
Despite being on low health, and earlier we left Musty Zone Gaming. Looks like they have an airdrop coming their way, but Team XO is finally going to open up on Big Brothers Esports. This is a fight that we had anticipated for quite some time, and of course, since all the teams are going to prioritize the center of the circle, well, we are going to see a few more clashes. The smoke grenade is going to be popped, but Sensei does have that mini 14 with the 4x smoke, and let's see if his shots are going to be as accurate, because, well, he managed to bring one down, and he manages to bring down Beast once more.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Sensei over here. The DMR once again being super effective at this range, but they've got the cover. They can go in for the rest. This is just the side of, this is the side of EXO forcing out a lot of resources from the side of Big Brother. And Big Brother, they're going to have to be careful where they step their foot, because they might get their heads blown off their shoulders if they're not too careful.
Oh, so this is how it all started. Of course, Rex saw the vehicle come in, and he held his trigger till the right moment. You know, the opponents had no option but to fall in front of their opponents, and well, this shot coming in by Scream was pretty insane as well. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind: the distance does make a difference, and when you have vehicles in motion, well, you have to be accurate. But now, oh, this is exciting, because the circle has shifted down south. We do have a little bit of water to play with, but have a look at all the teams migrating, and sooner or later we are going to see some Carmageddon action. Question is, are we going to see some ARM action, because the vehicle just drove past them? You better reverse that car up, and you better come in for the loot, because now a buggy is coming. R247 Gaming going to get that BFG.
Well, we're about to find out soon enough, but in the meantime, looks like Musty Zone Gaming, they've already took out 2 members of Nigma. Now they'll be very, very happy to shave a few numbers off of EXO as well. They fire up a couple of shots, but they don't really connect, and now Musty Zone Gaming, they are going to go all out, guns blazing. Can they find a single knock? They're trying to, firing in the distance, but unable to connect. No clear line of sight available, and it looks like EXO, they will be safe for now. However, they are pincered between a couple of teams over here, and the compound that they're holding is not very strong. You can't flush them out.
Have a look at all the confusion, and in that confusion, 247 Rahul is going to be blown to smithereens. I was just going to bring them up, because although EXO was under fire, you saw 247 just driving around. It's like, hey, wait a second, these are not my teammates. But Sensei, I wouldn't want to be in that vehicle. Of course, like Floki likes saying, where there is smoke, there is fire, and sooner or later that fire goes boom, and it engulfs you in a fireball of its own. For now, Team EXO do have an semblance of cover. They have deployed a lot of smoke grenades, but their position is going to be a bit tricky because they are going to get shot at from either direction. So either they get in and, well, tuck in for the night. But, that was a nice shot. The moment, the last bullet of that magazine before he went in for the reload did connect.
Absolutely. Gyrogot just forcing out a couple of more bandages from the side of EXO. Once again, this is just a war of attrition. This is not to get a couple of knocks. If they do find them, they're going to be happy. If they get multiple knocks, they might even go in for the finish. But as long as you're forcing out resources, you're making sure EXO does not carry them over to the later circles, and they will be forced in awkward situations. Well, Big Brother in the meantime keeping an eye on the 2 OP boys. Scream, he's got wonderful positioning over here. Is he going to wait? Is he going to just wait for them to come into his crosshairs? It doesn't seem like they are going to be coming in anytime soon. In fact, 2 OP, they will take the other way around instead. Scream is just going to be happy that he scouted them out, knows where they're going, and can hopefully use that information later. But look at Mandy. He knows something. He knows something that we don't.
Well, something that we don't, and kudos to Scream's positioning, because I was going to just bring this up, he is atop this roof. He is not the fiddler, though he is up there. However, what if he gets shot from the back? What if he, gets spotted from afar? But again, he knows this compound. He knows where to place himself. Well, that little question that I asked has just been negated. But for now, as the circle is going to crunch in on itself once more, we do see a few teams, they have found a nice little niche for themselves. Some are going to be down by the cliffs, some are going to be in compounds, while some are going to brave the elements out in the open fields. But the question is, where are we going? And well, there you have it. We do have a few compounds scattered over the place, but generally we are going to be fighting in open terrain.
Absolutely. Going to be a couple of barn houses nearby that maybe you can sneak yourself into, and guess what? Right close to the center of the circle, and even one close to the edge, there are 2 airdrops that are probably going to be looted. We might see some ARM action, might see some AUG action as well. We're about to find out, but soon enough, I think a lot of these teams are going to be running into each other, and well, they're going to be fighting for real estate like they did back in the old days, in caveman times, just running around each other behind a club, looking to maul your opponents in. But we'll see if that does end up happening. But there is something interesting going on that you want to point out.
Keep an eye on the Safari gang. Now, they are separated. I thought one of their members was coming in for that little airdrop. Of course, that is very optimistic indeed. But they are trying to find, again, a nice little spot for themselves. And, well, talking of Safari gang, Daddy is going to open up on Mandy, as 2 OP are going to have their first casualty for the game. However, till now, it is going to be a knock. Well, to the moment I say that, another member of TSG, D-Sync, is going to push in and, well, snuff his light out. Now, 2 OP are going to be in world of trouble, because remember, at one end, we have the Safari gang. At the other, we still have Big Brothers Esport.
Absolutely, and it looks like Crazy might just be joining the fray as well. He's the one leading the charge for the side of Exterminators, looking to come in and see what the commotion is all about, maybe even set up a 4th party situation. Well, I mean, screw 3rd parties, they are out of the picture. With these 3 teams being in a standoff, I imagine Exterminators might just be walking into a meat grinder if they're not too careful. There is the zone right in the center of that road, though, so if they want to move ahead and deeper, maybe even towards the airdrop, that is where they need to go. But look at this positioning from the side of Reckoning Esports. This is horrible for Force 1. They don't have good ways of fighting this one out. They can go back and forth, maybe try and find some angles, but they don't have solid cover to work with. And instead, they're just going to focus on making sure the vehicles explode, and they have no way of going out on vehicles.
I like how Reckoning, they have called a tactical retreat. They have backed up. They are spread out, but now it's going to be Mr. Spray who's going to be sprayed on. And unfortunately for Vashu, he is not going to take him down thus far. But now LR, Long Rain are finally going to make their way into the circle. And, well, they want to party as well. Shots are going to be fired at either end. And, well, for the team of Reckoning Esports, it could be problematic, as Vampire is going to be brought down from Force 1. Now the push is coming in. Maxi OP is right outside the enemy's gates. And, well, he does want that visual confirmation. But the thing is, the floor is on fire. So, A, he's going to have to wait for that. That is crucial time for F1 to renegotiate. It looks like the penalty is going to be spotted. Vashu comes under fire. He drops. Oh my goodness, a little slip of the foot, and, well, he did go down. Lucky for him, he made sure he gets the finish, and, well, add that and add another finish to make it 2.
Absolutely great performance coming out here by Maxi OP. Oh, a drive-by attempt coming in from their players, getting those frags with style. And once again, a Bra Ropey going to be dropping a couple of smokes to make sure their rotation out of this is safer. Although one of the teammates have been knocked down on their feet. Meanwhile, we can turn our attention towards Pyro instead, who might be eyeing up all this action. But in the meantime, there is Long Rain closing in from the backstab. Well, that is actually themselves. It's 2 of their members on the backstab, making sure that no one is coming in for some weird big flank. And, well, they're going to be holding the line for now.
Again, you want to make sure that you have your back up against a wall just so that you can look in one direction. But I wonder if Reckoning Esports have got that memo, because they haven't fired shots yet, but they could potentially come in and, well, stab them in the back later on. But for now, it's going to be Bandy. He does know someone is out there in the smoke. Aurora is making sure he patches himself up with those bandages, but sooner or later, he is going to have to move. And if he gives his little silhouette, shots could be fired and, well, bodies could drop. But for now, The circle is going to shift once more. Question is where it's going. Well, there you have it again. It's going to implode in on itself. The teams in the center are going to be happy. And I do believe that drop still has not been looted.
Absolutely, it seems like the drop is still standing over here. In the meantime, we will see if the Sapari gang do prioritize that or if they're just keen on holding a position. Right now, a bit of a three-way tie coming in for 2 OP, Big Brothers as well as to the Sapari gang. And this could be broken by any one of these teams coming in. There is UDOG to the west, there is EXO coming in from... Sorry, there is UDOG to the east, there is EXO coming in from the west as well. And soon enough, these guys are going to have to hold on to their position and maybe we're going to see a lot of chaos happening. But in the meantime, Red Cross looking at the members of Odisha Esports as they have done a weird 2-2 split, maybe trying to create some sort of distraction so the other players can go and set up for a flank. But in the meantime, they will lose one of their own players over here. Rahman is going to go down, be rezzed back up though, and Odisha Esports, well, they are going to use this time to try and rotate out. Sensei, I believe he hit a headshot there.
He did indeed, and now it looks like Odisha Esports could be in a world of trouble. They just have that smoke over there and one man lying prone on the grass in said smoke. Now, they do have another teammate elsewhere, but again, they got to make it to the next circle. For now, Punk does hear some commotion go by, switches his weapon to the M4 for that stability. Let's lose a few shots. In fact, connects. Can he get the knock? Yes, he can, but of course, there's someone else who gets it. And now he has the field there because K9 have come into killing field as well. They are going to be rattled off in the blink of an eye. 3 of them have fallen. Immortal and his teammates. Punk could do major damage. He is going to make sure he deploys the smoke because they want those finishes. They want those kills and they are hungry for it. One good grenade could be it, and well, K9 could be out from this game.
K9, they might just end up being a footnote in history over here. A couple of these nades being tossed in. Are they actually going to connect? No. In the meantime, it looks like the members of XTR are cleaning up over here. Elsewhere, the play zone knocking out a couple of members from the side of Red Cross as well. But there you go, K9. They're going to be able to get one of the players back up on their feet. Shooter still standing, but not for long. He's going to get knocked out once again by Sandy. And there you go. Looks like he might just end up being finished off over here if they're not careful. They've got a couple of smokes to cover their position, but there's so much stuff they need to heal back up. They need to get in a vehicle. They need to make sure that there's some covering fire for any of their members.
On the other hand, it looks like Big Brothers are trying to fend off an attack because at one end they have 247 Gaming and at the other end they have the rest of the teams in this game. Now they have to make sure they hold on to the position as Aaron does spot some smoke, and again you are going to take a few pop shots in it. Now Aaron's job is basically to make sure that 247 are kept at bay because, well, like I mentioned earlier, his teammates are busy with other teams elsewhere. Sandy is going a bit cray-cray as he is racking up those kills, and well, Lost Rain could be lost to history because they are coming under heavy fire. Now Andy is going to be outside the building inside Aditya taking some cover.
Absolutely, a lot of cover being taken for the time being, but soon enough those grenades are going to force them to get the hell out of here. Andy just spending blood in the water once again, looking to go forward and maybe get a pick, but I love the positioning coming in from the long range player there. He's just around the door, making sure that if they do open it, it's going to swing and he might just have a chance of taking him out. Do they have the read on this situation though? That's the question. Musty's own Gaming in the meantime having their domination going for them, and there you go, Andy slips through the cracks over there. Somehow does not end up being spotted, but I think that is Exterminators being eliminated over here, although I'm not entirely sure. They still seem to be on board.
I think they still have 2 members alive, but who has been terminated is Musty's Own Gaming. They did have good fun, 7 finishes to their name, but now it's going to be XTR, Exterminator Esports, taking the fight to Team XO. Now Team XO are in a predicament. They have burning vehicles, they are in the corner, they are out of the circle, they have been spotted, but it's going to be fierce with some fair shots sent to the enemy, and well, that is what you need. You need that precision, you need that accuracy, and well, easy as that, he's going to back it up, and now is going to have some cover because look at that judgment. They knew grenades are going to be coming in because, well, the vehicle makes a lot of sound, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, taking this fight is wonderful for the side effects, so they're going to rack up a couple of points, but for now, they need to prioritize rotating in because there are going to be a couple of teams in the center trying to gatekeep them and trying to prevent them getting that real estate. The Sapari gang being one of them sent it, going forward, taking the fight, spots him, Reno, they catches him, Napping should be able to win the fight. He goes forward, he tries to live, but he cannot do so for much longer. Valiant attempt coming out from Chris from the members of the Sapari gang, but they will lose one member. They're going to have to find a new Sapari partner for the time being. And now EXO, they're going to huddle up inside this house and try and live for as long as possible. But look at these nades come pouring in. EXO, they better duck, they better run, they better hide because looks like Immortal is going to meet the same fate as Krish.
Well, his mortality has been tested and well, he's going to meet his maker, and now EXO in a world of trouble because yet another team is going to come in. The Sapari gang could be pinched as well because Big Brothers are finally making their move. They are in the circle and Daddy over here is making sure he makes quick work of Team EXO. Well, there you have it. One of the favorites are going to fall. Nigma Galaxy are going to be eliminated. in the 8th position. Now, Desing, they've got their work cut out because, again, they've got the enemy at one end, and that enemy are the boys from Big Brothers. And let me tell you one thing, they are looking good. They are coming in. Supari Gang, of course, getting multiple eliminations. We did see that EXO went out, Nigma Galaxy went out. All the big dogs are falling. Well, they aren't underdogs anymore. They definitely are the rising stars.
Absolutely, but there is still one team keeping the dream alive, and right now it is Reckoning Esports with 6 finishes and all 4 of their members still standing. But in the meantime, 2OP are caught in a bit of a tussle with them. Reckoning, they also need to get one of the members back up on their feet, but those mollies coming in is going to prevent them from rotating out over here. He was hoping that maybe it goes inside and maybe it actually does connect on the players fallen down, but no such luck today. Bandy and Sandy, they're going to have to hold on to their horses, get those angles, and then maybe they could set up for a couple of finishes over here. But look at Skrills, he's got the high ground with the DP28 and he's watching his teammates back very, very well. Great positioning by Reckoning here.
It is, and Supari Gang eliminating yet another team. They've managed to wipe out BB Easy 2-4 in the blink of an eye. I guess that little assault did not work out for them as Krells. Ooh, he does have the skills. He spots the enemy in the distance, and through that little crack between the grass and the vehicle, he sees a foot, takes a few shots, and brings down one of his opponents. Again, his position is going to be pivotal because TSG are going to have to come out. That grenade is dangerous. Oh my goodness, all 3 members of 247 could have been taken out, but it's not the grenade. It is going to be the machine guns that are doing all the talking.
Yeah, look at Skrills' positioning is so wonderful. They can't go on either side of that Jeep. On one side, there's 3 members of Reckoning. On the other side, there's Skrills with the high ground on top of that roof. And Bandy is actually going to be trying to steal all those finishes from them. He's going to shoot from under the vehicle, and boom goes the Jeep. And with that, Bandy will seal away all the 3 knocks that Reckoning lined up for themselves.
It is, of course, Reckoning's grenade that came in and, well, wreaked havoc. And, well, Bandy did not get the memo. That team is dead, buddy. Now you've got to focus at the enemy just beyond that wall. And, well, beyond that wall, RGE are going to deploy some smokes. Again, Skrill's position is so important because no one is going to be expecting, cover coming in from outside the circle as they are going to make a move to OP. They are ready for that little assault. They are ready to thwart an attack. Question is, are they going to be doing so right now? Because they have 3 members and the numerical advantage, well, could be a disadvantage for them. But for now, TSG are coming in, and have a look at that. LR with the lone survivor, Pyro. Is he going to light the world on fire?
Yeah, the Supari Gang are playing a very dangerous game over here. They're trying to move in from the smokes. These smokes could dissipate at any point, and then Reckoning will have a clear line of sight towards the Supari Gang. They need to make sure that they take these fights right now, or they might be eliminated just like this as Bandy finds one with the frag grenade, looking for more over here. They're going to stop moving out. They know they've got the numbers advantage. They will paying attention to the HUD, and they will move forward and secure all of these finishes for themselves. Not only do they steal 3 from right into the nose of Reckoning, they will also go for more over here. The boys, Bandy, Mandy, Sandy, and Andy, all coming in action over here. Can they find that final frag? Yes, they can. No, he's still standing, but he will finally be taken down over here. The Supari Gang have been eliminated in 4th place, leaving 2OP officials, Reckoning Esports, and Long Rain in the fight.
Well, 2OP are living up to the name. They are overpowered, but can they go up against Reckoning? Because, like we said, it is going to be their day now. Uproar with that volley.
that
Could
volley!
be problematic. Sandy might just be burned to a crisp. There you have it. Before the first aid came in, well, the flames reached his feet a lot quicker, and now the push is coming in. They know the compound is theirs for the taking because, well, the remaining members of 2OP are outside. Pyro's been taken out. This is a 2v2 situation. Well, a 4v2 right now as Bandy is the last man standing, and there you have it. It is all over. Looks like it is going to be a day of reckoning as one of the favorites are going to come out on top and, well, walk away with that first delicious chicken dinner.
Absolutely, Reckoning, they kept their calm, they kept their cool, and I think it's all hats off to their positioning. The way Skrills was present on top of that rooftop, keeping an eye on every rotation around. Where the hell are Reckoning's threats? There's nowhere to be found because Skrills is keeping them all at bay.
Talk about being in an eagle's nest. Talk about having that bird's eye view. You basically see all the little ants, rushing about in the distance, and all you got to do is make sure, take a deep breath, then take your pop shots.
I need to take a deep breath.
That game was just exciting at the end. And again, 2OP, they did play an amazing game. So did quite a few other teams. But unfortunately, well, the pressure from all the sides just mounted on them. And boy, the amount of grenades we saw this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of grenades being used. We have lots of grenade finishes as well. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that now and seeing how many knocks and how many finishes were found. I do want to say though, 2OP, the way they played their position was beautiful. They deployed those smokes coming in. They were even paying attention to the HUD, so they knew as soon as they got one knock on the member of the Supari Gang, they could push forward with the man advantage and take the fight to them.
Now, if you are joining us just now, well, for next time, make sure you do tune in at 5 p.m. That is when all the action starts. But for now, if you missed any of the action, well, we have the highlights for you, and it isn't going to be good if you are a fan of Nigma Galaxy, because early on, they lost 2 of the members, and well, that did kind of dictate their gameplay for the remainder of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, Nigma Galaxy was just thwarted by the fact that two of the members went down early on. I'm not too sure what was the need of the aggression over there. They were too split up across the map. They didn't anticipate being taken out so easily. And once again, aggression for its own sake, without any understanding of how it works, without any technicalities, can be super hard. Rahul, well, the buggy went boom, and so did he.
So did he. Of course, those screams could be heard all around Erangel as he was burned to a crisp. But again, this fight over here, F1, now they did push into Reckoning's position. Remember, we did see this. Reckoning Esports did the right thing. They backed off slowly and steadily, but they still had those angles, set up. They had those crossfires set up. F1, they were baited in. They got to that little shack and they were like, uh-oh, we've just made a terrible mistake. And, well, they did try to, like you said, thwart the attack. Unfortunately, Reckoning was just too wrapped around them. One man did manage to survive, but again, one man can only do so much.
Absolutely. I mean, Reckoning, well, I have to say the positioning was amazing in that game. But once again, Team EXO, they got to be a little bit careful with the way they're playing this. They seem to be a little confident coming in. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah, K9, they were just in a world of trouble here.
This is when Immortal just let loose.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Immortal was just like, you know what, these are all mine. I will take all of them up. But then K9 actually got sniped from the back by, once again, I believe it was 2 OP as well, who got those couple of finishes over there, managed to sneak their way in. And once again, just 2 OP being like a very sly fox coming in the nick of time to steal the kill away.
Again, this is the aim of the game is basically to eliminate everyone else. But people over here this time were being friendly because, again, you got cover from unexpected places. You going up against Team A, but Team C comes and helps you out inadvertently. But then again, once Team A is dealt with, well, you're going to have to deal with what is left. But now XTR, oh boy, I mean, when you have to crawl your way out of the blue zone, A, it's going to do a lot of damage. B, people do have vision on you, and, well, shots are going to be fired. But now Daddy had enough at this point. He's like, you know what? I know Team EXO is in there. He has that big M249. He has 120 rounds in his magazine, and, well, he just let them do all the talking.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, I just have to say, the way Reckoning and 2OP played this, once again, really, really top tier. And we get to see, right, the invited teams, they may be good, but these underdogs coming in, these guys are just giving them a run for their money over here. Soon enough, they might just even be stealing away that grand prize.
It's all about opportunities. Now, the teams that are invited because, they did good in the past. And again, that was then. The teams that are new, oh, that was a massive grenade that we did see. And of course, it did come in courtesy Reckoning Esports. Coming back to my point real quick, again, we are seeing the next superstars. So, they're not the underdogs anymore here, Floki.
Oh,
yeah. It all came down. Have a look at how they crossed the walls at the same time. They're like, oh, wait a second, I wasn't supposed to do that. It could have gone either way for the Safari gang or 2OP, but at the end, again, Sandy does have a good position, but Reckoning, boy, they just had this little burn, this little molly over here was what started the demise for 2OP.
Absolutely, I have to say, the way the Safari gang played that, like I said at that moment, it is a little bit risky. Sure, you're using the enemy smokes against them, but when you don't have the man advantage, just push such a heavily fortified compound, you can be in a world of trouble. And we saw that as soon as those smokes dissipated, I believe one of the players got knocked down, and 2OP were like, we've been paying attention, we've been watching the hood, we will push you and we will take all of those frags for ourselves. And they could do that very well because they knew that despite Reckoning and EXO being on the other side, they have the wall of cover. There's no one to really stop them and shoot them in the back.
Also, in such close proximity, your sound sense needs to be on point. You need to be able to differentiate whether the footsteps are on the ground down below or whether they are above or below you. Because again, if you mess that up, well, chances are your lives could be snuffed out. Now, of course, we do know who walked away with the chicken dinner, but we are going to have the points table coming up in a short amount of time. But again, I got to say one thing. What I take back from this game. A lot of teams did their homework. They did survive till the end. A couple of mishaps here and there when, of course, some teams pushed up against compounds and, well, the compounds fought back. But towards the end, it was pretty even, Steven, and it's exciting because this goes to show they've already dictated, they've already set the terms for what the pace is going to be in the games to come.
I mean, not only that, just all these teams showing that they're not afraid of the top dogs over here. I mean, there were so many situations where EXO were being pushed, right? There were so many situations where all of these other teams, they were like, okay, I guess we have to defend a compound over here. We saw one of the teams get a bit too overconfident. We saw how that ended. I hope Nigma Galaxy learn their lesson once again and we don't get to see a repeat of day one because, well, this is kind of looking similar to that, so maybe they can break the chain over here, but if they don't, then they might not be long for the semi-finals.
The silver lining for them, 6 games. 1 game done and dusted. So again, we were talking about having that little bit of leeway for mistakes. Well, they made the mistake. Chances are, or rather the hopes are, that they now fix that and come out stronger in the next game. But again, 5 more chances till this day does end. Now, same goes for every other team out there. All in all, I do believe quite a lot of the teams, they did get a taste of blood They did get a few finishes. If not a few finishes, they definitely got some damage
Oh,
on the board. But the thing is, now they just have to take this, whether good or bad, and carry it forward into the next few rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to live with what just happened, or just, chuck it out of your mind and focus on the couple of games that are coming in next. Because if you just let that fester, you let that negativity breed and brood inside your mind, it's going to affect your performance in the second game. And you don't want to be in that spot because, once again, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not about how fast you can run. It's about how long you can run. And I'm going to keep making those Rocky Balboa references.
And speaking of running, I'm pretty sure if you go from here to there, he's going to be out of breath because I'm going to keep bringing it up every single day. You look fitter than me, so you should be. But again, I'm not going to be running and checking anything. But now, before we do go to the points table, again, anything that pops out in your mind from what you just saw?
Yeah, one thing that does pop up in my mind is that clearly the invited teams think that they have some sort of edge, at least with the behavior of one of them. I'm not sure if I can speak for all the others, but once again, all these teams need to understand that the playing field is level, and perhaps these teams, the newer ones who have made it all the way from the first round, they might know something that these guys do not, so maybe give them some respect and learn from them, more importantly, so you can use that against them in the future.
Now, what stands against the big dogs, or the known teams, as I would like to call them now, is, well, they are known. So basically, they have seen their games. I mean, if I was one of the new boys, if I was fresh meat, I would definitely make sure that all my information, all the entertainment that I do absorb following up to the game is going to be about my opponents. I'm going to watch their every single move. I'm going to see what they are versatile in. I'm going to put the pressure on. If they are good at long distance engagements, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try and cut that distance down. So again, I do believe why these underdogs or the newer teams are shining bright is because they have done their homework, and well, sooner or later, we are going to have more days of action. Some other teams are going to come in. Let's see if it's going to be the same. But for now, it is going to be, well, these teams. And without further ado, we already know who won the chicken dinner. Let's have a look and see how all the teams did because, well, the point standing is on our table now. And at the tippity top, Reckoning Esports, 15 points for that chicken, 11 from finishes, 26 in total.
Absolutely. And guess what? I mean, they have, well, they could have gotten even more finish points if it weren't for 2OP official. I believe twice or maybe even thrice I saw 2OP officials just stealing finishes away from other teams. Being that, sly hyena or that sly fox that comes and then just runs away with the prey, and all of a sudden the lion's like, what the hell, dude? I stalked that guy for like an hour. And then, of course, you've got the Supari gang in third place. Once again, great performance by them, 18 points, but somewhere or the other, they did believe that they had an advantage, and that advantage, well, it was slowly fading away.
Now, there's a major contrast as far as long-range game is compared to the ones on top. Now, they only have 2 finishes. However, you did see that one man, Pyro, survive till the end, and walking away in the third position, well, it is not going to be a bad outing. Now, of course, they do want to make sure they add a few more finishes, but let's see what's happening on the other side of this table because, well, you are going to see a few disappointing names here.
Absolutely, Odisha Esports not really being there up in the top 8 with only 5 points to their name. Exterminators in 10th place as well. Red Cross, Enigma Galaxy, UDOG India, a team we were all expecting would do really, really well given their 3 chicken dinners. Not having the best of starts once again. Team Chicken Rushers in 14th place, Keenan Officials in 15th, and Force 1 in 16th place. Once again, the invited teams taking a bit of a beating over here.
Well, they are taking a beating, but again, kudos to all the new teams because, like I said, they have done their homework. Now, again, Floki, we can just beat around this bush, right? I guess everybody listening to us is also sick and tired of us hearing that. But now let's have a look and see which one man or woman stood head and shoulders above everyone else. Well, it's going to be Bandy from 2OP, who is going to walk away the iQOO MVP in the first game.
Absolutely. He might as well add a T towards the end of his name because that's what he was in the previous game. A bandit stealing all of those finishes away from his enemy members. And, well, there you go. I mean, his stats speak for themselves. 2 headshots to his name. I'm quite sure you're going to be proud of that. He's got 1 assist as well. 120 healing done with a survival time of 24 minutes 51 seconds. Great performance coming up by this man, and I'm glad to see it's a 2OP member on that MVP board. Not one of those Reckoning members because they did really, really well. But it's more about their team. With 2OP, some of these players they do tend to stand out.
Well, let's have a look and see if 2OP is going to be joined by his teammates. Nope, you're right because Bandy of course did a lot of work on his own. But as far as Reckoning Esports is concerned, Maxi OP is going to make a little bit of an appearance in the third position with 4 finishes. In second, of course, we have Nickel from the Supari gang. In fourth, we have Demise from Odisha Esports, formerly known as Scythe Chronos. Well, actually, they still are. And of course, Daddy is going to be joining us in 5th with 4 finishes to himself.
Absolutely. I mean, great performance by the Supari gang as well. I think if they were a little bit more patient, they could have got even better positioning, even better placements over here, because all they had to do was play the war of attrition for a little bit, but they got a little desperate. They wanted to push the advantage, and well, they got completely screwed over. But these are the stats that we always love to talk and see about.
Well, I did think we are going to have a lot of finishes coming in from grenades. 93 grenades used, 7 of which ended up finishing people and putting them 6 feet under, but a lot more making sure they were brought down to their knees in the first place.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, I mean, the grenade finishes, they are higher than yesterday in comparison.
On average.
On average, absolutely. I mean, previously we used to see something like a 10% success rate, with the number of grenades thrown, the number of finishes found. But once again, no airdrops being looted. I think that is a little bit painful to watch, given seeing how close they were.
It hurts even more when you see cars whizzing right past it. It's like, nah, just stop, take it and get back in. But now let's have a look at a few graphs, because the finish to damage performance graph is going to be creeping up on our screens. And like I said, a few teams, they did get a taste for blood. I don't see anyone walking away with 0 damage. Unfortunately, they have their work cut out in front of them.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. I mean, Team EXO having 1400 damage done with 7 finishes, once again being very efficient over here. But we've also got Musty Zone and 2 OP with a fair amount of damage done themselves. I believe that is 2080 points of damage for 2 OP official. And well, they certainly are proving that they are indeed 2 OP.
They are, and again, it's all about the positioning, right? Because we did see the Supari gang in a good position earlier, but then 2 OP comes in, takes them out. Like you said, they were keeping an eye out on the numbers, or rather, they were keeping an air out on the numbers. That is where that sound sense comes in. All those little pitter-patter of feet, it's not the mice, it's actually enemies just running around, and you've got to make sure you can pinpoint exactly where that enemy lies. Now, of course, that was the end of Game 1, and by the look of things, Game 2 should begin shortly. Now, this time, we are going to be switching to the deserts of Miramar.
Absolutely. Miramar should be absolutely fun. But you know what? This tournament, it would not have been possible without our lovely sponsors right here, the iQOO Legend 7.
I mean, let me tell you one thing. This is what Legends are made of. And again, thank you for the opportunity for all these teams, come in and showcase their skills. But you know what? Let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, once again powered by the iQOO 7 Legend itself. We've had a bit of a switcheroo over here. I believe XP has been booted out, and in his place, we've got Spiro Death himself. Spiro, you've been watching the previous game. How are you doing, and what did you feel like when you saw that game? Give me one word for an emotion that you felt after watching that game.
Oh boy, I'm here and I'm fired up after watching that game. It was just amazing. I mean, the way these teams are playing, especially Reckoning, they were fearless, they were aggressive, and they were everything a good team should be. But talking about teams, Team EXO, I thought their basics were really good. They were trying to get into a really great space, but the moment they entered that house, I was like, that house is going to be their graveyard.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, you have to remember that if you're ever playing without information, you are sort of running blind to the enemy team. So, EXO, that lack of patience really got to them in the end, didn't it? I mean, if they waited out a bit more, maybe they could have walked away with more placement points.
Pressure, pressure. It's all about the zone. And, to Team EXO, they wanted to enter the zone. They wanted to have a decent compound in the zone. And in the end, it didn't work out for them. But Miramar is going to be their game because it's their favorite map and they're going to play well in that. But we'll see about it.
Well, you know what? There's another team that did really really well. I want to talk a little bit more about that. Too OP official. I mean, if there are a couple of, lions, a couple of hyenas in the mix, then too OP are the foxes because they are the ones stealing away all the finishes from the enemy team. I think we saw EXO down a couple of members from K9. Too OP came in and stole that. Reckoning they got a couple of knocks themselves. Too OP went in and stole that as well. I mean, the way too OP seem to play this is just so clever, right? They use minimal amounts of resources and they get the most value out of every bullet that they fire. Just making sure that they don't even have to be the ones to secure the knocks. They just go in for the finishes themselves.
Well, the name says it all. 2 OP, they are 2 OP. And I have to say, it doesn't matter if you knock the player or not. In the end, it's just, it's all about the points table. If you can get a spot on the points table, that is enough. But 2 OP officials, I would love to see them in Miramar. Let's see how are they going to play.
Absolutely. Well, you need to make your way to the top 6 if you want to make it to the semi-final. So once again, like you said, every point counts. But if you are the team that gets eliminated before the 8th place, you're not really going to feel the impact of those finish points coming in, because once again, it is not only a game that is meant to see how many finishes you can get, but also meant to see how long can you survive. Survival is the name of the game, and well, that is exactly what one of the members from Long Rain did. He stayed alive as long as possible, got that 3rd place finish, and got those 10 placement points to his name as well. Let's have a look at the player face-off over here that we have between these two teams. It's going to be between Immortal from EXO and I believe that is Mr. Spray from Reckoning Gaming.
Well, absolutely. Reckoning, their IGL played really well. He got 3 finishes, he got the damage of 388, he got 2 assists. There was 0 headshots among them, but the survival time was really good, 25.9 minutes. Talking about EXO Immortal, we call him Dr. Immortal, and you will see why in Sanhok, but right now it was Erangel. He got 3 finishes, 295 damage, 1 assist, and the survival time of 22.11.
Absolutely. Well, if he is indeed Dr. Immortal, he is going to come in very handy on Miramar, because you have to remember, Spiro, long-range knocks are a thing on this map, and if you've got a teammate nearby who can get him back up on his feet, well, you're going to be good, but otherwise you could be in a world of trouble. Let's have a look at the squad face-off for now. It's going to be the top dogs, Reckoning Esports, against the members of the Supari gang. Reckoning Esports slightly edging them out in terms of finishes, but overall the Supari gang putting up quite a fight.
That's a great game, to be honest, by the Supari gang. The way they handled the pressure, the way they halted their compound, it was all beautiful. But talking about Reckoning Esports, the best thing about Reckoning Esports that they were not feeling the pressure, they were not jittery, they were clear in their head, they were seeing some enemies and they were rushing at them. The way they played is beautiful, but I would love to see if they can carry out the form in Miramar as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see if Reckoning can put up that performance and if the Supari gang can follow on hot pursuit as well. But once again, I believe I've seen a total of at least 3 teams making it to the top 6 right away in the first match. And if anything, this tournament is proving that the teams who have come here from the open qualifiers certainly have something to say and can match up to the caliber of all of these invited teams. Once again, they're putting up those fists in the air, they're going out and brawling, getting bloody, and they're coming out on top.
They're not underdogs anymore. I can clearly say they are here to win. And, to be honest, I felt that they are looking more comfortable as compared to Nigma Galaxy, who were just trying to rush in that compound without any information. I think the new teams, the Rising Stars, they are here. They're looking really good. And I think the way they are playing, they're not going to be Rising Stars anymore. They're going to be Stars, actually.
Absolutely. They most certainly could be the Stars themselves. But if they actually want to get there, there are a couple of hurdles along their way. You have to remember, Spiro, you need to make it to the semi-finals first, where only 24 teams are going to be going. And from there, another 8 are going to be saying goodbye, as we'll have only 16 teams for the grand final. So if you want to see some money, if you want to see the prize pool trickle down towards you, and get yourself some of that moolah, you gotta make your way all the way to the grand finals instead. That is where the money awaits. That is where all the cash lies. Of course, there's gonna be prizes for individual performances as well, but at the end of the day, if you don't make it to the grand finals, you get nothing.
Well, it's all about the title, I believe. Money is important. We all love money. But you're going to spend it anyways. But you will never take the tag off your, title. That title is everything. If you reach the finals, I'm telling you, that is a legacy that you will be proud of.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, that is definitely a story you can tell your kids, but I'm quite sure the money, it probably helps. It motivates them a little bit. If you can't put food on your table, then you can't really do this. So, once again, thanks to the iQOO 7 Legend for sponsoring this event and making sure it's got that big, chunky, massive prize pool. But we've done enough talking for the meantime. In case you've missed out on the teams who have been coming up, the matchup should be on your screens, and you'll be able to figure out just which teams are playing this time around, and if your favorite team's in there as well. Let's just jump straight in and have a look for ourselves. Team UDog India Odisha Esports Esports, formerly known as Scythe Chronos. We've got Team EXO as well, Exterminator Esports, Team Red Cross, 247 Gaming, Musty Zone Gaming, and Team Nigma Galaxy.
Alongside them, we got some really amazing teams like 2OP Officials, Team Reckoning Esports. The way they played in Erangel was just amazing, and Miramar is going to be really important for them. I would love to see how they plan it out. Other than Reckoning Esports, I mean, there are a lot of teams who played well in round 3, but they are not able to play well in the first game. Well, only one game it is. I mean, I have to say 5 more remaining, and they can play really well in that. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, we got K9 Officials, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, we got Force One. I have to say bad game for Force One, but they would love to make a comeback in Miramar.
Absolutely. I mean, being eliminated in 16th place is not a way that the team wants to go out, but hopefully this time around the performance can be a little bit better. We've also got, the Supari Gang and Big Brothers and lots of other teams in here who, well, I wasn't really expecting to see a lot of, but then once again, we saw one of the members from Team Long Range survive until the very end. He got that 3rd place finish, got those 10 placement points, and snuck into the top 6. And once again, this just goes to show that if you're a team who keeps your wits about you, who stays calm in these sorts of situations, analyzes the map around them, uses their game sense, is able to figure out where the fights are going to be breaking out and what areas are going to be safe, you can still get those points even if your teammates are all gone. But you know what? We've done enough yapping. I think we've talked enough. I think I want to be having a look at Miramar soon enough, as I do believe the players are going to be jumping into the spawn island at any given second, and we should be having a look at the map of Miramar.
Miramar is just amazing. I mean, personally, it's my favorite map. It has a great opportunity for a lot of players who wants to fight it out. I mean, third-party opportunities are also there, but to be honest, 4v4 fights in Miramar are going to be a beautiful sight, just like this mountain. I mean, the basics of Miramar, they are simple. You loot, you go to a higher ground, you get a decent position in the zone, and from there, you want to take out your opponents one by one by one.
Absolutely, you kind of want to make sure that you have the high ground, and once again, this is why the western part of the map is usually hotly contested, right? Because that is where all the hilly terrain is. That is where you've got Power Grid, that's where you got Picado as well, and well, this building right here, I believe in the middle of Los Leones, is also another place that you can, get your eyes on. Well, it's a very good sniping angle to have, especially if you're holding something like a DMR, or maybe even an AWM from a supply drop. You could just end up lining lots of shots up for yourself and getting all those free finish points to your name. But yeah, I have to say, it is one of those maps where if a team does not respect the circle, if they do not respect the zone, then soon enough they are going to be screwed over by the terrain of the field. Because once again, if you don't have the high ground and you're not choosing to rotate in, you're thinking about going in late instead, it could backfire very, very heavily on Miramar, because people do tend to hold on to that high ground areas even when the zone is closing in, just to make sure they're able to get those couple of extra finishes and that no one can really stop them from rotating in.
It's all about getting your basics right. In this map, if you are not feeling comfortable, you're going to go down. The most important part is going to be the loot. The most important part is going to be, are you going to have any drop clashes? You have to survive the early phases, and then you want to have a really good spot in the zone. And if you can do that, I think you can get some decent points out of it.
Absolutely. Well, we should be having a look at these teams jumping in and the flight path as well soon enough, as we should be jumping into the game in just a couple of seconds over here. I personally am going to keep my eyes peeled out for UDOG India and EXO as well, because these are teams I want to see more of. I want to see them make it to the semi-finals. So let's see what the performance is going to look like in this game. Well, as of now, the flight path, it is going to be a little bit skewed towards the east. If you can make out where we are, well, kudos to you. But in case you aren't, there's the flight path on your screens right now. We are going to be starting at Torre Ahumada and ending all the way south of Los Leones, close to Puerto Paraiso, and we'll see where these teams end up dropping in. Of course, El Pozo going to be a little bit hard to access, Monte Nuevo as well going to be off the grid for now, but hey, we should be see a lot of teams trying to make their way towards Picado, Graveyard, and maybe even Power Grid.
Well, it's time you have to take off the mask of nervousness and entertain the crowd. It's time you get some points on the table. For a lot of teams, the first match was not good. I'm talking about Nigma Galaxy, I'm talking about Force One. They have to get on the board right now. For teams like Reckoning Esports, TSG, they have to make sure they continue their consistency. For a team like EXO, they would love to win this one, because we were talking about basics, Floki, and the Team EXO is a team who's are really good at technical stuff. They always have a really good position in Miramar. They always try to split up their powers, and I would love to see if they can do that in this one.
Absolutely, but for the meantime, we are seeing a lot of teams dropping in early towards Torre Humada and trying to make their way towards Campo Militar. This is actually going to be the squad of Reckoning Esports themselves, who are going to be very, very happy with that flight path and have a fair amount of options available to them. They kind of want to make their way towards Campo Militar. That is where all the good stuff is. But once again, the circle, it's going to form at the smack dab center, and there's going to be Los Leones in play and also Picado in the general vicinity. I'm curious to see if the circle is going to shift because, man, this is an interesting circle. It is not skewed towards any particular side of the map, and it does leave room for all of these teams to have a piece of the real estate without really having to clash and fight.
Absolutely. I'm talking about Reckoning Esports. They love Torre Amuda, they love the northern parts, and to be honest, they don't have any competition there. They can easily loot, they can grab some really good loots, and as you were saying, you have options as well. Meanwhile, talking about Maxi, he got a level 2 helmet already. He would love to have a level 2 vest as well. He got 3 first aids, 1 brink, and I think UMP is a beautiful weapon, but he might be looking for some AR, it seems.
Absolutely, they are looking for an AR as of now, but Skrills, well, last time around he had the DP28. This time around he has a DMR, so he can make sure that he watches the flying for his team even a lot better for now. But yeah, Reckoning Esports, no one to really contest them in Torre Humada, so they should be able to get themselves every piece of utility and loot over here. See a couple of vests, see a couple of helmets, a couple of weapons ready up as well. They would like to get their hands on maybe a jeep or any vehicle that's going to allow them to get the hell out of here and back towards safety. A buggy would be optimal given the terrain of the map. It allows them to go for some off-road, rotations that may be a little bit harder with some of these other vehicles coming in, but yeah, we'll see what they get their hands on. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the Sapari gang. Once again, a strong team from last game who really put up a great performance and ended, I think, in the 4th place as well, right behind Team Long Green. I believe they might have been ahead of Team Long Green. Yeah, I think Team Long Green probably finished in 4th place overall, where the 3rd place finished in terms of placement points. So, yeah, the Sapari gang, well, they've had a strong start. And once again, on this map, it doesn't seem like anyone's going to be contesting them in Miramar. They're all the way by themselves. I believe they're somewhere close in Los Leones, and they are, right outside the tall cement structure that does allow them to have a big line of sight around the map. But never mind, it's actually the members of iQOO who are closer to that, so we'll see if they use that high ground to their advantage.
Absolutely. Team iQOO, if you talk about their strategy in Miramar, they don't like taking any early gunfights. They always try to survive in the first few minutes, and after that, they try to get into a higher position. From there, they would love to get some advantageous spot, and if they can get that, it would be just awesome. But right now, every team is just busy looting. They don't want to start early. They don't want to fight right now. They just want to loot. They just want to get a decent spot in the zone, and I think TSG and iQOO, they already are in the zone, so they are just focusing on loot right now.
Absolutely. I mean, TSG, in the meantime, they're not really keen on taking any fights against the members of iQOO. They're more than happy with the amount of real estate they've got covered. They have decent lines of sights across the map. Of course, they don't have the highest point, which they would like to have in Los Leones, but they've got enough. They can make work with it, and they can even gatekeep some of these teams coming in. In fact, Big Brother might be coming in under the line of fire soon enough, but they do seem to be rotating away from Los Leones and not into that area. And well, right close to them in Chumacero, there is also Team K9 officials. Team K9, and well, they didn't have a very good start last time around. They walked into the middle of a couple of teams, got shot at from every single angle, and in the end, they met a very, very nasty fate. Hopefully this time around, they can change it, and maybe their journey and their destination is going to change along with it as well. In the meantime, Force One, a team that didn't really have the best of starts this time around, well, having their pick of loot as well. They've got their hands on a buggy, and this is going to allow them to go for those off-road rotations that we always talk about. Of course, the buggy, a very crucial vehicle, but well, okay, well, that's one way to flip over a vehicle. He's going to try to ram his buggy into it and maybe flip it over, but I don't think he is going to be successful. They might just have to piggyback on the back of that buggy and try to make their way in. Well, he's going to get inside the car. Not too sure if that's going to make a big difference, but Strider is going to go again. Maybe the second time's a charm. No, I think if he... Oh, there we go. It's going to be flipped over. Finally, they're going to have all the vehicles in the world to work with. Strider Well done, my friend. Now you just have to play the rest of the game, get those finish points and get those placement points, because so far there has been no action whatsoever.
Mission accomplished, I would say. I mean, that was a good one coming in from Shrider. Talking about Reckoning Esports, already they started their rotation.
Very inspirational.
Very inspirational. They already started their rotation. They already went to the edge of the zone, I believe, and I don't think they would love to take a fight right now. They want to survive till a later stage, and after that, I think they are going to show some really good action. But moving on, a lot of teams are just trying to get some decent loot at this point of time. They don't want any piece of that action. They want to survive, they want to get some position points, and you know what, Floki, you don't want to be the team who got eliminated at 16 position.
Absolutely, you never want to be that team, but given the way the circle is formed, once again, like I said earlier, there's going to be a lot of real estate to work with, so I don't imagine any of these teams going out on adventures and trying to find a couple of finish points, because so far everything is looking okay for them. And I believe Dark is going to be very, very happy to find this vehicle right now. It's got that off-road potential as well to work with those massive tires, making sure that, well, your car doesn't get flipped over so easily. And we'll see what Dark decides to do with it, or rather where he wants to go. For the time being, they're still in the zone. They are headed in, they are in Impala, but they might be headed towards La Bendita or even Los Leones, where there is the Supari gang as well as Team EXO waiting for them. In the meantime, 2OP officials, they finished in second place, much like the name suggests, in the last game. Do you think they can put up a repeat performance this time? I mean, so far, they're looking good in terms of loot and whatnot.
I mean, we would love to see that. I personally love the name, Floki. What about you?
I love it. 2OP, I mean, all of the player names as well, you know, Bandy, Mandy, Sandy, and Andy, they've got that brothers vibes going on over here, and you know, when you see them on the hood, when you see them on the feed, you also just tend to chuckle a little bit and maybe, you know, draw your focus away from the game, and that is when 2OP catches you off guard.
Well, absolutely. I think that could be a plan for them. I mean, they want their opponent to be focusing on their names instead of their positions, and that might work for them. Moving on, I think there are a lot of teams who just want to win this. I mean, it's their dream to win BGIS. It's quarterfinals going on. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of people watching. I wonder how they're going to perform under pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, I do wonder if they're going to be able to perform under pressure or if they're going to crumble once again. But Musty Zone Gaming, I believe they were the ones who were on the receiving end of the aggression early on in the last game at the hands of Nigma Galaxy. This time around, a much more peaceful start for them. No one really to bother them just yet. But, well, I do imagine that there should be another team closing in on their position soon enough. In the meantime, they're just going to be happy with every piece of utility that they can find. And La Bendita, well, it is all theirs for the taking. Although there is U-Dog somewhere close, they might just have a better line of sight for them. Yes, you can admire that little artwork there, Rex. But in the meantime, well, looks like once again K9 official gonna be under the line of fire over here, and it's gonna be Big Brothers Esports who are the ones responsible for all that carnage.
I think K9 just got spotted. Meanwhile, they were trying to rotate to a decent spot. I don't think they have any casualties. No, they won't be having any casualties right now. The zone is going to shrink in. I would love to see where it's going. It is a eastern-northern shift, and a lot of teams are already in the zone. Look at the position of Reckoning. They're at a beautiful spot, but there's a lot of competition going to happen there. It's going to be utter chaos, Floki, in the next few circles.
Absolutely. I mean, even on top of that, if you had a look at where the Supari gang were placed, they can gatekeep the members from EXO from coming in, but instead it looks like the Supari gang themselves will prioritize going in first. Force One, on the other hand, they are just chilling here inside this little barn area. They don't have anyone to be afraid of, as they know that they're still inside the circle and they don't really need to go out anywhere on a bit of an adventure or a bit of a fact-finding mission. This little area, though, I don't think it's the best place to hold. I think water treatment is one of those places where, you know, I mean, you can maybe stay there for a little while, but in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the members of 247 Gaming. Ninja might be able to find Nikki OP, and yes, he indeed will be able to take him down. Rahul gets the credit for that finish. And a couple of other members from Red Cross as well, trying to go around the mountain over here, trying to make their way all the way towards Hacienda del Patron, which is empty for the time being.
Well, finally we are witnessing some fight, some action is happening. U-Dog India, they're trying to take out, I have to say, I mean, this is not going to be easy. I mean, this graveyard is a very weird location. The terrain is different. The buildings are just a little different. Let's see how they're going to play. Team Orisha Esports, I believe, let's see what they are going to. They got a new name. They got some sponsors. They have to prove themselves to the sponsors as well. But most of all, they have to prove themselves how good you are in BGIS.
Absolutely. I mean, if they can be, you know, one of those top tier teams who go in and take out the big dog. Certainly a lot of eyes are going to be in their direction, but in the meantime, U-Dog, they're not going to look to repeat the same mistake that they made in the first game. They're going to try to survive as long as possible. In the meantime, if you are keeping an eye on the number of members alive, Red Cross has lost 2, unfortunately, so they're going to have to go for those placement points instead. But in the meantime, once again, U-Dog looking to get aggressive over here. Have to be a little bit careful so that, they don't get caught off guard by these members on the side of Odisha Esports. They've got the high ground to work with. They've also got another member out on a bit of a flank over here, so it's not going to be so easy to come all the way around. In fact, Pooja, once again, going to be able to knock out one of the members of Red Cross. Zerif goes down. And looks like Pooja might just be able to push in over here and take that frag for him or herself. There is Team K9 officials in the vicinity, and Zerif most certainly should be biting the dust over here. No one to help, no one to keep him safe over here, and he has given up on life. Pooja SP gets the credit for that finish. 247 gaming, they have 3 finishes to their name, all on Red Cross.
Well, absolutely, Zerif found himself in the middle of nowhere, but the K9 shooter,
Oh.
what a brilliant car 98. Would he be able to get the headshot down? That is a question. But meanwhile, U-Dog, Fearless getting the knock on Demise, and I would love to see Odisha Esports. Are they going to survive in that graveyard? Meanwhile, 247 Gaming, Pooja is trying to revive her teammate, it seems, and Mega RCS gets the revive, but it's a reset again.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a reset coming in. I mean, he's going to be able to get back up on his feet and heal. But once again, zone closing in. He might be forced to rotate soon enough. In the meantime, U-Dog turning their attention towards Odisha Esports. They will lose Rambo, although it is an exchange so far. Demise is going to be getting back up on his feet, and Arceus is keeping them in check, making sure they don't get a lot of real estate as he comes in from the flank. However, one of the members from Odisha Esports is all the way away from them. Who is it? I believe it is Omega, who is on an adventure, on a journey of his own. Not sure how he's going to be helping the team from that angle, but in the meantime, Team U-Dog India, they're going to continue to push in. They're going to continue to snatch up real estate. And once again, they might end up being shot over here. In fact, Dark and Dave are both going to go down. Thankfully, Fearless is right nearby to get them back up on their feet. But the members are pushing in on the side of Odisha Esports. They will be exchanging knocked in. One and Fearless will try and go for it and maybe get the second player who's also coming in on his way. But once again, 2 knocks being exchanged so far and no one coming out on top just yet. Dark has bit the dust here. Dave will be gotten back up on his feet. But Odisha Esports, with 2 of their members knocked over here, they either need to go in for the res or they need to go in for the frags themselves. And they seem to be tossing in a couple of nades in their general direction.
That was a beautiful opportunity for Odisha Esports. They managed to get a couple of players down. Another nade coming in from Omega. Beautiful nade. They would get another one. But you know why they can't rush in right now? Because 2 of their own people are down on their knees. First, the revival will happen. As I was saying that Omega is looking to revive his player. After the revival is complete, they would love to heal themselves. And after that, they would again wanted to get another knock in. And if they can get that, they might be rushing in. But at the same time, Floki, I would love to say if they are going to do that. Oh boy, U-Dog Fearless getting the knock on Arceus, and again U-Dog surviving against all odds.
Absolutely, but if you look in the distance, you did see the Sapari gang hearing all the commotion and trying to perk up a ear, seeing like, hey, what the hell's going on over here? Let's have a look. And they're going to be strolling in and third-partying in on all of this action over here. U-Dog India, they've already lost a couple of their members. They might be looking to go forward and get some more for themselves. But Odisha Esports, once again, quick on the device, quick on retreat. Oh no! He only sees a small silhouette of damage, but instead he's going to be knocked out by one of the members from Safari Gang. Mitchell spots out Fearless, takes him out. In the meantime, Rambo is going to blow up their vehicle, make sure that they don't have any escape plan whatsoever, and they are committed to this fight. Once again, you have to remember this is close to the center of the current circle. They are close to graveyard right now, and well, if they get that piece of real estate for themselves, then they could be controlling the entirety of the map and making sure that no team can come in without coming into their crosshairs first.
Well, absolutely. I think Team EXO is also joining the party. I just read the finish feed there. Team EXO is managing to get the finish on U-Dog player. I would love to see if they are here in the vicinity. Meanwhile, U-Dog India, Fearless, Rambo, the dynamic duo of these 2 players would love to take down Team Odisha Esports. A really great spray. I mean, he should have gotten the knock there, but because of reload, he was not able to.
Yeah, once again, and U-Dog India, they might be taking a bit too much time with this firefight. Slowly but surely, they're losing their members and they're attracting even more attention. I see 247 Gaming as well as Nigma Galaxy in the vicinity. And well, if they want, they can just go a little bit further and spot them out, join these 3 teams in on the action as well. But Fearless, well, doing justice to his name for now, is going to push forward, get back towards his teammates, and maybe try and take up a fight over here if his name does suggest that he is indeed Fearless. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the circle and see where it's going to be shifting. It does look like one of the members from 2OP has gone down, but in turn, they've got 2 members from Exterminators on their knees, crawling about. And it looks like Bandy is going to be finishing them off. He's got the suppressor on the AKM, so they can't figure out where he's going to be shooting from. At least the rest of the members are not. But Bandy is going to go back inside the house and make sure that the res is going to be safe. His teammates should be able to get back up on his feet. No grenade can harm them from this point. They are in a perfect spot, safe from all sorts of explosions. In the meantime, Exterminators, they're turning their attention towards 2OP, and maybe they go in and take this fight.
It is a safe spot, but I don't think it would be a safe spot because Force One is coming in. They are looking for the third party and they're looking to use their advantage, their zone. They would love to get some points here. They would love to do the third party. Meanwhile, Madara coming in, trying to revive Pro. Let's see if he would be able to do that. Oh, the nade coming in, and Madara sensed that. His sixth senses are really good. I think he understood the nade was coming there and he managed to survive that.
Oh, another nade going in is going to hit Madara. I am not sure if it dealt any damage. No, Madara is still alive in the meantime. He has not been flushed out just yet. Bandy going to cook up another nade. Does he see him coming? Does he actually throw it out the window? No. He's going to hold on to it for now. And now maybe try and go in for a second throw out in the open. Can he find Madara? Madara waiting around the corner. And well, he has an idea of when the nade was coming in, but he still ends up taking a little bit of damage towards the end. However, once again, like you mentioned, Spiro, this is attracting the attention of Force One, and they could force their way into this fight and maybe get a couple of knocks for themselves. In the meantime, I do believe the Sapari gamers are engaging the side of Team XO. However, we will keep our attention on the members of Force One as they are looking towards long range, but the Bucky provides a lot of cover from the back. And as soon as he got on that road, his back was against the members of Force One, and Force One could not find that knock. In the meantime, there is someone else who finds that knock. It is going to be the Sapari gang once again taking out the members from Pyro, taking out the members from long range, and it is Pyro who ends up going down over here. Exo Immortal, though, once again looking to join the party in a graveyard.
I think Exo, they just lost their superstar Punk, and I would love to see how they're going to cope up with the pressure with only 3 players still surviving. Look at the chaos, look at the minimap, look at how many teams are in that area. This vicinity is just chaotic, and I think he spotted someone, but as soon as he decided to take that shot, TSG Daddy just managed to find himself a cover.
Yeah, EXO, they have to be careful. They've lost one of their members, although they do have one finish point to their name. They do not want to be in the same position as last round, where they got eliminated in top 8 and to really get a lot of points for themselves. Well, the current circle, here it is. It is going to be a bit of a northeastern shift coming in, and we'll see if that does end up affecting the teams coming in from the west over here. I believe Red Cross, they've only got one member still alive. He's going to be getting into a vehicle and trying to make his way in there inside the circle, getting some piece of real estate. But once again, Team Big Brother's taking up the fight against Team Musty Zone. 2 of their players knocked down on the feet, 1-8 points too, and the Molly Bully, the third one alive. Musty will also be taken down, and Musty Zone Gaming have been eliminated in 16th place. Big Brother Esports are the ones to thank for that. And in fact, the carnage is going to continue over here because Fearless, he is rattling off a few shots, attracting the attention, and he might just lead them into Nigma Galaxy. There is also Orisha Esports around the corner, and all you dog are really looking to do is cause some commotion, then slip out of the cover of darkness with those smokes. Hopefully they get to rotate out and maybe get themselves into a position where there is less action going on and it's easier to have an angle on your enemy team.
I would love to see the final few circles where it would be, because have a look at Reckoning Esports. They have a beautiful position on that mountaintop, and nobody is near them. They're having a really quiet time. They are talking about XTR. They're also having a decent position there on the northern side. I would love to see where the zone is going to go, and it is going towards the southern area. I don't think Reckoning would have any trouble going there. I mean, their rotations are pretty clear. The backs are clear as well. They are going to find a decent spot in the zone. Talking about long rain, their rain must be long if they have the center of the zone, and yes, they have it.
Yep, they most certainly do. Let's see if they can drain that circle for long like their name suggests, but in the meantime, we can turn our attention back towards Team XO. We're trying to survive this fight against the Sapari gang, as the Sapari gang responsible for knocking out one of their members over here and finishing him off. We'll see if they can continue to do more from this barn house area, although soon enough they will have to rotate out. However, with the zone so far away, they've got more time before they need to do that. However, there are also other teams closing in from the backstab, and TSG are going to have to be aware of that. In the meantime, EXO not really getting anyone, to show their heads from the side of the Sapari gang. And Daddy, while he is on his knees, he should be able to get back up on his feet. But, is that 2OP being eliminated? Yep. It is. Force One being the ones responsible for that elimination. All 4 of the players still standing. And looks like Nigma Galaxy and Force One are both in the blue zone right now, taking a bunch of damage. Oh, that nade could be big, but Exterminators, they've also been eliminated in the meantime by the side of Reckoning Esports. And Reckoning Esports, they are continuing to establish their dominance over here, and they might just walk away with the chicken dinner as well.
Well, absolutely. Their positioning has been perfect. The zone is favoring them. Meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy, they're on the back foot once again. Smokey is down. Fierce is literally on fire right now. And yo, that was a amazing Molotov, I have to say. Meanwhile, Sensei, I think he would go and try to revive. But Fierce, at this point of time, they're getting rushed by Desync. Is not getting any Desync at this point of time. Immortal is still there. Let's see if Immortal can be the savior for Team EXO.
Absolutely, his internet connection top tier at this point, and he's got his gun fully cocked and loaded. 124 bullets in the magazine. Let's see him connect those shots. In the meantime, those party gang once again, but those nades are going to be able to fight Fierce, who was knocked down on his feet. But another flank coming in. I believe it is, well, never mind, it is the member from EXO Sensei. It's a huge flank going there. He's going to be able to find one, maybe even take out two over here. Daddy ends up going down as well. And Team EXO, they are trying to defend this compound in the meantime. Desync gonna show his face, gonna be finished off as well. Another point going the way of Sensei, but he is gonna turn their attention to the other members from Sapari Gang who are trying to throw up a couple of nades. Another nade going in from him. He's gonna find it. Smart Krish has to be careful, but no, he will be alive in the meantime. Those smokes coming in. Sensei is actually gonna use them against the opponent over here. He has to be careful because his teammate Immortal is on fire for the time being. But another grenade comes in, shakes him off of his feet. He's got half HP to work with. Bandage will be able to recover some of that HP, but for the meantime, that nade might do a lot of work. Sensei surviving on a sliver of HP. He's going to go back towards the pit, trying to heal himself back up, but Krish is coming in from the flank, trying to make sure that they don't get away with all that much. As Nikhil as well can just look in that general direction, and that smoke is going to provide them with some semblance of cover, so Team EXO can stay alive longer, but the same can't be said for TSG, who have lost a lot of their members right now.
I mean, look at the position of Team Reckoning. They have the higher ground. They can spot a lot of enemies from there, and they can use that advantage. But right now, TSG versus Team EXO, this position is not ideal at all for any team. Nades are going to be super important, and they are getting used by both the teams. I would love to see who's going to win this competition, because if you win this fight, you're going to get a lot of points, and I would say Team EXO, they are desperate for this one.
Absolutely, Team EXO most certainly are desperate for this one. They have to get all the placement points that they can get. If they don't stay alive, they are going to be out of the competition. And the zone, even though it has closed in on them, there's still time until the circle itself starts closing in. And when it does, they're going to have to make a run for it while accounting for the teams that are going to try to keep them at bay. Reckoning Esports being one of them. They've got a very good line of sight towards those members. They're going to try and make sure that the van gets popped and they're not really able to survive for too much longer. I do believe he connected a shot there for 6 damage. Not all that much, but still, once again, it's better than nothing. The Blues are going to start closing in. EXO are going to be forced to move over here to Sapari. They're going to come into close contact as well. How many can a Brar line up? That is the question. Krish will go down, I believe, to the zone. I'm not entirely sure, but in the meantime, the Sapari gang have been eliminated by EXO over here. Oh no, first one, they're going to go get caught out in the open over here. They don't know where a Brar is shooting them from. Finally, they'll have some semblance of an idea, and a Brar will change his position. Is just not going to be spotted twice and shot at from the same angle.
Again, as I was saying, Reckoning has the best spot in the zone. They have the higher ground. They can spot a lot of enemies. Right now, the information that Reckoning got is just amazing. They know about every single team. They know about most of the players. And Force 1, I think Vashu is looking towards Odisha Esports' last player, Omega, and he would love to take that final finish as well.
Absolutely, Vishu looking at damage. Well, can he find him? No, he can find Omega. Well, Omega is going to bite the dust. That is going to be Force 1's end in this game. Their journey comes to a halting stop in Miramar, but they can continue on the next map. In the meantime, Skrills, the man of the previous match, throwing up a molly. Is it going to find us? Much question. Oh, the tearbox comes out the mini 14, rattling off like a madman, but he does not get the knock. In the meantime, Ankush Whitey has been taken out by an explosion from a vehicle, it seems. And oh no, Skrills is going to be able to find him. Another knock over here, but he gets shot down in turn as well as R2, I believe, from Red X Cross comes and is the savior for the other members over here. And looks like Reckoning Esports, they're going to have to go back up on top to get Skrills on his feet. R2 trying to protect the side of Force 1 over here. I mean, I'm not sure if that is the intention, but he's certainly doing that as of now. And Reckoning, or rather Force 1, will thank him very much with a nade straight in his lap.
Well, that rescue mission from Team Reckoning is not going to be easy at all, but I would love to see if they are going to be able to save their player. Skrills still asking for the revival. Let's see if he's going to get that or not. Meanwhile, Reckoning Abrar, Mr. Spray, Maxi again. I was saying that they had a really good position, but not anymore. You know why? Because they have to go in the zone, and it's not going to be easy at all.
Absolutely, it most certainly is not going to be easy. As Force 1, they are looking at the direction of Long Rain, but Long Rain And they're still standing strong for now. They haven't really moved out just yet, so they will be able to keep themselves in check. But with only 2 players alive, their options are limited. They need to make sure that they find a longer way inside of it, way that's safer and not being gate kept by all of these other teams in the mix. I see Reckoning Esports around the corner. They don't want to be running into them. Big Brother, in the meantime, they continue to hurl nades in the direction of Force 1 and try and win that fight. Vampire might be found, but no, that nade is going to be dodged over here. Ashu might be burning over here by the Molly. Look at Scream. He spots them out from the little gap, and with the AKM, is going to deal a fair amount of damage. Comes from another angle, comes from the low ground and catches them off guard from underneath the staircase. He will be able to secure that finish, or at least Beast will find it for him. And now Scream has been knocked down himself. He needs his teammates to come on in, but Beast is going to try to bait him instead, see if he can maybe get another frag out of this. And now Beast going to try and follow in his teammates' footsteps, but a couple of nades forcing out Vampire from his position. Is he going to be taken out over here? Well, he's surviving for now, but not for long, as he does manage to take out Scream, but then gets knocked out himself. No, never mind. He's actually healed himself back up to full, so he is high on HP. But once again, only 2 members alive from Force 1, and Big Brother are not going to let them get inside the zone. Vampire going to swing out in the open, get shot down, get beaten up as well. As Beast, he is also going to find the free straggler that is going to be Siri.
Big Brother Esports with 12 finishes in their name, and I have to say they are the big brothers in this map. In Miramar, they are looking unstoppable, but I have to say Team CR, they got that really good numbers game advantage going in their favor. They only got 3 finishes, but they still have the zone, they still have the numbers in their favor, but they have to take out Big Brother Esports. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning still trying to get the better spot in the zone. They have to face a long rain, and if they can do that, that would be just amazing.
Absolutely, long range. They've got the perfect angle on Reckoning over here. They can go in for the flank, and guess what? Nade is being prepped to try and keep them at bay. Well, Aditya will be taken out before he even has a chance to see what that nade can do to him. And in the meantime, Maxi OP is going to keep the members from Big Brothers at bay over here, but with the blue zone closing in, he's going to have to be careful with where he peeks from. Right now, he has the option of maybe going and swinging out from the blue as one of his teammates does bait for him, but I don't think he's going to be doing that just yet. Jutboy in the meantime from the side of Chicken Rushers looking in the direction of Big Brothers. Big Brothers, they don't have a lot of cover to work with over here, so they're going to have to pop some smokes to kind of mask their advance into the circle. And well, Chicken Rushers, they're going to hold their ground for now and make sure they don't give up any piece of real estate. Look at the spread coming in from all of their players. They're just making sure that no team can go out on a flank.
The moment Reckoning goes out to the cover, Chicken Rushers are going to attack them, and they are already doing it. Maxi living with 1 HP there.
Oh, that
nade! That was a great nade coming in from Aburar. He would get the first knock in, but they have to be careful about Vampire. Another nade coming in would be able to get the second one. No, he won't be able to get the second one, but right now, they need to find a decent space in the zone. They are just 2 meters away, so it's not that far. Meanwhile, Chicken Rushers, notorious with that beautiful smoke there, they want to block the vision of Team Reckoning.
Absolutely, Team Reckoning are going to have to be a little bit careful over here because they might not have a direct line of sight onto any of these players. All these buildings acting as little places that you can take cover from if you're a little bit careful. And now, Mr. Spray, well, he's going to be keeping an eye on where they are going to be coming in from Chicken Rushers. They're going to go the long way around. Instead, those smokes providing them with some cover to work with, looking to take the fight against the members of Big Brothers. But the Big Brothers still holding on to their high ground, not really giving it up just yet. And now, at that distance, that UMP can do a fair amount of work if you do connect those shots. Shotboy, in the meantime, going to go forward in the compound, claim it for himself. As ZOP has no idea where they are, but now he's going to have an idea. Can he find a finish? Can he find a knock? No, he cannot. He's going to switch over to the UMP. He's going to get one for himself. And the Big Brothers, they are coming in hot. Reckoning Esports, they smell blood in the water. They're going to go forward, but the members from Chicken Rushers Sniper with an AKM is going to take him out. A bit of an antithesis in his name. And it looks like Jutboy is going to be able to get back up on his feet. Vampire is still crawling around though, and as soon as Sniper is healed back up, he will be able to get him back up as well. A 4v3 situations now in favor of Chicken Rushers. As soon as their last member is back up, Reckoning, they're going to have to be careful. Oh, Mr. Spray caught out in the open over here. They're all in a line. They might get taken out. And Maxi OP is the final line of defense for the side of Reckoning Esports. Is he going to stand strong? He has found 2 knocks for himself. In fact, I think that might be 3. There is still 1 member standing there, and it is going to be Sniper. He's going to look to get his teammate back up on his feet and then go back in for the action. Vampire still waiting in the meantime. He's going to drop a smoke, trying to prevent them from pushing him, but abroad, smelling blood in the water. He's going to go all the way around on the flank. He gets 1 finish to himself, or rather 1 knock to his name, looking for the second one. It looks like the side of Chicken Rushers will be taken down. Reckoning Esports, despite the man disadvantage, will take 2 chicken dinners in a row.
Eat, sleep, finish, repeat by Reckoning Esports. I mean, the way they played in this game, they had the best spot, but they had the worst spot as well as the zone shrink into towards the southern area. I have to say the experience of Reckoning, it is showing.
Absolutely. Reckoning Esports, they recognize the situation perfectly, right? They see the members of Big Brothers taking the fight against Chicken Rushers. They know for a fact that Chicken Rushers are out of position for now. And as soon as they see those couple of knocks being exchanged, they go in for the finish, they take the fight. The early fight looks a little bit risky because they're all in a single line together, Spiro. But after that, they were able to, just go forward, get those finishes. And they knew that they had done enough damage to just go forward and get those frags for themselves. So kudos once again to the members of Reckoning as they did so much work there towards the end. Getting 2 chicken dinners in a row, I think they're solidifying their seat for the semi-finals.
They had 2 options. I mean, either they they must be thinking about should we revive our player? Should we just go in for all-out attack? And I think they made the right decision there. Opponents were not able to get in the zone. They were having a compound and they were happy there. The moment Reckoning decided that they have to go in, they made sure they got the chicken dinner. Plus the flanks were there as well. So those were beautiful. Look at this slow motion where 247 Yum was trying to get the spot in, and that was just a beautiful spray.
Absolutely. I mean, once again, what a beautiful spray coming in at that distance. I thought he was going to blow up the Jeep instead, but no, he did connect those headshots. He did get that player to drop out of the car, and Red Cross unfortunately did not have the start that they were looking for, getting taken out by multiple teams over here. Oh my god, I didn't catch this at all. Shailesh coming in from the high ground with those nades, actually securing those finishes and then dropping down like Rambo. And well, trying his best to survive over here. He did get taken out eventually, but he did his job. He got a 1-for-1 exchange and a ton of information to work with as well. XTR, well, I mean, I have to say the performance, it looked pretty good, but once again, I think they're yet to show up in the top 6, so they'll have to step up if they want to try and make their way to the semi-finals.
It's all about positioning, Floki. I mean, all the teams who have a decent position in the zone, they got some really good points. But all those teams who were not able to get a decent position in the zone, they are struggling to get any kind of leverage in this competition. I have to say they need to think better. They need to make sure that they first get a decent position in the zone and then they decide to take a fight. Right now, XTR, they performed really well in round 3, they performed really well in round 2, they performed really well in round 1. But right now, they're clearly struggling.
Absolutely, and at the same time, you have to remember that iQOO as well, they didn't have the best of starts once again, and now they are in a similar situation as all of these teams have been eyeing them up and taking them out over here. I mean, you've got Team Musty's Own Gaming as well, who put up a decent performance, but then Big Brothers just came in and blew them to smithereens, that Molly burning Musty alive, and well, putting him out of his misery eventually. Team iQOO, I mean, they certainly did stand their ground and they fought, but there's only so much they could have done. 2 OP as well, fighting the dust early on in this game, as Force One were the ones responsible to take them out of the fight. Well, we'll see where they position on the table as a result of it, but I think Big Brothers, they've had a lot of finishes in this game.
I think they got 14 finishes, if I'm not wrong, but to be honest, I think they would be really happy. You know who won't be happy? I think Team iQOO won't be happy with their performance. Sensei, even though he tried really well, he managed to get a couple of frags in a single spray, but in the end, I think iQOO wants to dominate this competition. They're not the bottom feeders. They would love to make a comeback in Erangel.
Absolutely, they would love to make a comeback in Erangel, but once again, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And iQOO, I'm not too sure if they have taken that step just yet. They are, well, they are kind of, falling prey to the RNG of the circle. They're not really adapting to it as well as they should. And they are getting punished for it. But look at Force One in the meantime, I mean, this is a team that got eliminated in 16th place last time around. This time, however, they got themselves a lot of finishes to work with. They got themselves some solid number of placement points as well. I kind of want to find out where they're going to be on that points table. But yeah, a fairly quiet early game on Miramar. We didn't see a lot of action coming in despite those weapons being available. And at the end of the day, I mean, the chaos that ensued towards the late game, it was hard to keep up with. Big Brothers, they won this fight against Force One. Very clever engagements coming out by them. But when the side of, I believe, Reckoning came knocking, they did falter. And, well, that was the end of their journey in Miramar.
I believe that Force One could have done better there. They were coming one by one, and when you come by one, you just get taken down one by one as well. Moving on, Big Brother Esports, they are just, I think they had a really beautiful spot in the zone, and they managed to get 14 freaking frags, which shows that they are here to stay, and they are looking to get a lot of fights.
Absolutely, they most certainly are going to be looking to take a lot of fights over here. These nades from Abrar as well, great against the side of Chicken Rushers. And, well, Chicken Rushers, they had their hands full for a while. They realized that they can't fight Reckoning when they have the high ground, so they instead focused on taking out Big Brother. But you know who really was the Big Brother over here? It was the members of Reckoning Esports coming and avenging the deaths of their comrades in pink.
Well, it's all about confidence. It's all about consistency. And Reckoning Esports, they are filled with confidence and they are showing some consistency as well. This was a bad moment for Reckoning, if you ask me. If at this point, if Chicken Rushers could have rushed in, they would have gotten a lot of value out of it.
I mean, they even had a fair amount of health to work with. You know, only one of their players was low.
I mean, absolutely. But Reckoning was low as well. And they were in the line of fire. So, I mean, they could have done a little better, but at this point of time, Reckoning decided enough is enough. It's time to rush in, and the flank that they did. Look, imagine, one guy is going from the front door, one guy is going from the back door. You have no opportunity to survive.
Absolutely, but at the end of the day, Reckoning Esports, you know, with them getting 2 chicken dinners, I think a lot of eyes are going to be set in their direction. Or maybe none of them are, because they know at this point, with 2 chicken dinners, I think Reckoning Esports is kind of untouchable. I mean, they could potentially throw the next 2 matches and, you know, get eliminated in 16th place and still have a chance of making it to the semi-finals, and a very good one at that, because their performance in these first 2 games has been absolutely wonderful. Well, I just kind of want to have a look at the points table, but as soon as it's ready, we will bring it up. Although I do imagine Reckoning Esports, they're going to be leading the charts on that.
Absolutely. I mean, the points table will say a lot of stories, but right now, the current story is Nigma Galaxy is struggling. I mean, again, the same thing happened. Erangel, they tried to get into a compound. It didn't work for them. Right now, again, the rotations were not there. I would love to see if Nigma Galaxy can make a comeback in the next one.
Absolutely, me too. I want to find out if Nigma Galaxy do have what it takes to make it to the next, part of this tournament, which is going to be semi-finals. So far, though, it's not looking all that good. You know, with the first map for Erangel, like you mentioned, just not going their way, them being eliminated super early on. Second map as well, they got eliminated fairly early on. There is something that Nigma Galaxy need to work on, need to fix ASAP. Otherwise, their ticket to the grand finals, well, it's going to be stolen by some of these other teams over here.
I think they need to calm down. Just like yesterday you said, take a deep breath in, calm down, relax, and find a way to make a comeback. I mean, they have all the experience in the world, and with experience you get a lot of responsibility, and with responsibility you have to make sure that you get some points in quarterfinals.
Absolutely. If you don't get those points right now, well, you are going to be done for. Thankfully, there are still 4 more maps to go. But once again, you can't just be relying on those maps to come and be like, oh, guys, it's going to be a new map. It's all going to be fine. No, those mistakes need to be talked about. Those mistakes need to be corrected, because if you keep making them, you're going to keep finishing in the bottom rung of the ladder. And by the end of those 6 matches, you're going to be thinking to yourself, you know, what the hell went wrong? Well, what went wrong was the fact that you never looked at your mistakes. So there needs to be a sensitive but honest approach coming in from these team members to try and better each other, and so that they can collectively make it to the semi-finals once again. And like you mentioned, Spiro, it's not just about the money, it's also about the glory.
It's about the legacy. You can create a legacy. Either you are going to write history or you are going to read history. It's up to you. But
or you're going to repeat history.
Well, it's happening for the first time, so I don't think you're going to repeat history, but maybe you're correct. But talking about mistakes, I believe after making all the mistakes in your gameplay, every player get an opportunity to make a comeback, and in these terms, we are going to call it Erangel, because the next map is going to be Erangel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Erangel is once again going to be fun, but after Erangel, we are going to have Sanhok coming in. Although, you know, the fact that Erangel is occurring 3 times in a row, it does give these teams who have qualified from the open qualifiers and played a lot of Erangel a bit of an edge. You know, they've probably learned a thing or two over the course of these couple of games, and I'm quite sure that they're going to be putting all that experience to the test over here, seeing if what they understand and what they know about the game is true against the top teams, or if that knowledge is just going to crumble, and it is a shaky foundation that they have built, their entire strats upon. We're going to find out soon enough, but any other team that hasn't been invited that has caught your attention so far?
Well, I have to say, UDOG India, I was expecting a lot of things from them. I mean, in round 3, as you mentioned, they managed to get back-to-back 3 chicken dinners, and that's not an easy feat. They have to repeat it. Somehow, somewhere, they know they can do it. It's just a matter of fact. Would they be able to get a decent spot in the zone? Would they be able to find a decent loot early on in the game? Would they be able to get a perfect rotation going in for them? I would love to see.
Absolutely. I mean, it is going to matter how they perform in this upcoming game, because, well, if they don't, then once again, they're going to be in a world of trouble. But you know what? I'm really curious to find out what those point standings look like. I want to see where each of these teams are positioned in terms of those points. I do imagine Reckoning is going to be at the top. No surprises there whatsoever. But who do you think is going to be in 2nd and 3rd place?
I think Big Brother Esports are going to make a really good jump in the points table. They managed to get 14 freaking finishes. They ended up at number 3, if I'm not wrong. So they're going to get 10...
24?
they're going to get, yeah, absolutely. They're going to get a total 24 points. They're going to get 10 position points with the 14 finishes. So it's going to be just amazing for them. I would love to see after 4 games. You know, the main thing starts after 4 games. I mean, the pressure is rising, and I have to say, all these players, all these teams, they need to make sure that they won't, let it go out of their hands.
Absolutely. You kind of need to make sure that this game just doesn't slip out of your hands and slip through the cracks like we've always talked about with these underdog teams and with these, well, I mean, everyone is saying that they're not underdogs anymore, right? Because you've made it to the quarterfinals. So, well, these lesser-known teams coming in and taking the spot up as well. I'm quite sure a lot of people are going to be displeased, and this is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way because, well, these underdog teams, or rather these newer teams, they are giving the big hogs a run for their money, and I think it's only going to get worse as time goes on. So if you are a big organization, you better start looking at what these guys are doing because they're doing something right.
You can't take them lightly. I mean, look at Reckoning Esports. They're not taking anyone lightly. They're just focusing on their basic plan. They are trying to get a decent spot in the zone, and as soon as they get a decent spot, as soon as they got a higher ground, they just find their enemies, get that information going, and I think they have a great IGL in it, Mr. Spray. I've been seeing that guy from a long time, and I believe he is a perfect leader.
Absolutely. Well, we have an idea of what the point standings are going to look like. If you were to give the MVP to one of these players over here, who would it be?
Oh, that's a hard question. I would like to give it to Big Brother.
Well, now
Esports.
you have to answer.
Okay.
Now, who from Big Brother?
Okay, cancel Big Brother. I'm going to give it to Reckoning Mr. Spray. You know why?
Mr. Spray?
Just because of the rotations. It was absolutely beautiful. They know where to stay. They know how to make use of that Miramar higher ground, and they did just that.
Absolutely. Well, Spraygod, if you're watching this, you are Spearo's MVP. But are you MVP over here right now in this match? Well, we're yet to find out. I put you in the spot. It is only fair I also put myself in the spot as well, and you give me, that chance to be a little bit controversial, see who's going to be the MVP. I'd agree with you that Spray makes for a very good MVP, but I don't know, personally, somewhere or the other, I do feel like the members of Big Brother, they tried really, really hard.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't mind seeing the MVP go to any one of their members. But it does seem to me that we should be jumping into the points table soon enough, or is that not ready? I do imagine it should be ready, though.
Well, talking about predictions, I mean, the fans.
We're talking about the predictions.
Yeah, we're talking about predictions. The fans, they are predicting really well, and if they want to win some giveaways, they can check out description for a really good opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, if you check out the link down in the description below, you will know that there is a possibility that you win some cool BGMI merch coming your way. What's it going to be? It's a mystery. So if you want to find out, if you want to have that little piece of information and just satiate your curiosity, kill the cat, as we like to often say, well, make sure you fill up that form, make sure that you are signed in, and you correctly predict who's going to be on top. Although so far, I think everyone's only going to have one answer, and that's going to be the Wolves themselves, Reckoning Esports. However, who else would you like to see in the top 6, right? Let's say you have your pick of teams from this entire 16 squad. Who do you think deserves them? I'll give you mine as well. We're going to make it fair. We're going to put both of ourselves in the spot.
Well, I say a lot of teams deserve the spot, but you have to earn it.
Tell me which ones.
I mean, I would love to see Exterminators.
You're not getting away with this. You're not getting away.
I would love to see Exterminators make a comeback in
one.
this one. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a wonderful team. I
Four
would love
more.
to see some rising stars like Udog India. They can make a comeback. That would be just amazing. But at this point of time, I believe those experienced teams, they have to do something. I mean, Nigma Galaxy is a wonderful team. They want to make sure that they get enough points to be in top 6. It's all about being in top 6.
Okay.
Number 1 and number 6 in my book, they're equal.
Well, fair enough. You still are yet to give me 2 teams, but I'm going to let that slide. I'm going to give you my top 6 instead. I absolutely agree. I think Reckoning should be able to make it. They've been playing fantastically so far. No doubts about that. These guys are the team to beat. If you're in this group and you manage to take them out, you have a lot to be proud of. But I do want to see a couple of other teams coming in. We did see Exterminators perform really, really well early on. For now, they seem to have lost their footing. I would like to see them make their way towards the top 6. Chicken Rushers as well. After that game, I think they're on my mind. These are the kind of sleeping dogs of this tournament. They have been sort of under the radar for the time being. I would also put them in my top 6. I think that leaves me with 3 more teams. Udog India, once again. Big Brothers, of course, but Udog India as well, given the fact that they got 3 chicken dinners, I believe they're just facing some sort of minor hiccup right now. Maybe they could even be having some communication issues, but guess what? Caster, stop talking because the point standings are here and ready. We're going to be having a look at the table and seeing which teams are on top. What a surprise! Reckoning Esports in first place with 26 points.
Absolutely, with 11 finishes, 15 placement points, they managed to get a total of 26 points. At number 2, we got Big Brother Esports with 14 finish points, 24 total points. I think they would be happy with this kind of performance. Number 3, we got the Chicken Rushers. They were this close to get a chicken dinner, but let's see if they can get in the remaining games.
Absolutely. First one in 4th place with 11 points to the name. 5th and 6th going for Long Range and K9 officials. And once again, Long Range just not prioritizing those finish points. I mean, they have only gone for placement points so far. And I think they found a total of 20 points if my math serves me right, and so does my memory. But Team K9 officials in 6th place and a bunch of other teams who didn't make it to the top 6. Enough about the points table. Let's have a look at the MVP. You said it's going to be Spray God. Let's see who it's going to be from the Reckoning Boys. It is going to be Maxi OP instead. With 5 finishes to his name, 678 damage done and 3 assists, this man takes the cake.
Oh, absolutely, he's a wonderful, wonderful assaulter. I've been seeing Maxi from a long time now. 5 finishes, 678 damage, 3 assists, 238 healings, and a survival time of 28.48 minutes. He's a wonderful player, but I wonder how many Reckoning players are going to be in top 5. Only 2 there would be. Skrulls with the 3 finishes, 570 damage. He finds himself at number 5. But look at Big Brother Esports, they have 3 players in this list.
Absolutely. Big Brothers, they've got Beast, they've got Xenopie, they've also got Scream in the top 5, and once again, this is what I've talked about. You know, this is the top 5 monopoly over here of sorts, being owned by the members of Big Brothers. Of course, Reckoning also showing their face in 1st and 5th place, but once again, you have to remember, these players are what make up the team, and if they continue performing like this, I'm quite sure we're going to be seeing more of Big Brothers in the semi-finals, although there are still 4 more matches to go, so hold on to your hats, make sure you keep your eyes peeled out, because who knows, next game and the game after that, they might not perform as well. We might even finally start seeing the side of UDog and the side of iQOO, excuse me, not Reckoning, because Reckoning has been performing well already, start performing out of their minds and making their way into the top 6. Skrulls as well, you know, this man has not only been instrumental for this team on this map, but even on the previous map, when he was holding that rooftop with the DP28, he was making sure that no one can really rotate in and actually contest his team and take them out from the flank.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at match summary at this point of time. I would love to see how many nade finishes we got. Oh my god, 108 grenades were used in the Miramar, and we got 4 finishes from it.
Yeah, well, that is actually a lower number compared to the last game where there were slightly lesser grenades used, but they did find a lot more finishes in turn. 7,449 points of healing done as well. We've got 42 members rescued and longest finish distance of 304 meters. I wonder who was the one who actually caught that shot. But you know what? These stats, these are just all ancillary. We want to have a look at the finish to damage ratio. See what that chart tells us. Excuse me. Sorry for that, but yeah, it does look like Big Brothers are there on top in terms of damage done. 2,465 points of damage, and in 2nd place it is Reckoning Esports with 2,182 points of damage done.
I think K9 played really well. I think TSG also managed to get a lot of damage down. Chicken Rushers as well with 1,364 damage for 5 finishes. They played incredibly well. 247 with the 1,054 damage for 5 finishes. They played well as usual. Meanwhile, Team EXO and UDog, look at their stats there. UDog officials, UDog India, I have to say, 967 damage for just 1 finish. I think they would be disappointed.
Yeah, they most certainly should be, because you know they did a lot of work in there, but unfortunately all their members were just a bit so far spread out apart. It didn't seem like they had a clear plan. I mean, they were trying to go up the staircase, trying to go in for the assault, but they just weren't able to finish off the job. And once again, UDog India being eliminated this early on, it's not going to serve them right. They know they're a better team than this, and I'm hoping that in the next few maps we start seeing them make a comeback.
You know, why would they be disappointed? They had the zone. The final zone was actually the same position where they got finished. So they must be disappointed about it. I mean, they just needed to defend that position, and they were not able to.
Absolutely, but as the old wise man once said, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Well, you can do a lot of things, you should do a lot of things, you would do a lot of things, but now is not the time to ruminate and cry over spilled milk. Now is the time to focus up, let bygones be bygones, focus on what went wrong and correct that for the next game, because if you don't, well, this might just be your very last time playing in the BGIS 2021 series. And once again, all of this, I don't think it would have been possible without a sponsor. So big shout out to iQOO for sponsoring this tournament. Once again, a 1 crore rupees prize pool. Thanks to them. But let's have a look at the overall point standings and seeing where all these teams are positioned for now. I do imagine Reckoning are going to be on top. And yes, it is indeed Them on top with 52 points. Look at that moat that they've built. It is insurmountable.
Absolutely. I mean, I think they just need one more game, and after that game, they are going to be secured in top 6. Number 2, we got Big Brother Esports with 16 total finishes, 14 position points, 30 total points they got. At number 3, we have 2OP officials with 13 total finishes, 12 total position points for a total of 25 points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've also got 247 Gaming and Team EXO down in the 7th and 8th place with 13 points each. Not the kind of place they really want to be in, but the place that they do find themselves in. Now, the good news for these two teams is that given the fact that they've got these points, it's just going to take one good performance to shoot them up and take them into the top 6. If they're not able to perform in the next few maps, so they won't get another chance. So let's have a look at the next 8 teams and see how well they need to do. Force One this time around, moving up quite a notch in 9th place. Nigma Galaxy and UDog India in 15th and 16th with 3 and 1 points to their name. Not the kind of placements that they were looking for over here.
Would be really disappointed. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, with all the experience they got some really classy players in their ranks, but with only 1 position point they got in 2 games, they're yet to have a decent fight. In both the games, they were, getting finished rotating. They were not able to rotate in these 2 games, but still 4 more games to go. Still, they can make a comeback, and I would love to see if they can do that or not. Meanwhile, UDog India, Exterminator Esports, we have talked about them a lot, Floki. The way they played in round 3 was just unimaginable. But they have to do something. I mean, only 4 games left.
Absolutely. With only 4 games left, they could be in a world of trouble. But you know what? I think UDog India actually thrives with this 3 maps remaining. So maybe when Erangel comes up, they're not going to perform as well. But in those final 3 maps, they might just turn it on, get 3 chicken dinners in a row like they did last time around. And, well, go home and enjoy the semifinals as well. But we're going to find that out after this short little break. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the Beast Inside, iQOO 7 Legend.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. 1 for performance, 1 for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by The Experiment, and with me, we have hope. We have Sparrow, the Latin word for hope. Sparrow, I gotta say one thing, man. The last game, I have a little statement. If you cometh at the king, you better not miss. And the chicken rushes, they were taking the kings on. They missed a few shots, but then the kings put them in their place.
Absolutely. I mean, reckoning the way they placed themselves on top of that mountain, the moment I saw that, I was like, dude, they're going for all in.
Oh, when they were lined one up against the other, behind that little fortification, I thought it's all over. Yeah. But again, for all of you tuning in right now, let me just remind you which all teams are going to be battling it out in the battlegrounds below, because, well, we have the matchup coming up on our screens. Let me see if you can spot your favorite team, because it is going to be Group 2. And, well, Group 2 has UDOG India, Odisha Esports, well, formerly known as Scythe Kronos, Team XO, Exterminators Esports, Team Red Cross, 247 Gaming, Musty Zone Gaming, and Nigma Galaxy. Now, Nigma Galaxy, Sparrow, not having the best of days.
Absolutely, but they have all the experience in the world. They would love to make a comeback in Erangel. Talking about other teams, we have two OP officials with them. We got Team K9 officials, Team Chicken Rushers, the Supari Gang, Reckoning Esports, of course. We have Force One, Long Rain, and Big Brother Esports. I have to say, XP, all these teams are under immense pressure. Now the time to shine is for a lot of teams.
Well, I mean, what happens is when you do put a lot of pressure on something, sometimes they break and crumble under the pressure, but sometimes, you have some diamonds being formed. So that is, again, what is going to happen over here. Beautiful stage is set. You have that grand stage. You have the pedestal. Now it's all down to the teams to shine in the spotlight. Now, before we jump in any of the action, of course, just to remind you, we are going to be going back to Erangel. Let's appreciate the map once more as we saw, well, with an eagle's eye above the green, luscious fields of Erangel. And, well, we're going to kick things off at... I wonder if anybody knows where this place is. It, of course, is Nova Rupnoy down south.
Absolutely. It's a beautiful, beautiful space. You asked me a question yesterday. You asked me, pick one, Nova Rupnoy or Georgopol. I picked Georgopol because I love to go there, but Nova Rupnoy is not bad at all.
It isn't bad. I mean, look at the streets, and, of course, this is something that everyone is going to recognize. Question is, are the streets of Pochinki going to see some bloodshed?
Well, absolutely. Pochinki is just beautiful, and the heart of Erangel, as we say it, I would love to see how many drops are we going to see in that area. But to be honest, Erangel is a beautiful map. It has everything. It has mountains, compounds, rivers. You say it, it has it.
You say it, it has it all. Again, that is why A, it is one of the fan favorites, and B, it has something for everyone. Now, what you don't want to do is end up going to the hospital because, well, that means your game is going to be over. But by all means, do jump down here because, well, the abandoned hospital has some good loot up for grabs. But as we go closer to the game, I mean, I just got to bring back Reckoning Esports once again. 2 chicken dinners back to back. These guys look nigh unstoppable.
Well, yesterday we witnessed Hyderabad Hydras. Today we are witnessing Reckoning Esports, and both of these teams, I mean, they are very close friends and they are playing similarly.
They are playing. Looks like there's a bit of data transfer taking place and strategies are being shared.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they used to share the same team once upon a time, and I have to say that
once upon a time.
But both of them are doing so well. I'm so happy for them.
Well, even though they are friends, no love is lost because they are going to be going up against one another sooner or later by the look of things. But for now, we are going to be jumping straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as that big bird is going to soar through the skies once more. And, well, down below, we have the beautiful map of Erangel. Now, judging by where we are flying to, looks like we could be going over Georgopol, and things might end at Nova Rupnoy. There you have it. I mean, it is going to bisect the map pretty much in half. Again, making sure that all the favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance.
Absolutely. Beautiful plane path we are witnessing right now. I would love to see some drop clashes, but to be honest, these players, these teams, they don't want any action in the early minutes. They just want to get decent loot. They just want to get some vehicles. They just want to have a decent spot in the zone. And if they can go for it, they're going to get a lot of points.
I mean, if history teaches us anything, game 1, we didn't see any action up to the 10-minute mark. So chances are, well, I don't want this to happen, but chances are we might just see the same again. But for now, as in the last game, again, 6 to 7 teams do like dropping towards the northwest. Of course, Zaki is going to be under control of Long Rain. Like you said, are they going to be sitting on the throne for long, or are they going to fumble and fall because action might just break out at Georgopol? as a few teams are a bit too close for comfort to each other. Now, as we move further down the playing path, teams are going to dissipate from one another, but the question is, where is that first circle going to form?
That's a very important question, XP,
Thank
because
you.
you're welcome. But seriously saying, that zone is everything. I mean, if you can get a really great position in the zone, and here you go, it's a northern circle, and I would love to see some, Starburst circle is very rare XP, but I would love to see it.
I mean, don't jinx it right now, Sparrow. We've asked for that circle for a long time, but looks like the BGMI gods aren't too happy with us. For now, we are going to join the kings themselves, Reckoning Esports, back-to-back chicken dinners. Can they make it a treble? Well, judging by the fact that they don't have any opposition nearby, well, they do have some teams nearby, but are they going to fight? We are going to have to wait and find out. Now, since the circle has formed, I do see on the little map that we have, for us casters, a few teams again adapting to the situation. I mean, diverting from their favorite drop spots and, trying to get that central position as Mr. Spray and his teammate Abrar, they are already out of the hunt, and I like what I see right now.
Well, they know where they are going to find some vehicles, and that's what experience brings you. They know how to find the vehicles, they know where to rotate, and as I was saying in the last game, their IGL, Mr. Spray, is is making sure that their team gets a beautiful spot in the zone. Meanwhile, talking about Team EXO, I bet they won't be happy with 8th position. Overall standings, they would love to get into top 6 after this game.
I mean, let's just, get to the hard questions about positions. Nigma Galaxy, 16th position right now, Sparrow.
With only 1 point in 2 games.
That is not the Nigma Galaxy that you and I, and in fact, all our lovely viewers are used to. Let's see if they are going to get a second chance here in Erangel, because, again, for them, they have to work on the rotations, and well, Fish, you better not hit any obstacles in the way unless you want that car to flip over, and well, looks like everything is safe for now.
Well, the hot shot of Team EXO is driving that vehicle. Punk is a wonderful player, and I would love to see some action from that guy. Meanwhile, Team EXO is a wonderful team. I mean, if I remember correctly, Erangel is a beautiful map, and the basics of Team EXO, I think they are very technical in their gameplay. Sensei is a wonderful IGL, but at the same time, they are struggling to get a decent spot in the zone.
They are struggling indeed, but again, there are so many options available to all the teams that, they do have their little paths they can take. Now, although we are going to be pretty much witnessing what UDOG India are doing all the way in Yasnaya Polyana, again, not a good start for them. But with 4 games in hand, anything can happen. Now, you did want to see some action. I do believe, maybe just by some miracle, we might see a bit of a firefight break out in Northern Georgia, because TSG, the Supari gang, are getting a bit too close for comfort for Reckoning Esports.
Well, I would love to see UDOG India getting out of that darkness and, go fearless and become a Rambo or something like that, as the name suggests. But Nigma Galaxy, if you talk about them, Artemis, MJ, Ted and Smokey, beautiful, experienced names, veteran of the game, and still struggling. I mean, it's not about experience anymore, XP. It's about gameplay, it's about form, it's about teamwork, it's about everything else.
Well, we know that, the meta keeps changing pretty much day by day, and fresh blood that has come into these games, well, they are hungry, and looks like they are hungrier than some. So, they do have to make sure they don't stagnate, as we have seen with a few big dogs in the past. But for now, as you have a look at the circle, pretty open. Again, I do expect some clashes from all the teams coming in from Georgia Paul and pretty much the Northwest region.
Well, you said it already. You have to be hungry to get those points. And I have to say, I am going to ask one question, and that question is, how bad do you want that trophy?
I mean, that is what is going to be at the end of it all. Of course, all that hunger, all that drive is what one needs to make sure they make it to the end. Now, Odisha Esports, again, not a bad outing for them. They did have their moments of glory. Unfortunately, they kind of fell short just a little bit. But for now, they do have the military base all to themselves, but sooner or later, they are going to have to move to the circle. They're going to have to pick their bridge well, because someone could be blockading it, and I definitely, for one, want to see some bridge action. Of course, the fact that I just said it out loud means chances are it won't happen.
Well, I mean, I would love to see some old school bridge block there, but, people don't do that often these days.
It might just happen, Sparrow.
Well, we'd love to see Big Brother Esports if they're going to do that today or not, but if they do, that would be just awesome. But at this point of time, I think they got a really good spot in the points table. They are at number 2 in overall standing. If they play well in this one, they are going to secure a really decent spot in top 6.
Now, I like what Big Brother are doing here. Now, they have made it across the bridge, right? They are going to scan out every building because they know that Team XO loves dropping down in Milta, and more often than not what happens is once you are done with the city, you want to come to these compounds to make sure you can A, see any movement in the distance, B, be able to blockade the bridge.
Look at the basics of Big Brother Esports. They scouted the area first, they found out that the compound is empty, then they rushed in. As compared to Nigma Galaxy in the first match, I mean, they were not able to scout the area, they had no information, still they just went all in, and that was the mistake that they were doing.
Well, talking about driving and scouting, looks like a couple of teams could be crossing paths as XTR. Are they going to alight and lay down some shots at Musty Zone Gaming? Nope, doesn't seem like it because now they are on either side of the mountain. But I do believe if you have a look at your minimap, a few shots could be fired at them. But looks like the distance is a bit too much, and now the two teams are going to go their separate ways. Elsewhere, again, we do have a massive migration down south, but for now, Musty Zone Gaming, well, they had one team nearby, now they're going to go straight to Nigma Galaxy's position. Again, shots are finally going to be fired as Artemis opens up with his M4.
Look, experience is not a problem, gun game is not a problem, teamwork is not a problem. I feel it's just the rotations. They are struggling to get a decent spot in the zone, and that's where Nigma Galaxy is lacking. But to be honest, I love what production is doing here. Chicken Rushers are the only team who are outside the zone, and they need to find a way to get inside the zone. But look at the late rotation. There are a lot of teams who are doing a late rotation. We can see LR, we can see Reckoning, we can see 2OP. They're going in the zone, but I think there could be a car clash happening there.
There could be, but again, like you mentioned earlier, that teams are going to try and avoid those early skirmishes, making sure they have all members intact towards the latter stages. But for now, K9 Esports, they do seem to be dead smack in the center, and well, they do have a couple of compounds up for grabs. Elsewhere, the Chicken Rush is again coming so close to snatching away that chicken dinner, and I guess they're going to have to wait another game. Again, like I said, you comment at the king, you better not miss. And for now, the Kings are going to be happy with their position as Notorious is going to make his way to the next circle.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Chicken Rushers, they had a beautiful last game. They had that opportunity to get that chicken, as the name suggests, but I think they still have 4 more opportunities to get that name justified. Meanwhile, if you have a look at their players, Jet Boy, Sniper, Notorious, Vampire, good names, but the game is also good.
I like the name Jet Boy, kind of reminds me of somebody who's talking right now, but again, they did have a good game. Not a lot of finishes in the last one. I do believe they just ended up with 6 finishes to their name, but again, they are just getting started. For now, we are going to switch our attention to compounds near Razok as, Red Cross are going to be nearby. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Their teammates are spread all across this city, which means they have a good lay of the land. But sooner or later, the circle is going to shift. And, well, the question is, where are we going to? There you have it. It's going to be answered on your screens. It is going to be pretty much in the open fields near Yasnaya, which is going to be the epicenter of all the action to come. Question is, are you going to try and stay at the periphery, or are you going to make a mad dash for the center?
Oh, we would love to see a good old urban compound final circle. If that happens, the real estate is going to be costly, and you have to make sure that you ask the developer for a good spot in Yasnaya. But to be honest, I think the circle is going towards the open field, open areas, and if that happens, the early the rotation, the better the positioning.
Well, I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, but looks like we might just have some Comagate action breaking out as TSG are close by. But for now, we are going to look at Musty Zone Gaming, who do have a good compound to themselves. Again, you got to keep in mind that little hillock to the side is something that they need to take advantage of, because if another team comes in and takes that position, oh boy, all you can do is just wait for them to attack. But for now, K9 officials, new spots are moving in the distance, and Red Cross are going to come to fire. But of course, all those bullets are going to go whizzing past. And speaking about whizzing past, 247 Gaming on the move as shots are going to be fired on their position.
10 minutes are up. We still have 16 teams, 64 players still surviving in this game, and I have to say, this is the silence before the storm.
Oh, there's a massive storm brewing, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, everything is going to be calm. Everything is going to be silent, but looks like finally action is going to break out as Dark from Underdogs is going to get the better of his opponents as one of them is brought down, and of course, it is going to be Long Rain at the receiving end of things. But for now, Crazy from X-Terminator Esports making sure he has his position secure as he does try to look up the mountain. But again, looks like it was a bit of a drive-by. They must have been driving by and, well, they saw some movement in the distance. Shots were fired. And lucky for you, dog, those shots did connect. However, the fact they haven't, capitalized on the finish is again something that's not to scoff at, because they have depleted Pyro's, utilities, and I do see some red in that helmet.
Absolutely. It is super important to make sure that if you have that opportunity, you make sure you knock that player, because you're going to damage their helmet, you're going to damage their vest, you're going to make sure that they use some bandages, some, healing supplies. At the same time, you are making sure that you have that upper hand in the later stages of the game. Moving on, a lot of people are trying to get the center spot in the zone, which is going to be super important for a lot of teams.
You know what's interesting? If you remember, we left U-Dog at Yasnaya right at the beginning, which means they drove towards Rozhok, and now since the circle came back, they are going to come back in. But for now, it could be XTR as 2 OP are going to be driving by. Sandy could be in a world of trouble. Shots are going to be fired. And in fact, Sandy is the one who is going to be taken down by RRD. And the question is, are his teammates going to come in to help, or is somebody else going to be taken out? But 247, Rahul from the distance sees something on the horizon, and well, he does see a silhouette of a man down on his knees, and he just stole that finish.
Oh boy, you hate it, right? Whenever you are in a vehicle and someone is taking shot at you and you get knocked, you are over, and boy oh boy, these people, they hate when they go out of the map like that. But to be honest, have a look at Reckoning and their rotation. Again, the northern rotation, which is absolutely beautiful. They are playing it safe. At the same time, they're playing aggressively. Meanwhile, if you have a look at Exo Immortal, he is stuck. He's using some nades, he's using some smokes. Would he be able to survive that competition? That is going to be super important for Team Exo.
Well, grenades are going to be going off all around him. He did pop that grenade to make sure he does obscure the vision of the enemy, but now the enemy does know where he is. And in fact, Andy is going to be down on his knees, but here comes Sensei. Here comes the rest of Team Exo. Can the opposition thwart this snag? Because now the attackers are going to become the defenders, as 2 OP have to make sure they stay out and, make it out alive. But grenades are going to come in. Fierce is going to lob that grenade. It could be dangerous if he gets it in the nick of time. It could spell trouble, as Mandy could be blown off his feet, but Andy is the one who is brought down first.
The most important fight for Team Exo is happening right now. Fierce trying to push in with that UMP. Bandy trying to get away, trying to get the higher ground. Fierce just barely surviving that nade. If he was inside, that would have been done for Fierce. But meanwhile, Sensei trying to come in. More nades are dropping in. It's going to be super important, but Team Exo finally finishing their opponents in style.
Well, there you have it. It was as quick as that, but Big Brother Esports comes in from afar with a few shots of their own, and unfortunately for Team Exo, they are going to have to be content with 2 finishes to their name. Again, this is not the kind of sharing that we are used to. There you have it, the aggressors in the distance. They are going to be spotted out, but now they do have that high ground near the shelter, and for the time being, they are in a good position. Now, what concerns me is the fact that, I did see 2 OP get shot at by F1 in the distance, but for now, it is going to be Pooja who is laying down some lead, and Team K9 are going to come under fire, and that little steel plate on the back of the buggy makes sure Sensei is still in this game.
And Sensei is trying to scout out the area. They already got a beautiful compound, but he is trying to make sure that they get enough information about their opponent if they can get a decent spot. You know what, Exo, they love splitting up. They love having a 3+1 split, and Exo was trying for just that, but they were not able to do that.
Now, speaking of splits, this team is going to be split up because F1 is on either side of Team Exo, and although Vashu and his teammate Schreider are in the open, they have the buggies on standby. They have that ditch, but now the enemy is coming in, and of course it is the Kings themselves. It's the Wolves. Question is, are they going to howl as a pack, or are they going to be brought down one by one? For now, looks like the question has been answered, but wait a second. Looks like Exo are going to make their move as Vashu takes a big one to his head.
This dip is not safe at all. We don't like this dip. We don't like this dip at all. I mean, it is too open. It is open from one side, and from the other side you are... you're not in a dangerous spot, and a lot of nades can come in.
Now, here's what I think happened. Now, Team Exo, they spotted the members of Reckoning driving around, and suddenly, like a mole rat, looks like a forced one, like a meerkat, I beg your pardon, did just pop up, and they were like, hey, wait a second, there's someone else down there. And while Vashu patches himself up, I guess they should skedaddle out of this position. There you have it. They are going to get in the buggies, and they are going to be on the move. But have a look at Punk. Now, he is going to be in the distance. Again, you want to have as many angles, as many eyes on the opponent. And speaking of angles, Odisha Esports seem to be taking the fight to long range.
I love the position of long range players. Every single one of them is in a different compound. Every single one of them is looking at a different window. So it's going to be super important. But Odisha Esports as well. They're trying to sandwich long range, and if they are going to do that, it's going to be super fun. But look at the zone. I believe this could be western shift, and yes, it is a western shift. Team XGR found themselves in the center of the zone.
Well, when they are going to be in the center, they are going to be happy, but just for a little while, because I'm sure a lot of teams are going to be eyeing that compound elsewhere. We are going to shift our attention up north now. Long Rain know that the enemy is nearby, and judging by what I see on my maps, they are going to be coming in for those finishes again. Think of an amoeba. They are trying to engulf their opponents, and now the grenade is going to be flung. Question is it going to bring someone down to their knees? Well, the short answer is no. But now, Long Rain, they are aware of the situation. Demise's position could be in a bad one because A, he's out in the open. I see he's going for the flank, but if anybody spots him, that could be it for him. Now, Omega could be raining down death on Long Rain.
Now again, this is going to be a very risky fight, XP. I mean, the zone is gone. If you want to go to the zone, you can do just that. But right now, Team Reckoning Esports, Mr. Spray just got knocked. Musty zone, Musty. He got a beautiful knock-in, but the retaliation is happening. Skrills would get the trade-off. Musty's on.
Well, he is going to get the trade-off, but it looks like the attack is coming in. One of the members from OE is going to be brought down, and now it's going to be Charlet. She moves in from the right. He does know where the enemy is. Of course, just one door separates them. I don't want to use an M4X at that range. He switches to the barrel, lays down some hip fire. Question is he going to connect? He does get a few shots in, but now his magazine is going to run out. He is going to have to switch his weapon again with the M4. He's going to go in. He needs to hip fire, but from behind, looks like Diddy circled around the enemy, and well, he is going to be just too hot for them, making sure he pays for that mistake. Adepta again trying to help his teammate out, and only one man stands for OE. Is it going to be Omega? And there you have it. He is put 6 feet under. Wonderful job over here by Diddy, making sure he skirts around the enemy, and well, the Predators became the prey in this situation as Odisha Esports are eliminated in the 15th position without any finishes.
It was too risky. They shouldn't have taken that fight. They should have prioritized the zone there. But meanwhile, moving on, talking about Team EXO, Fierce, Punk, Sensei, and Immortal. With all the experience and with all the gunpowder in the world, again, look at that split. Sensei is somewhere else. 3 players are holding that beautiful compound in the zone, but Reckoning losing 1 player. I believe, Reckoning in both of their chicken dinners, they had 4 of their players still alive in the final circle.
Well, we're going to have to find out if numbers are going to be a disadvantage for them as they move forward, because for now, they are still in the game, but Adepta just fell to the play zone, which means, again, they might have just left that fight a bit too long, and by the look of things, it could be the end for Long Rain. Massive grenade coming in as D-Sing is going to be brought down, and Devil OP is going to be a happy man. Now he wants to make sure he capitalizes on that finish, as Nickel does deploy some smoke, but the smoke is going to give the position away. I do expect a couple of grenades coming in, or is Devil going to lock horns with the enemy straight on elsewhere? Daddy is going to make sure Shooter from K9 is brought down, but Daddy has been spotted. In fact, Ankush did lay down some lead in his direction, but the enemy is going to come straight at them. Nickel does take a few shots through the smoke, but soon as the smoke dissipates, the enemies are going to be near one another. They can see them in the eyes, and there you have it. He does get taken down, which means now Ankush and Devil have their work cut out. However, for TST, this is standing. A beautiful drop shot coming in as Nickel is going to make sure he makes sure that the finishes are going to be coming in 3 to his name already.
Nickel is changing the game completely for his team. He is just changing the game. He's making sure that he gets those really important knocks in. The drop shots are beautiful, and he's trying to push it once again. His HP is down. Would he be able to make sure that he would get the clutch or not?
Well, a member from K9 is dangerously close, and all the members of THD are going to be clumped together. But on the other side, we have another fight breaking out, this time between MZ, and there you have it. F1's Vampire is going to be brought down, and now Musty's going to go in for the finish. But before that, the grenade from Gyrogod made sure he was put 6 feet under. Now Musty knows where the remaining members of Reckoning are, and they aren't going to make any sound yet. Elsewhere, the Supari gang finally breathed their last as they are eliminated in the 13th position with 4 finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Reckoning, they lost a couple of players. They lost a couple of players, but MZ Rex is using his advantage, using that UMP to perfection, getting a couple of knocks there. Big Brother Esports on the back, but would they be able to survive this one? That is the question of the moment.
Well, it's going to be Beast going up against the opposition. The grenade is going to be right next to him as Zen OP does have his work cut out. Next could be spotted by the Beast himself, but he's going to make sure he runs back. Now, this is a little bit tricky. They might just want to go for the right, but Rex, he's got to be aggressive. He knows where the enemy is, and now he's going to get shot at from afar again as the circle closes in. Oh boy, you can get shot at from anywhere as Team EXO now want to join the party as well.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about opportunities, and Team EXO got a beautiful opportunity to do a third party at this point of time, but they have the zone advantage. I would love to see what Musty Zone is thinking right now. They're not going all in, they're not going all out. They have to prioritize the zone, and they are doing that.
They are doing this job, but looks like Nyx is going to be spotted out by Immortal as he tests the opponent's mortality. He does bring it down, and now he wants to make sure that buggy goes boom. And well, Nick's body is flung all over the place, but for now looks like they do have the work cut out. Exo again in a good position, finally getting the final few shots on the opponents. As if you had a look, Punk over there tried to come in and run over the opposition with a vehicle as well. For now, Team Exo, they need to make sure if they want to make it to the next circle, they've got to deal with the elephant in the room, and the elephant is on the move. There is, of course, Big Brothers Esports as they do make it, but the beast has finally fallen.
Absolutely, just a ridiculous spray coming in from Immortal. The tracing on that buggy was just immaculate. But talking about UDog India, they are also having a fight against Team CR. Let's see if the Chicken Rushers are going to survive that fight or not.
Again, at this stage, there are going to be multiple fights all over the place, and now Red across, they are going to move in. That could be a massive grenade. It's just a bit too far away, as Arceus is still standing now. He is prone behind the buggy. He is going to be spotted out by Arm, but Arm has a little bit of cover as well. On the other side, the fight still continues, and just as I say that, Zenobi almost got knocked out. That grenade could spell trouble, but Scream isn't going to scream just yet. Well, I said that too soon, as now he is going to be 6 feet under, and well, a vehicle almost tried to run over Zenobi, but he is still holding his ground. He's making sure he hits the deck. He's making sure he doesn't make a single peek, as Punk now comes back to his teammate without anything to show for.
They have no idea about Mustizone's Gyro God, who's just sitting there, and I would love to see if Mustizone's Gyro God could do some magic there. But meanwhile, Mega Arceus is down and out of the game already. Talking about Big Brother Esports, they only have one player still standing, and Team Exo, they got the benefit of the zone as well. Meanwhile, Team XTR, who's been in the center of the zone from a long time, now they have to travel as well.
They do have to travel, and surprisingly, Nigma Galaxy still has all 4 members alive and kicking. Let's see if they do make something out of this game. Diddy lying next to a burning vehicle. Of course, we did see his heroics early on, making sure he doesn't make a single move, because if he does, the enemy could spot him from either end, and well, a few shots could spell trouble. Now he knows someone is going to be up towards that mountainside. Of course, he knows someone is behind him as well. Now spokes have been deployed. I do believe people are going to be spotted, but for now, it is going to be XTR fending off an attack from UDog Esports, and there you have it. The push comes in under the smoke, under the cover of smoke, and Madara is going to be in the right position. Unfortunately, he is going to be taken down, but looks like Crazy from afar is going to make sure the Doc hits the deck as well, and now Fearless goes around. Fearless jump, Fearless shoots, Fearless gets that knock.
Beautiful jump shot coming in from Fearless, but I believe UDog India, they took it too easy. They had to rush in that compound without any knowledge, and that is the reason for the demise as of now. But they lost 2 players still kicking. I would love to see if these 2 players are going to get the better of XTR.
Well, the 2 players are Rambo and Fearless. Let's see if they can put both those words together and just go Rambo on everybody else right now, because they do know that the enemy's nearby, but they've got to be careful, because Team Exo does hear the commotion, and well, they want to get a few finishes for themselves as well. Now Fraggy knows he's all by his lonesome, knows that the enemy is swarming at his feet, and all he can do is make sure he lies in wait and let them make all the mistakes.
Well, XTR, Fraggy is a clutch master for Team XTR. I would love to see, would he be able to become the Terminator for Team UDog India? That is the question in my mind, but a couple of nades are not bad at all. He has to run away, to be honest. But meanwhile, Fraggy, who is known for his clutches, I would love to see if he can do a 1v2 in this situation.
Well, let's see if that's going to happen, because someone's oblivious that there's so much fighting going on, as Nigma Galaxy are driving past willy-nilly, but for now looks like Red Cross are going to come under fire, as Arto is going to be brought down to his bloody knees. Now grenades are going off, and Fergie is playing the dance of death, because he is bobbing and weaving, but sooner or later looks like his life might be snuffed out if he is caught in the blast radius. Team Exo, they have a good position, and well, they have their backs against the wall again, something that you want at this stage. Nigma Galaxy, they are in trouble here, Sparrow.
The best thing about Team Exo is their split. They know how to split, they know how to clear their backs, and Fierce, I think, is just going to revive Punk at this point of time. Team Nigma Galaxy, they're also in between some revivals. They have to reset the fight as soon as possible. Immortal with a beautiful smoke trying to cover his teammates. I'd love to see what Immortal can do in this situation.
Well, let's see what's going to happen, because it looks like Fearless is going to make sure that Fraggy is finally exiting this game, as another one bites the dust, and now we are down to 6 teams, 16 people still alive. Seraph with that M4 is going to make sure Fearless goes down, and well, Rambo could go for that revive. However, they are just inches outside the circle, and looks like it might just come through now. Although Nigma Galaxy have made sure that all 4 members are alive and kicking, I might have spoken too soon. They don't have any finishes to the name. All of that could change in the next few seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, Ted just started to knock some people there. I would love to see what he is going to do at this point of time. Sensei barely surviving. Another nade might come in at this point of time. Sensei, he knows that the nades are going to come towards this rock and he has to get into the zone as soon as possible. Now, Nigma Galaxy, they have the zone advantage. Look at the split. It's a beautiful split. Two players are looking to make sure that they can stop people coming in from the eastern side. Two players are looking to make sure that they can stop everyone from the western side.
Elsewhere, looks like Musty Zone Gaming are going to be opening up for the enemy, as of course we are going to join Nigma Galaxy because they are in a world of trouble and one good grenade could be it. But for now, Auto is going to be brought down once again, and well, the Optimist from NGX is going to be brought down again. Oh, Gyro God, the explosion was in the air, but all that shrapnel ripped through his body, and well, Gyro God and Musty Zone Gaming are now going to be exiting in the 6th position with 7 finishes to their name, as Rambo has been spotted out in the tall grass. Unfortunately for Team Red Cross, those shots did not hit its mark.
Absolutely, but MJ wouldn't be that lucky. Rambo, what a brilliant nade there. Artemis also getting knocked down, getting finished there, but Rambo still has a nade in his hand and Team EXO in front of them. Nigma Galaxy, 2 players still surviving it seems, and I would love to see what they are going to do, how many points they're going to rack up in this one. Meanwhile, Team EXO looking good for a chicken dinner with all 4 of their players still survive and still kicking.
Oh, they are looking good, but right now it's going to be Zeref on the offensive. He knows where the enemy is. He makes sure Ted is put 6 feet under, and now it's only Smoke left in his spot. He does go loose with that M249, but it's going to be Fizz from behind who gets that final say, and now Fizz is going to make sure, well, in the blink of an eye, Red Cross are going to say bye-bye as well, which means now we're down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be a 4-man EXO, well, a 3-man EXO at this point, going up against Rambo and Fearless, but it's going to be Fearless who gets the better of Punk, and now the tables have turned. It is even Stevens, ladies and gentlemen. That one grenade could be problematic. Fearless goes down. Immortal is going to be on by a sliver of HP. He has half HP. This is when Rambo and Fearless need to split, and again, that is all it takes, ladies and gentlemen. Again, doesn't matter what your numbers are, doesn't matter who the opponents are. A few well-precise grenades and, well, amazing shooting is all it takes, as UDog India, oh boy, they have sent ripples across the esports world, winning this chicken dinner.
You said it, they did it. I mean, they were fearless and they ramboed it out on their opponents. Those nades were incredible. It's all about information. Take a deep breath, XP, because these guys, they're here to be champions. UDog India, after 2 bad games, they showed their class once again.
Oh my goodness, we were just talking about this, that, you know, round 3, they did so good. Where are they? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is UDog India for you, making sure they win in style.
In a 2v4 situation, I mean, to be honest, they lost a couple of players too early in the game. Still 2 players surviving, still they're kicking. And as they say, when the tough gets going, I forgot that.
When the going gets tough,
when the going
gets
tough, the tough gets going. And these 2 players, they are tough.
Again, lovely that, you know, we were making jokes earlier that, oh, we've got Fearless, oh, we've got Rambo. Can they live up to the names? Well, Rambo did go Fearless, and UDog, again, it is going to be one of those Cinderella stories. I'm sure all of you have some massive grins on your faces right now. Boy, what a match. Again, it could have gone either way. Team EXO still looked good. They did have about 7 finishes to their name, but boy, oh boy, UDog was just a class apart.
Well, again, the positioning of Team EXO was really good. Their basics are
they have the entire side to themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Sensei is a technical IGL. His tactics are just so impressive. I'm in love with that IGLing. But to be honest, UDog India, that fearless style, they just went all in. You know, at few seconds ago, their positions were revealed. They were trying to take them out, but they were lucky at that point of time. But right now, they created their luck.
They were. Now, you did mention Sensei. Earlier, you mentioned Mr. Spray God. Pick one IGL. Who's your favorite?
Don't put me on the spot, XP. I mean, both are just amazing.
I have a question for you. A, if you missed any of the action, where were you? But if you did miss them, well, we got you covered because the highlights are going to be coming up on your screens now, and action broke out pretty early. Well, not pretty early, but once it did, it was never ending.
Absolutely. I mean, Team EXO, they were relentless. They knew this compound was super important, so they just slammed in. They managed to take out 2 OP with those beautiful nades. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning, not a great game for them, but I think it's a good day for them.
Oh, it is a good day for them. I mean, come on, 2 chicken dinners. I think they should be happy. I did listen to Floki earlier. He was like, you know, even if they throw 2 games, which by all means they shouldn't.
The curse of Floki is happening.
Which they shouldn't, you know, they could have done it. But have a look at this. This was beautiful. Now, Omega and the boys thought that, you know, we've got them in the spot, but from behind, someone is circling around, and well, he made sure he put them in the ground. Elsewhere, we did see some fights coming out on these mountain dump slopes. Again, the Supari gag, this drop shot coming in by Nickel. Oof, pristine.
That was incredible. The way that guy moved and had that prawn shot. It is just amazing to see these young players coming in, showing their class all over again and again and again. Meanwhile, Kane and Ankush, he was there, he was trying to push in, and you look at that amazing UMP spray. That guy got really good corrosive placement, it seems.
Also, it's about the reactions, right? The way he was ducking under the fire, but over here it did seem like it could be problematic for EXO early on, but they managed to make sure they kept the attackers at bay. Now again, so close, yet so far away.
I mean, EXO got a good game. They got the second position. They got some really good, decent finishes as well. And the next game, Sanhok, is their favorite map. You know why? Because Dr. Immortal is going to come in. I was talking with Sensei a few minutes ago, and you know what he was saying? He was saying that they are going to stick to the basic plan. 3 players are going to attack, 3 players are going to try to find enemies and finish them, but EXO Immortal is going to do the heal battle.
So he's going to be patching himself up in one of those deserted shacks
I
somewhere.
have to say, he has done MVPs in Sanhok, it seems.
Oh, I see we have a fellow scholar over here, but again, it was fun, but again, Diddy was the man of the moment for long reign, but I love this. He jumped, he hopped, he skipped, he jumped, got that finish, and well, but of course, Fearless and Rambo, they made quick work of the opposition.
I have to say, it was a risky move, rushing in this compound without any information, without knowing anyone. They had to, but again, it was risky. They lost a couple of players. They managed to survive. 2 players managed to survive this fight. They had a decent compound then, and they managed to make the full use out of it.
They did indeed, and now this fight is something we would keep an eye out because Gyro God was making sure that everybody went, but all that shrapnel blowing up in his face was just a bit too much. He was a bit too disfigured, and well, that is all she wrote. But again, U-Dog, man, the grenades were relentless, making sure Nigma Galaxy paid a heavy, heavy price.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Fearless got 6 finishes. Rambo
and a
got
pal
5
was thrown as
finishes.
well.
They're throwing everything. They would have thrown stones and rocks as well.
That's what you got to do when you are up against the opposition, when the numbers are against you. Like you said, you got to throw everything at your disposal, and that is what they did. And finally, the final grenade goes boom, and with that, Team EXO as well, hopes and aspirations went up in flames.
Now, I have one question. How many nades these guys were carrying? I mean, are they carrying 8 nades, 7 nades? How many nades
I think that slider must have been all the way to the right because it looks like it was relentless. But now we know who won the game. Let's have a look and see how the other teams did, because the point standings are going to be popping up on your screens now. And well, in first position, U-Dog India, 30 points, 15 coming from placements, 15 coming from finishes.
Back in the game, back in reckoning, and let's see what they can do in this one. Number 2, we got Team EXO with 7 finishes, 19 total points they got out of this game. Number 3, we have Team Red Cross with 7 finishes, 17 total points. But I have to say, I mean, 3 games over, 3 to go. A lot of questions in my mind.
Well, we have hit the midway mark, and of course, as you did mention, a few of these teams are going to be, well, in a position that they do not want to find themselves in. Nigma Galaxy, 0 finish points, 8. Again, you know, we did say, are the numbers going to help? Turns out, Spare, the numbers did not help.
0 finish points. The main thing, they're not able to get any finishes, to be honest. And I have to say, after 3 games, they have 0 finishes.
I want to wait for the finished and damage graph because I want to see if they are dishing out any damage or if they're just at the receiving end. And speaking of receiving end, the last 3 teams, well, they walk away without any points. And from the bottom up, it's going to be Force 1, 2OP, and Odisha Esports. Now that we've had a look at, you know, how the teams did, let's see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from this game, because, well, it is only one man. Of course, it is going to be Fearless from U-Dog India walking away with that mantle.
Absolutely. 6 finishes, 930 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot, 158 healings, and the survival time of a massive 25.8 minutes. U-Dog Fearless, I think his name is absolutely perfect.
Now, as we have a look at the top 5, I wonder if his teammate is going to join him. Of course, he's going to join him. Rambo's got to be right up there with 5 finishes to himself in 2nd position, while the teammate Dark is going to be ending up in the 4th with 4 finishes to him. And of course, joining them, we have one member from K9 Esports, that is Ankush, with 4. And of course, Red Cross's Zerif with 3 finishes in the 5th position.
Look at the damage dealt by Fearless and Rambo. 930 by Fearless, 841 by Rambo. The damage percentage is so high. U-Dog Dark also manages to get into top 4. So all in all, U-Dog managing to make a really decent comeback. First 2 games were not in their favor. 3rd game was really amazing. Would they be able to make sure that Sanhok is in their favor?
Well, you said that, you know, it is one of their preferred maps. Again, only time will answer all these questions. Of course, all we can do is, you know, speculate over here. And again, it's easier said than done. I did notice one thing. Now, over the course of the last couple of weeks, I have been saying coulda, woulda, shoulda. Was Floki taking a jab at me when he said the wise old man? I mean, why is my age being brought up? Because again, you know, now that we've had a look at a few stats and figures, let's have a look at some more as we do have the match summary. And wait a second, again, a massive number of grenades, 119 were used in guess what, Sparrow? 13 ended up putting people 6 feet under.
That's a big number. That's a massive number. And I think UDOG India got the better of a lot of teams.
I think it could be one of the highest thus far.
Absolutely. I mean, 13 finishes with the nades. That's not the highest, but that is really good. 14 is the highest, so they were too close. But talking about the devil number, 61 finishes, 61 knocks, 6,039 total healings. We got 666 there.
We do have the devil himself amongst us, but I do like the fact that, the finish to knock ratio is pretty similar. Speaking of ratios, let's have a look at a graphical representation as the finish damage graph is going to be coming up on our screens. And, well, you like calling it Manhattan. It looks like a few skyscrapers are missing.
Well, I'm trying to find out Nigma Galaxy where they are now. I would love to see their skyscraper if they have one. Meanwhile, talking about skyscrapers, we got UDOG India with 2220. Talking about Nigma Galaxy XP.
They are in the damage thing. They have 641 points of damage. There you have it, right in the center. But unfortunately, they couldn't convert them to finishes.
Absolutely. I mean, they would be distorted. They had the center of the zone, and from everywhere they were trying to survive. So sometimes center is not that good, XP.
I mean, like I said, the moment you said that, they are in the center, I said, well, they have a good position for now, but sooner or later, everyone is going to want a piece of that pie for themselves. Of course, that is how it goes. But a massive game again. Like the first Erangel, we didn't really have any action breakout up to the 10-ish minute mark. But as soon as the first body fell, well, every single team kept toppling over each other like dominoes.
It was a chaotic situation for a lot of teams, but I have to say, a lot of teams are making a comeback. Team EXO made a really good comeback. Team UDOG India made a really good comeback. You know who's remaining? Team Nigma Galaxy, who only got 8 points. I would say a mini comeback, not a full comeback. But there's one team who got 0 points after this game, and that is going to be Team Force One.
That is going to hurt Team Force One. But speaking of Nigma Galaxy, I like the fact that at least they have kind of warmed up their weapons, because in the previous 2 games, they barely had any damage as well. But this time, they have more than 600 points of damage, which means they are warming up now. We've had a look at how the teams did in the last game. Let's have a look and see how all the teams did in the last 3 games, because, well, the overall standings are going to be coming up. And at the tippity top, it's the Wolves themselves, Reckoning Esports, with 55 points to their name.
Absolutely. Number 2, we still have Big Brother Esports, 38 total points. I mean, they still need one more good game to solidify their spot in top 6. Number 3, we got the new number 3 here. UDOG India managed to make a comeback. 2 bad games, and suddenly they're still in top 3. You know what? They got only 3 points in first 2 games. Then they got the 30 bomber, and here they are. They are at number 3.
We keep saying this. I know that we beat around that same bush, that one good game can be it all. There you have it. This is proof for you. One good game did propel them to the 3rd position. Of course, following them in 4th, just 1 point behind, are going to be the boys from Team EXO. Again, as you mentioned, a good outing for them in this game. Long Rain are going to be in the 5th position. And of course, if you do talk about the top 6, the Supari gang is going to be in 6th with 27, 2 OP with 25. And now, let's have a look and see at what lies on the other side. Nigma Galaxy, they did get 9 points from 3 games. Again, I do believe this is time when they need to wake up.
They have to wake up. I mean, I don't know if their alarm clock is working or not, but right now they have 0 finishes. They need to do something at this point of time. It's not possible to have 0 finishes after 3 games.
And this is Nigma Galaxy, remember. This is unprecedented. Looks like...
And they have MJ. He's a beast of a player.
We've seen them in the past, and this is what we expect. So again, for the invited teams, they should have done their homework, because you can get a lot to know. You can know a lot about the other teams by just going over the WODs from previous games. But again, the thing is, I kind of get where they're coming from, right? Now the pressure is going to be so much on their shoulders. A, they have a massive fan base. B, all those fans have expectations, and our fans, well, they wear their hearts on their sleeves, and they aren't scared of letting their emotions known to the world.
Absolutely. They have the name as well, Nigma Galaxy. That's a big name in esports, and I have to say, they are under a lot of pressure, but they still have 3 more games to go. I mean, again, we are going to say the same thing once again. You need one good game.
One good game can propel you to glory. And speaking of glory, that is what this entire event is all about. Of course, we speak about the prize pool. It's going to be one of the biggest online qualifiers, open online qualifiers that we did have just moments ago. And through those qualifiers, 1,024 teams did make it to round 1. Now, through those 1,024 teams, 64 are fighting it out over here. Again, what I still think is, we have the creme de la creme right at the top, and that is what we are witnessing right now. Like I said, we might just be seeing the next big superstar.
Absolutely. I mean, out of these 64, only 24 are going to go through to the semi-finale. And I have to say, look, either you create history or you just read it.
or you read it. I mean, either you're going to be a page in history, or well, you're going to be forgotten all about it. But again, I think that is the pressure that is going to be kept on the shoulders of the old guard, as I like saying, because again, all those expectations, you've got to be performing every single moment. And we know, you have some good days and you have some not so good days. So it all comes down to, again, you got to keep one thing also. It's about the mentality as well. It's about, you've got to keep that balance. But let's have a look and see a couple of squads as we are going to put them head to head, as the squad face-off is going to be popping up on our screens, and I'm actually excited to see who it's going to be. I already have an idea, but let's see if my predictions are right, because there you go. I did think Team EXO would make the cut, going up against Team Red Cross, 7 finishes each.
Look at the difference in damage, 2,333 damage for Team EXO, and for Team Red X Cross, it is going to be 1-4-1-4. So there's a huge difference in damage, but look at the number of assists Team Red Cross got. They got 7 assists, meanwhile Team EXO got 4 assists. They got 3 headshot as well, Team Red Cross. Meanwhile, Team EXO got 0 headshots.
Well, I mean, even if they didn't get the headshots, they did get those finishes, and I like the fact that, these teams are on the second and the third position, because, again, it just means that the competition, Sparrow, is razor thin. Now, since we have seen a bit of a face-off, let's actually shine that light a bit brighter on one team, as the squad spotlight is popping up, and Team EXO, again, we did see these numbers just moments ago, but just go through them once again.
Well, I would love to say they have to be consistent in the remaining games. 7 finishes they got, 2,333 damage as well, with 4 assists and a survival time of 24 minutes and 55 seconds.
I mean, on average, that is good, after 3 games. But again, they do need to make sure they get some more blood spewing from their enemies, and they better rack up all those finishes, because again, every single point counts. And, we've been saying for a long time now, it doesn't matter how you get those finishes, by hook or by crook. You see someone, crawling in the distance, by all means, take a shot at them, as we did see in this game just now.
You know what? They would be disappointed. You know why? Because look at the damage. 2,333 damage for only 7 finishes. Where are those finishes? Exactly.
Well, I mean, that is a question that you want to direct to them, because, again, I am in the darkness over here. But again, we have hit that midway mark. We still have 3 more games in store for all of you watching. And, again, anything can happen. But right now, what we are going to wait for is to make sure that everyone is going to be, in the lobby. But before that, let me just remind you of which all teams are going to be playing in the next game, because the matchup is now going to be popping up on your screens. You already know your teams. Can you pick your favorites?
You dog India, after a beautiful game of Erangel, again trying to secure the spot in top 6. We have Odisha Esports as well, alongside Team EXO and Exterminator Esports.
And of course, joining them, we have the boys from Red Cross, 247 Gaming, Musty Zone Gaming, Enigma Galaxy. Now, again, we are going to beat around the same bush. Maybe they need to wake up. On the other side, we have 2 OP official, Team K9 officials, Team Chicken Rushers. Well, they almost rushed their way to 1 chicken dinner. Let's see if they can do it again. They're going to be joined by the Supari Gang, the Howling Wolves, Reckoning Esports, Force One, Long Rain, and Big Brother Esports.
A lot of these teams are new, a lot of these teams are young, but they are here at the same stage with experienced teams, and they are fighting it out toe to toe.
So, they have been here for some time now, and forget about all the jitters, forget about all the shakiness, because again, this is their moment. We've said it before, I'll say it again. iQOO has done a wonderful job for making sure they give us this pedestal for all these teams to shine on, and well, they must put their best foot forward. Before we move on, let's have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of the BGIS 2021.
Are you ready for this?
Well, again, we do see a few new things. I wonder if you spotted something new in the studio, because looks like Sparrow has flown off.
Absolutely.
I know that's not what he likes saying, because it is hope. And, well, the Mischief himself is joining us. Floki, what an amazing game last time. U-Dog India finally getting that chicken dinner.
You know, right before I left off, I said one thing. I said that, you know, when the last 3 maps are remaining, these guys are going to start picking the pace up. Well, it came 1 map early, and I couldn't be even happier for them because, well, U-Dog India, it is a team that everyone had their eyes on for quite a while, but just weren't able to perform for some reason. Now with this 1 chicken dinner in the bag, they should feel that confidence rising from within and finally making better decisions.
Looks like they are finally going to bask in the spotlight, because again, you know, sometimes the light can just blind you, right? It can be a bit blinding. You got to get used to it, and looks like they are used to it. And I wonder what the next game has in store, because let me set the stage. Forget Erangel, forget Miramar. It is going to be hectic, because we are taking a trip to a tropical island we like calling Sanhok.
Absolutely. Sanhok is one of those maps where you just never know what you're going to get, right? You could get a heal battle, you could see a lot of early skirmishes. Once again, the 4x4 grid makes for some very, very interesting, well, decisions coming in from these teams.
And, you know, speaking of the plane path, it doesn't matter where it is. All your favorite spots are going to be in jumping distance. The only question one has to ask is does somebody else have the same idea? Because the moment you open your chutes, what's the first thing we do? We all look around and we're like, oh man, there's another team coming in. So you already got to start mentally preparing yourself before you hit the ground.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to prepare yourself mentally, and it's also about sort of getting the advantage early on, right? If you know you've got yourself maybe a helmet or a vest and another weapon, an automatic weapon, you know, if you get yourself an M4, it might just be worth it to go and push instead and make some space for your team instead, who might still not be kitted up fully, and be the aggressor. Sometimes you just have to make those hard decisions on the map of Sanhok.
You know, we've seen those little races for those weapons, and again, the first one to the finish line is usually the one who wins. You pick up a weapon, doesn't matter what it is. We've seen pistol finishes, we've seen the shotgun used, we've even seen the crossbow being used, not to get a knock, but to finish an opponent down. So anything at your disposal, forget that. We've seen bans being thrown. What more can you ask for?
Absolutely. You know what I do want to see though still? I want to see a fist fight breaking out very early on the map. You know, I want to see teams trying to go in for the same location whatsoever and start throwing some jabs, some left hooks coming in. You know, maybe we see some Muhammad Ali fans, maybe we see some Mike Tyson fans in there.
Well, the thing is, in about a few minutes, the game is going to be underway, and like you said, Sanhok is a 4x4, so everyone is going to be in each other's faces. Let's see if that's going to happen. But before that, before the blood is spewed all over the place, let's just have a look at the beautiful tropical island of Sanhok.
Absolutely. I mean, well, here is the island for itself. Once again, lots of, you know, kacha houses as you were taught back in elementary school. There is a difference between the two. One you make with bricks, the other you make with a bunch of wood and straws combined. And well, while the name might be Paradise, soon enough it is not going to be Paradise anymore. In fact, it's going to be a battleground for all of these teams to, you know, go forward and spew each other's blood, maybe even turn it into hell.
Well, I know that it's a resort, but sooner enough, all that green grass is going to be covered in blood, and well, there are no pretty girls about at this time. But as we do wait for the match to get underway, I want to see some action in boot camp. Now, we didn't see anything like that yesterday.
Oh yeah, we certainly did. I mean, we saw teams just going it aggressive, but once again, boot camp just being abandoned like that is a little bit new. You know, usually you see some of the other team take note of the fact that, okay, well, no one is going there. It doesn't seem that anyone is around us. Maybe boot camp is going to be free, but well, we're about to find out today if that same thing is going to happen once again or not. But what I do want to see early on, like I said earlier, is just a bunch of fist fights. You know, just screw the weapons. You know, don't even race for them. When you see each other going there in the distance, instead of running at the weapon, run at each other, pull out those fists, and show me what that footsie range is all about. You know, going forward in movement and all that stuff. It becomes very, very important when you're throwing those punches.
So A, you wanted to see their footwork. B, you wanted to be a man-on-man action, right? I mean, settle it the old way. But of course, that isn't going to happen right now, because the moment somebody picks up a weapon, those bullets are going to go skrrr, and someone is going to be taken down. But now, in about 20 seconds, the game is going to be underway, and oh my goodness, that almost gave me a fright.
Well, that zoom out from the mannequin really did catch me off guard there. I thought we were looking at an alien. It almost looked like some villain from Spider-Man.
There've been a lot of times, in fact, that I've shot at that mannequin thinking that someone's in that building.
You know, it reminds me of the movie I Am Legend, where there is this, you know, all those bald, hairless, skinny people just running around like maniacs. Kind of reminds me of that. But, well, the flight is underway. In fact, we're going to be starting off all the way, well, from, I believe it's starting from the from the northwestern corner of the map, going all the way towards Tambank. So we'll see if any of these teams do end up thinking about Cave or maybe even Camp Charlie. Should be off the menu for now, but hey, you know, who knows, maybe you still go there anyway.
Now, the thing is, this is Sanhok. Now, before the last man even touches ground, chances are a few shots could be fired and, well, a few opposition members could be taken down. But for now, as far as getting too close for comfort is concerned, I only see a couple of teams heading to Mongnai at the beginning of the flight path. So it looks like we might have an early skirmish breakout between the Sapari gang and the Chicken Rushers.
Absolutely. Well, Mongnai is going to be the epicenter of the action. And guess what? Chicken Rushers have actually made their way there first. Maybe the side... Oh,
wait a second.
boy.
Stop the press. Have a look at that circle, ladies and gentlemen. 50% in water in Sanhok.
Oh, well, this is certainly going to make things interesting over here, as only the northwestern island is going to be there in play. As well, the team in Hard Tin right now, I do believe it is Team K9, who had a bit of a rough start, might actually be doing good. But looks like Shadowgod has picked up the Vector for now, and at close range, that thing can shred. We'll see if he's going to get the angles for it for now, though, because it does seem that there are a couple of members closing in on him.
Well, we're going to leave K9 in Hard Tin, but now we're going to focus our attention to the quarry down south, where, of course, Musty's Own Gaming's Gyro God, well, he does know that the opposition does know where he is, as MJ, the mummy himself, does cook a grenade. He is going to fling it. The grenade is going to go boom. Nobody is going to be brought down, and now the little push is coming in, because, again, Nigma should realize they might have an advantage as far as weapons are concerned. He jumps, he shoots, but in fact, he's going to be taken down by Nyx from afar, and all of a sudden, Nigma Galaxy are finding themselves in the same predicament. That was a beautiful shotgun shot. However, it did not connect. Now, MJ's got his work cut out because the enemy is coming in from both sides. He's going to duck, he's going to bob, he's going to weave, he's going to get out of there, but no, he's going to take the fight right to the enemy.
Absolutely, MJ's going to try to bob and weave over here, but Musty still has a lot of grenades to throw, so he's going to make his life very, very uncomfortable for now. And guess what? The rest of the Musty's Own Gaming squad are also here, and they are not looking to be merciful today. You've got the AKM in your hands next, but the question is, are you going to push, or is MJ going to be left alone? Well, MJ will be able to run away, and it looks like Nigma Galaxy will cut their losses short and retreat.
The thing is, Nigma Galaxy had a split drop because his teammates are far, far away, although Ted is frantically trying to make his way towards his, well, comrade who's come under fire, and sooner or later we just might see a face-off between these two teams. For now, MJ, against all odds, again, a smart decision on him to back out, because the moment he realized that, uh-oh, I've got enemies on either side of me, it was pretty inevitable what was going to happen, but he is going to make sure that he's in charge of his own fate.
Absolutely. We're going to find out if MJ indeed can stand strong and fight, or if he's going to be taken down here. He's got the UMP, so is not doing all that bad for those close range engagements. You do kind of want to have an SMG over something like an M4 or an AKM at that distance, but we'll see if that does end up mattering. In the meantime, it looks like a bit of a water rotation coming in from the side of Team Red Cross.
I'm a little disappointed because Team Red Cross, they did drop down at the boot camp, and well, it's a smart decision on their part to shift to the northwestern island because that's where the action is going to be, but that means the boot camp is going to be left all by its lonesome once again. Now, it is going to be a race to the top of those cliffs, those infamous, those notorious cliffs on the northwestern island, because usually if you do make it to the tippity top, it's pretty easy raining down death and destruction.
Absolutely. Slim pickings, or rather easy pickings for all the teams that are on top, and well, if you're Red Cross right now, that is probably where you've got your eyes set. In the meantime, we also have K9 and, well, I believe that is the members of 247 Gaming trying to also make their way towards the cliff. So it's not going to be easy for them to get on top. But in the meantime, the winners of last game, UDog Rambo, is going to be very, very happy taking up all this free real estate and everything contained within it.
Now, we did see them do wonders in the last game. Question is, what if 4 of the underdogs survive till the end? Is it going to be even more spectacular, or is some other underdog going to come in and steal the show away from them?
Well, we're about to find out. Last time it was Rambo and Fearless, and Rambo was indeed being fearless as they both charged forward and took those shots against EXO, but maybe this time around they don't get the same opportunities. In the meantime, well, speak of the devil, it is Team EXO on our screens right now. Well, they are more than happy just having the entirety of the southern half of the map for themselves. You just know where they are at this moment, and well, they should be able to take up all that real estate for themselves. But once again, the race to the cliffs is on.
Well, it's going to be a race to be crowned the king of the hill, as 247 Gaming are going to go up along with the opposition, and sooner or later they are going to find each other at the enemy's door, because K9 Esports seem to have beaten them to the summit. But now it is going to be 247. They are coming in. They are on either side of the ruined temple up there, as Aryan is going to be the first in the line of defense for his team, and I like what they're doing. They are giving up some space, but they shouldn't give up too much space, because if they go on the downslope here, Floki, that is when it becomes easier for the opposition. But surprisingly, 247 Gaming, they did hear a little rustle in the leaves, and well, it stopped them in their tracks.
Absolutely. Well, and if the rustle wasn't enough, there you go. There's an explosion coming in with the grenade from Aryan. And now he's going to try and double dip on that, well, aggression here. He's going to go forward and maybe try and find some pick. But look at this flank nade coming in from Arceus. He's going to keep them on their toes, leave them paranoid about the flank. And this is a great play coming in from him. Although, if he does not survive, it could all be in vain. You have to be a little bit careful right now if you are Team 247, because you don't have the perfect spread. But K9, they are looking to push forward.
Rahul has the right idea. Have a look at that. He is going to go on the left flank for his team, but he's got to be careful. He's got to extend just a little bit more and then, snuff the lives out from either end. Elsewhere, it does seem like K9's Ankush has the same idea, as he is going to be in the first line of defense from said right flank. But now, K9, again, they do have a little bit of an advantage, but they've got to keep one thing in mind. From afar, you could still be shot, because again, yes, you are at the summit, but someone could just see you from down below. But for now, K9 and, well, 247 Gaming in a bit of a stalemate. Elsewhere, action is going to break out, as it does look like Reckoning Esports are going to be laying down damage on XDR, and, well, XDR are down one man.
Absolutely. Well, the bridge near Tatmok seeing some action over here, as we'll see Skrills try and move forward. This time around, he's got the LMG in his hands. It's going to be the M249 instead. Let's see him rain death upon his enemies. Does have the high ground, does have the vantage point. A bit of a repeat from game 1 if you ask me, but can he capitalize just as well? Well, we're about to find out. That nade coming in could be big fraggy, much like his name suggests, will be taken out by that frag grenade. And now Skrills is going to continue pushing forward. Oh, yeah, he sees one member in the window. There's a lot of damage in, but does he get the knock? Yes, he does.
That was the flank that Reckoning needed to secure, because now nobody can do anything. All they're going to do is jump down, make it a Roy Chetty move, just go all in. The shots are going to be fired, but it's going to be Skrills who comes from afar. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The first team to bite the dust are going to be the Terminators, who, well, are going to be terminated.
Absolutely, they are not going to be back this time around, as Skrills make sure that he takes all of them out. And with those 4 players out, they've got complete control over the bridge leading from Tatmok all the way towards the northwestern part of the map.
Well, we all do that, because looks like action is going to be non-stop as we once again come back to the ruined temple atop this little mountain. And K9 officials, well, they have lost Aryan, but again, 247 Gaming, they're taking their time. They're not making any mistakes. They want to make sure that they work as a tight-knit unit, and they are forcing K9 to become a little impatient. And, well, when you become impatient, you make mistakes. Now, Shooter is going to be on the right flank for his team, but on the other side, looks like another fight is going to break out, as 2 OPs, Mandy and Andy, are going to be facing the members from F1 Esports.
Absolutely. F1 Esports last time around, well, they had a bit of a weird performance, but maybe 2 OP officials this time can make it even worse. Well, Andy is going to start things off by cleaning up Voshi over here. There's still Strider and there's Vampire down there on the low ground, so maybe a couple of nades could be tossed in that direction to try and flush them out into the open, but doesn't seem like Andy's going to be able to do that. Doesn't have the range. He does see them moving, but is he going to rattle off those shots? Yes, he will. He will be able to shoot Strider right in the back there, and he's going to go forward to try and confirm that finish. He's got his teammates to back him up, so he's not worried at all about going down himself. He just wants to secure that finish and make sure that F1 don't have an easy rotation out of this one.
The advantage 2 OP has is that they have the higher ground. Now, Servi does know where the enemy is coming from. He does have a grenade in his hand. In fact, he is going to lob the grenade, but is it going to be at the right distance? Here it comes, here it goes, and unfortunately, all it catches is thin air. Now, Andy with the grenade off his own. Oh my goodness, he does connect. As Servi is brought down as well, and now the Vampire, well, he better find some shade, because an attack is going to be coming in. And have a look at 2 OP's teammates. They're going to make sure they secure the flanks, but it's going to be Rambo from U-Dog who gets one of his teammates out, which means now it is going to be a 3-man job up against Vampire. And, well, the Molotov has been flung, but the question is, do Devils burn in the sunlight, or will he find some shade?
Well, looks like Vampire has found some shade for the meantime. It looks like Strider's just going to try his best to get some information for his team. Knows he's going to bleed out over here. And there you go. Andy will confirm that with the AKM. But the res might not come through here. Vampire might have to fight. He will be successful in taking the fight. But with the UMP at that distance, might even be able to fight Mandy. Mandy with the jump shot will finish him off. And 2 OP will not let the sacrifice of their teamates go in vain. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, over the cliff, 247 Gaming, they will finish off the side of Team K9 officials and take control of this part of the map. Have a view, have a sight of line I have a line of sight over the rest of the map as well and prevent all of these other teams from taking that cliff for themselves.
You know, they say patience is the virtue, and well, 247 Gaming did just that as, well, the K9s have balked their loss in this game, and now they are going to be out in the 15th position, or rather the 14th position. My mistake. Now, the circle has kind of shifted further up to the northwest, but of course, we did kind of miss this action. Let's actually see what happened on the cliffs up top as 247. Again, have a look at that. They get that one knock. There you go. The right flank for K9 is gone. That means they can push in from that side, and of course, Devil, well, he wasn't devilish enough as he couldn't stop that attack, and of course, through the smoke, the last man, you can't really do anything when 4 guns are trained at you.
Absolutely. I mean, well, there's only so much that they could do, and Team Keenan official, they will bite the dust eventually. And now all of these members trying to ascend up to the cliffs. Well, they should be easy pickings for 247. In the meantime, the Sapari gang, Daddy, he does seem a little bit low. Has been knocked on his feet? I don't think so. He's still standing strong in the meantime, and looks like the rest of the members from the Sapari gang as well are looking to prevent Red Cross from ascending up the cliffs. But Nikhil is not too sure if he wants to expose himself too much, because he would be exposing himself to multiple angles here and might just end up biting the dust very, very quickly.
Again, these cliffs notorious for their loose gravel, because it looks like Krish is going to get the better of Nikhil, and in an instant he is going to be put 6 feet under, which means now Red Cross, well, they have 3 members going up against 4-man THD, and that number is going to be negated because Nikhil is going to be brought down with a massive grenade from Otto, while D-Sync does take some damage, which means now he's going to be out of commission because he needs to patch himself up. But have a look at that. 247 from atop could spell trouble for Red Cross.
Absolutely. For the meantime, they're not really trying to take this fight. They're just looking at this and maybe evaluating if they have a good opportunity to maybe get a free pick for themselves. R2 could be that one. He's running out in the opening, but in the meantime, looks like the side of Reckoning Esports are also creating some trouble for the members of Red Cross, as they have to fight a war on multiple fronts here. In fact, on 3 sides, because on one, well, there's a Sapari gang, on the other you've got Reckoning Esports, and then on top you also have 247 Gaming to contend with.
I wonder if TSG are thinking this is a free-for-all because everyone is firing at them from all directions.
Absolutely. Well, TSG, they're going to be a little bit confused about the game mode that they signed up for now, but Maxi OP in the meantime is going to keep them in check. And now he's even going to turn his attention elsewhere. See what his teammates are up to. They have managed to find themselves a vehicle over here. But Daddy in the meantime, yeah, he does spot them out, and you were right, he didn't have any meds. But Seraph, he should be cleaned up. Oh my god! R2 with a spray down. I think there was a connection of 2 headshots.
It all comes down to Krish. Question is he going to be a superhero for his team, or is he going to fly off into oblivion? Because, well, it does look problematic now. D-Sync, as we did mention before, is still alive. However, no utilities, no meds on him. So basically, he's going to make sure every single shot he takes does connect, and he doesn't take any damage in return. And by the look of things, I like what Reckoning are doing. Did you see one thing? One of the members is in a vehicle just moving to and fro from one point, while Abrar has those sneaky angles on the enemy. But for now, the Supari gang seem like they are going to be whole once again. But again, no meds could spell trouble, and also if they slip and fall, that could be it for them.
Absolutely. You gotta be careful with where you put your foot down over here, because these slopes are indeed slippery. And well, once again, with the circle closing in, we'll see if 247's advantage stays relevant, or if the circle's gonna go further up north towards the western part of the map and maybe leave those cliffs sort of, well, useless. They're still gonna be able to find a couple of finishes on the back of that, but then coming down from the cliffs is probably gonna be a nightmare that they don't want to think about.
I do believe it is going to go further up towards the northwest, possibly somewhere near the outskirts of Hartin. Maybe the cliffs might be out of commission sooner or later, but for now, 2 teams are still out in the blue. One of them is Team EXO, and the other are the boys from Enigma Galaxy. Now, Enigma Galaxy, wait a second, Daddy, had you moved just a little bit further, you might have spotted some movement in the distance, because Omega is out in the open. He does have a wall for some cover, but little does he know that the enemy is right above him now, as the circle is going to implode in on itself. Let's wait and see where it's going to go. There you have it. It is going to be still Hartin, and the cliffs are still in play.
Absolutely. The cliffs are still in play, and the side of 247 Gaming are going to be quite happy about this. But you have to remember, there are a couple of teams closing in from multiple angles, so maybe 247's resources are going to be spread thin. And there you go. The Supari gang will let go of a nade. Omega. Oh my god, he bounces it off the ground like a basketball. And Omega, well, he does take a lot of damage for it, but he's still standing strong. He's going to take another nade to put him out of commission. And that nade is coming in. Hot doesn't find him. No, but in the meantime, looks like the side of Musty's own Gaming are going to be in trouble. Enigma Galaxy finally taking a fight over here, finally trying to go forward and get those finish points for themselves. They will succeed in finding one, but can they find more?
Well, there you have it. Enigma Galaxy finally with a finish to their names. Let's see if they are going to let that momentum propel them to greatness, because now Musty's own Gaming, although they do have their backs, Ted is going to be taken down, and boy, oh boy, precision shots coming in from Musty, as that was from quite some distance, but elsewhere, Fierce, I beg your pardon, from Team X, who just fell to his own demise. Let's see if that is going to come to bite them later on, as NGX Ted, well, is put out of his misery, which means now Enigma Galaxy are supplied by two members, and one of them is coming under fire. MJ getting behind cover in the nick of time.
Absolutely, MJ is going to be able to keep himself alive, but he needs to figure out a way to get inside once again, because he can't just stay there forever. He cannot keep himself lodged. He needs a couple of smokes to maybe cover his retreat or cover his advance into enemy territory over here. And well, we can be looking at one of those Enigma Galaxy members at that distance. The M16 is a beautiful weapon to have. Can he connect with those shots? He is hitting a couple, but not enough to knock anyone down just yet. He's still just trying to make sure that he prevents them from moving forward and getting those forward positions. He does see him going out in the open. Why is he not firing? Smokey, what is going on?
Well, it looks like Smokey wasn't looking at the right place. Again, you lose your peripheral vision once you scope in, but now Musty could be in trouble. He tries to zig and zag his way out of harm, but looks like the blow zone is going to catch up with Smokey. And in that little second of reloading, he lost his target, because the target is now hiding behind a rock, and well, he has patched himself up.
Absolutely, and well, guess what? The Enigma Galaxy members, they don't really have a lot of meds like you mentioned earlier, so they kind of need to make a tough decision. Do they tank the blue zone damage and rotate out with low health, or do they go in for the risky play, go in for the fight instead, and maybe try and take some real estate away from their enemy teams? Well, you'll have to find out, because Musty's Own Gaming, it doesn't seem like they're too keen on staying where they are. They will move the hell away, and in the meantime, Team EXO are also going to do the same, but it does seem that one of the members has been knocked down on his feet. Sensei still standing out in the open. Are they going back into the blue? I think they are.
The thing is, they did make a massive rotation. Mind you, they've come up from the caves. They first went towards the ruins, and now they've rotated to the other side of the main island. And I mean, if there was a prize we could give away for the maximum distance traveled, it would go to them. Before now, it is going to be Charlotte who comes under fire, and now he averts his attention to the other side, because, well, Sensei is going to make sure that he is finally put in the ground. But again, it is going to be Big Brother who is watching out for the little one, as, well, Sensei is brought down to his knees and scream. He is letting his weapon do all the screaming.
Absolutely, and screaming. Let's see if he can find some more picks over here as he's looking towards the bridge. The blue zone is going to start dealing a fair amount of damage right now, so actually you better come up with a plan quick and try and stick to it. Otherwise, Scream is going to be connecting to your heads. Immortal, zigging, zagging that pickup truck, keeping him alive for now, and he will use it as cover, get himself towards safety. Blue, no longer a problem, but Screams M4, well, it's going to be another problem that they have to deal with. Oh, and the circle shifts once again towards the western part of the map, leaving those cliffs completely pointless, and it looks like 287 Gaming will eventually rotate out.
I'm saying this right now, I have never seen a circle end over here. I did miss out on a few games. I know it's happened in the past, but for me, this is a first. Those cliffs are going to be new to me, as well as EXO are trying to swim to safety, but it's going to be Demise. He might just be the Demise right now, because he spots one. Well, he puts him down. Question is, does he know somebody else is there? Because he should have heard something. I think he does. He is going to pop a grenade, but it looks like Fierce has come out on ground. He has landed, and well, you don't want to have a grenade in your hand when the enemy has a gun trained at you. But for now, Fierce is going to be lobbing a grenade, but is he going to catch on fire before he does so? He does, and now he's forced back in the water again. Demise does have the upper hand, while Immortal is going to lay down some lead at Odisha Esports, making sure Arceus is brought down and, well, put 6 feet under.
Absolutely. Punkyu has already bit the dust over here, so maybe EXO need to play this a little bit more carefully. They don't really have all the numbers to be successful, and well, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're trying to bait and switch their opponents over here. Fierce came in from the flank, and the distraction was there from his teammate, and Demise will be cleaned up eventually. We'll see what else EXO can do over here. Oh, okay, Fierce is going to go back out to try and get some loot from that crate there, but is he actually going to find anything of value? He does. He upgrades his backpack, and that's all he wants.
Well, he found 6 first aid kits. That is going to be a lot in the long run. But for now, Mr. Spray, the IGL from Reckoning Esports, is going to take a fight up against Red Cross, as Red Cross, still survived by 3 members, are going to make sure that Hutton is theirs, but only for so long, because they are going to have to move in the circle, and from afar, it's going to be Long Rain, who do have probably one of the better positions in the new circle for now. So the question is, do they have enough smokes in their backpacks? Because, well, sooner or later, all we're going to see is white.
Absolutely. Well, looks like Long Rain are finally making the move here, but in the meantime, we're going to focus on Team UDog India. to take on the side of Musty Zone Gaming. Next will eventually bite the dust behind that tree, but there are a couple other members here at the cliffs as well. Dave is trying to make sure that he does not expose himself too much in the pursuit of these finishes, and I think he might have spotted out Musty. Oh, never mind. I think that grenade might just overshoot a little bit over here. Musty should be... Oh, no, it does not. It actually lands perfectly right below Musty's feet and blows him up. And now there's only Gyro God still standing over here. That second nade will secure the finish. Can he find Gyro God as well? He's so low.
So close yet so far away. It looks like Dave is definitely having some Musty right now, as Musty from Musty Zone Gaming is going to be brought down as Gyro God again surviving by the skin of his teeth. Looks like we might have seen some commotion in the distance, as Dave might have spotted a couple of pixels moving around and realized, wait a second, plants haven't learned how to move yet. Now on the other side, EXO again, they do make it to the cliff sides, and well, they are going to still brave the blue here. Could be problematic for the team, but the thing is, there is one team lying in front of them, and well, that team is going to open up elsewhere. Musty is finally taken down by Dave, as Big Brother once again are going to bring Sensei down, but it's going to be Reckoning. Well, not Reckoning. In fact, it's going to be Red Cross's Otto who steals that finish from both these teams.
My goodness, I mean, Abrar is going to be so angry about that. He managed to secure the knock, but the finish didn't really go to him. Instead, Team EXO end up losing one of the members over here, and now only Fierce and Immortal carrying the dreams of their team. Oh, Big Brother, they can be spotted over here. They can just turn and fight back if need be, but no one is really fighting off at Fierce right now, and now his demise is all but assured, but he's going to take one down with him before that. He will secure that finish as well. Look at them. Oh, Fierce, he does it all for his team, and Immortal, well, he's going to try and stay alive as long as possible with those first aid kits and make sure he can get back to safety. He could even go in for the rest for his teammate over here. Needs to make a quick decision though.
Oh my goodness. Well, forget the res. He is going to give all his first aid to him. Take a bow over there as well. EXO have pretty much obliterated Big Brother's teams. Big Brother had no idea. They were not expecting anything to come out of the blue, and well, they saw a lot of red out of that blue zone. But now we're going to shift over to Abrar again. That grenade is going to overcross us. Now Arceus is going to be inside. Again, another grenade coming out. Oh, this could be problematic. He goes out, he shoots, he connects, and there you have it. Reckoning Esports are going to howl their lost as well. 247 Gaming are looking strong with 6 finishes, but they still have to make it to the next circle.
Absolutely, and Reckoning only got themselves the 8th place finish, so that is just one placement point going their way. Once again, not going to be too pleased about that, but that is what they built up the buffer for in those first 2 games. Let's see that come into play. In the meantime, look at Immortal. He's got himself 11 first aid kits to work with. He's going to be healing himself into the blue zone, just keeping alive in the meantime, and just making sure that no one really has a good line of sight towards him.
Oh, I was just going to bring up Gyro God, but he is going to be taken down by Pyro himself, and long range, long may they reign, because they are looking good. Again, keep one thing in mind, for EXO, you know, all throughout the zone, they still have all these bodies littered, so those number of first aids could keep increasing. For now, Dave and the boys with Viewdog are going to take a little bit of cover in this shack, but they are going to have to move out sooner or later. The fact that they still have all 4 members alive is going to be playing in their favor. Pyro, if you are spotted, chances are you could be taken down.
Absolutely, but Udog India might just be a bit too clumped up over here. They have to be careful about their positioning, because if anyone sees them and tosses a stray nade there, they could be in a world of trouble. Although at this distance, I don't think they're too worried about that. In the meantime, yep, Rambo, much like his name suggests, will go out on a solo mission by himself to try and scout things out for his team. Tell him if it's safe to rotate in or not, and when that information is conveyed, we will see the side of Udog maybe move out of this one, but the zone is closing in on them, and guess what, Sandy, he's got them marked over here. Doc will go down to the blue. They're trying to keep himself alive by healing himself up, and Sandy, all he needs to do is keep his crosshair trained exactly at that location.
At this point, if Doc has any sort of healing, he should give it to his teammate right about now. As Sandy is going to go out, he does spot the enemy. Well, Dave is going to make sure he is only going to make a peek once he runs out of first aids. And well, we left Immortal with 11, and now he has more, which means he did pick up a few on the way. And well, he does have 3, maybe 4 positions for his team. Question is, can he make it to the top 3? Answer is probably, because a few teams are going to be following quick, as Rambo now is going to be the last hope for his team. He does throw a grenade. In fact, it is a good one. Unfortunately, it is going to blow up underneath the house, and now Major could come in and do some major damage, but it's Aditya who brings a grenade off his own. In fact, they are going to exchange a bit of damage, but now LR, they have to make the move, because if they let Rambo stay alive for a bit longer, oh boy, he could spell trouble elsewhere. Immortal still in the game, and well, the chicken rushers, I beg your pardon, they might just walk away with their first chicken dinner.
Absolutely, chicken rushers, they might just get that first chicken dinner. They were robbed off it on Miramar by the side of Reckoning Esports, but maybe this time around they can correct the course of history and actually stay alive over here. UDog India in the meantime hoping for the same fate, but with all these nades being rained in towards their position, no pun intended, Long Range might just end up kicking them out and eliminating them at 4th place. They've got themselves 10 finishes to their name. They've been focusing all those placement points the entire time, but Sanhok forces you to get aggressive, and that is exactly what has been happening to Rambo. He's looking to heal himself back up once again. He's got himself those med kits. Oh my god, Immortal! Oh, he's going to spot the members from Long Range. He's going to try to clean them up, maybe get another finish point. No, he gets taken out by Pyro.
Good reaction by Pyro over there, because that could have been a major upset for Long Range, but it is going to be Team EXO which finally breathed their loss, and now Rambo's going to go and almost got the knock there on a sliver of HP. That vehicle could go boom, and with it Rambo of course is going to be spewed all over the place. We are down to the final 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a 4v3 affair, could be a 3v3, because it looks like the play zone just snuffed out Diddy's life now. Major and the boys, they do have an uphill battle. Pyro has been brought down, the numbers have been reduced. The grenade is coming in. Vampire out in the open, sneaking his way to the enemy as all around him burns.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Chicken Rushers now in a 3v2. This is about the best case scenario they could ask for, but even last time they had the man advantage and they fell, so they have to be careful. They do not want to repeat off that game number 2. But our Major and Aditya up to the task. They're spread out a little bit. They're trying to make sure they don't get spotted over here. And they're doing a sort of a delta split. Maybe a bait and switch setup could be in the works.
If Sniper is the sharpshooter that I do imagine, it could be problematic, because it looks like Major's position could be given away. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. You see all those bushes in no man's land. They are actually helping conceal the enemy's position, because there is a little bit of a rise on either side. And, you know, it does slope away from the center. So for both teams, what's going to happen is sooner or later they are going to crawl next to each other, see the whites in the eyes of the enemy, and then all hell is going to break loose. But it looks like Notorious could have spotted something, as grenades are going to force Aditya to fall back just a little bit. But now, this is the moment we've been waiting for. If they spot a sliver of a pixel or just some movement, it could be over for Long Range. And there you have it. He is going to be spotted. Notorious does get that first pick. He is going to make sure he finishes it. And, well, we are going to fire randomly in the smoke.
Chicken Rushers, they got to be careful over here. Notorious will secure that finish for himself. And now with only Aditya remaining over here, proning, trying to stay alive. I don't think he's going to be long for this world. Wait, Sniper. He does not know where he is. He's actually shooting in the front. Aditya will find one knock at least. But can he find more? Oh, he's going to go forward. He's going to get 2 of them. Is he? Is he going to clutch this one out? No, he is not. Chicken Rushers, they will make sure they learn from history, because those who do not are doomed to repeat it.
So close, yet so far away. But of course, a wonderful job coming in. The Chicken Rushers finally making sure to get that the first chicken dinner, in fact.
Yeah, the first chicken dinner.
But again, it came so close. But I got to give props to Long Range over here. They almost snatched that delicious chicken away from them at the moment they were about to take a chunk out of it. But the Chicken Rushers make sure they held their ground, they held their composure, and, well, got the job done.
Absolutely. I mean, Aditya, credit where credit is due. He really put the fear in the heart of Chicken Rushers. All of a sudden, they lost one of their members. And then he was like, wait, do they not know where I am? He got up, he took those shots, but that was the moment where the Chicken Rushers knew where he is.
Now, I wonder why Sniper did look in the building, because, all right, I get the idea. You couldn't see him in the grass down below. But again, you got to keep one thing in mind. It was in the blue zone, and the damage does seem to, tack up. So, again, a little bit of a mishap coming in over there. It could have been a cleaner finish, but the Chicken Rushers, they held on to the last sliver of HP. And, well, they walk away the winners.
But you know what it feels bad for? It really feels bad for the side of 247 Gaming, because they were the first ones up on top of that cliff, and they really never got to, just sort of take the advantage forward and maybe get a lot more points out of it. It just seemed that the zone didn't favor them, and, well, when the fat lady sings, the zone shifts, and when the zone shifts, it shifts equally. It does not discriminate. It does not discriminate against anyone.
I don't know about that, because a few teams are going to disagree with you. But again, this fight, we did see, a couple of good fights break out. But, Nigma Galaxy, once again, at the beginning, did not get it done. And again, I did want to see some Michael Bay-esque action, and I did see just that. Now, K9, they had the entire situation undercover. They had, the major ground control atop that little hill with the ruined temple. But again, the resilience and the patience shown by the opposition was a bit too much to handle.
Absolutely. I mean, 2OP official as well, losing losing a couple of their members early on, didn't really have their full force ready for these sorts of fights. So even though they got those finishes on the members of Force 1, they really weren't able to get into a good position themselves. And this is the moment Team K9 officials were put 6 feet under, and the flank got exposed. Well, the entire defense came crumbling down over here. Yeah, Daddy. I mean, some ankles were broken over there, some kneecaps were busted, but thankfully he's got a first aid kit and an energy drink, so he can just just regenerate those bones like you absolutely can.
Well, of course, just a reminder, this is a game. Don't be trying all of this in real life. Bandages and energy drinks, they don't work like they do over here. But what does happen in real life is it's easy to shoot from higher up, and that is something that we did see in this game. Again, a good use of terrain by a lot of these teams, and some of them were a bit unfortunate to be left out in the open. Now, my question is, Team EXO, I do believe the majority of the game here, Floki, they were out in the blue.
Absolutely. I mean, Team EXO, they spent most of their time with the blue, getting familiar with it, becoming friends with it. This was kind of weird. Fierce still taking damage.
Turns out, in this game, physics and, well, some laws of science are going to be tipsy-turvy because water does not put out fire.
Absolutely. I mean, underwater fire, I never thought I'd see it, but, well, there's always a first time for everything, and Fierce, definitely a first time for him too. I mean, I imagine that he would think that the water should, put the flames out, but I really wasn't anticipating this nade coming in from Dave actually hitting its mark. It looked like he overshot it.
What I thought was maybe Gyrogod was going to walk in at the wrong time, and, well, Dave would have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. But this was just brilliant. Fierce over here. BB, no idea that someone could be shooting at their backs from behind. They thought, you know what, we've got our backs to a wall. But little did they know, there was someone fierce out there in the blue, and, well, it wasn't the play zone. It was Team EXO.
Absolutely, it was Team EXO who ended up getting credit for that, and in the end, EXO, they did really try their hardest to try and make it inside the zone, but Immortal knew when his mortality would come into picture, and, well, he certainly tried. But in the meantime, this is when U-Dog really started to shine.
Talk about knowing his mortality, he still went out with a bang again, did he? No idea that, wait a second, why are we getting shot at from behind? But of course, Pyro, with his precision reactions, making sure he dealt with all that skirmishes over there. And again, Rambo fighting till the last second, finally being taken out by a grenade. Have a look at this. I want to see what happened from their point of view here, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Chicken Rushers there, this is where the confusion starts, right? So Aditya, he's able to give one knock. They both think that he's inside the hut instead. He's able to secure that, and now he's going to stand up and try and get a better angle. He almost, he takes him down as well, but in the end, it comes down to a 1v1, and they were able to win it, Chicken Rushers. Feels bad for Aditya though. He almost had that clutch, and there it is from Notorious.
Had he not hit the deck, had he not gone prone at the last second, maybe it could have been a different outcome. But again, of course, congratulations to the Chicken Rushers for getting the chicken dinner and getting the job done. Again, what happens is there's a lot of commotion, there's a lot of confusion, because the moment those shots were fired, I'm pretty sure everyone was screaming on top of their lungs. Hence, we're like sheep. If one shoots at the window, your teammate is going to shoot at the window as well. Now that we know who won this game, let's have a look and see how all the others team did, because, well, the points are up on the tables. Not a high fragging affair this time around, just 6 finishes, but Chicken Rushers do walk away the winners with 21 points.
Absolutely, and I think the only reason this isn't a very high fragging affair is because almost all of these teams that we have seen some action, almost everyone has a couple of finish points to their name. Well, in second place is going to be Long Rain with 6 finish points, and once again getting that second place and those 12 placement points to work with for a total of 18. U-Dog, they started off a little bit slow, but now they seem to be waking up over here. They've got themselves 17 points with 10 coming in from finishes. EXO in 4th place, once again with 7 finish points and 8 coming in from those placements. And, well, we've got 2 OP official and 247 at the 5th and 6th spot respectively.
Now, again, if you just go through the numbers, Nigma Galaxy in the 11th position. Why I'm putting them aside is because, again, they are one of the big dogs over here. The spotlight is going to be on them, and, well, you are not going to see any special favors from us, because if you do well, we are going to spring your pages, but if you don't, we just have to ask these questions. Now that we've had a look at the points, let's see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from this game. Any guesses? It is going to be Dave from U-Dog India.
Absolutely, Dave with those nades coming in hot every single time, getting those finishes for himself. I think he single-handedly took care of Musty's own gaming, and once again, 701 damage done with 3 headshots to his name. He definitely did a lot of work, and because as a Sanhok, he he also has 493 healing to work with.
And let's see if any of his teammates are going to be joining him, because it does look like, well, none of them are going to join him, but Notorious is going to be there from the Chicken Rushers.
Absolutely. Well, Notorious is in second place from the Chicken Rushers. You've got Pyro as well in third place from the side of Long Rain. You've got Fierce in fourth place from the side of EXO, and 2 OP Andy as well in fifth place. So, yeah, all of these teams having someone on the top 5 spot. No team in particular having a monopoly on the top 5 players' numbers. But once again, this is because the action was spread out. It is because it was Sanhok, and at the end of the day, well, the more number of finishes you get, the more points you're going to score, and UDog definitely took the cake in that department.
You don't say. The more finishes you get, the more points you get? Is that how it
surprise!
goes? Wow, I mean, of course, this is just a joke now.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at some other numbers. All you Mats fans out there, let's see if you're correct, because we do have the Mats summary coming up. Of course, it is Sanhok. Of course, you aren't going to see too many grenades, but we did see some amazing finishes. In fact, 3 grenades ended up finishing the opposition.
Absolutely. 3 grenades out of 60 being used. Almost 60, well, 59. So, good work coming out by some of these teams over here. But the longest finished distance at 321 meters on a map like Sanhok, well, I think this is the work of 247 Gaming from the cliffs.
Oh, absolutely, because we did see, some commotion down below when the Supari gang was taking a fight, and we did kind of predict they got to make sure the backs are secure, because even though they thought they were high up on a cliff, somebody was higher up, and that was 247, raining down death and destruction. 30 total rescues in this game. Again, not what you expect in Sanhok, because in Sanhok, the moment you are knocked, chances are you are going to be taken out. But now let's have a look at the finish to damage ratio performance graph, and well, pretty even Steven.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, UDog India taking the cake in terms of damage done, 1,683, but only 7 finishes to show for it, so they are going to be a little bit upset that they could not convert those knocks. But once again, a solid performance coming out by UDog. EXO as well in second place, I think, in terms of damage done. Nope, that mantle actually goes to Reckoning Esports. They've got themselves 1,412 damage done to their name with 7 finishes as well.
I like how all the top dogs, they are going to end with lucky number 7 as far as finishes go, with a couple with 6, and I do see a 5 in there as well. So again, we did say that the graph is a bit even Stevens, which means, all squads did kind of have a taste of blood. Now, speaking of squads, how about we pit 2 of them against one another, as we do have the squad face-off coming in, and this time it is going to be the winners of this game, Chicken Rushers, going up against Long Rain.
Absolutely. Long Rain having done 1,115 points of damage compared to Chicken Rushers with only 865. 6 finishes for both of them, so they are even in that department. 1 extra assist for Chicken Rushers and more survival time for the side of Chicken Rushers as well. No big surprises. Long Rain, they were in second place, but their damage numbers look a lot better over here.
Again, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. So as far as finishes are concerned, I think both teams are going to be happy, but of course you always want to make sure you better yourself from your last outing. Now, remember, this is the quarterfinals. We are 4 games done and dusted, which means for this group only 2 more games are going to be basically the deciding factor whether they're going to move to the next stage or whether they are going to bid us adieu.
Absolutely, we are going to be saying goodbye to a couple of these teams over here, but you know what, let's have a look at the top squad performance in this match and overall in this series so far. I believe you're going to be just checking out the squad in this game, or is going to be, we're going to be having a look at the squad performance throughout the series. UDog started off a little bit weak, didn't do as well, but hey, in match 3 they woke up, and well, with only 2 maps remaining, this is UDog's time to shine, because well, in the third round there were 3 maps and they were won all by the side of UDog India.
Have a look at match 2. 1 finish, but almost 1,000 points of damage. That is just ridiculous, but also that is when they woke up. That is when basically, they had that steam in their back, and well, they almost steamrolled the opposition in the next game. 15 finishes and 2,220 points of damage. Now, again, we are beating around the same bush. 2 more games are still in hand for all these teams, and the teams at the bottom are still not out of it. Yes, a couple of teams have cemented their position, at the tippity top, but again, we have 6 teams that are going to go forth to the next round, so it is still out in the open, and the competition is razor thin.
Absolutely. Well, these are the last 2 maps, right? Like we've always said, if you don't perform here, you are going to be going home. I mean, you could play as well as you want in the last match, but if you don't play well in the second last match, maybe you're never going to feel the impact of that last match coming in, especially those teams who are down there in the bottom 8 rung of the ladder. Well, they need to work especially hard, maybe even do double overtime and try and get those finishes and placement points.
Harsh, but this man, of course, speaks the truth. That is what it is. I mean, we are all about facts and figures over here. No shenanigans with us. Or is it? I mean, you're going to have to wait and see in the near future. But now, what is going to happen is, I do believe we are going to have a few more words coming up here and there. But before that, it was Sanhok. It was chaos. I mean, this is what you expected. But I do like the fact that, you know, the teams did good. But before we talk about anyone in particular, let's have a look and see how the squads did, as we are going to have someone else popping up on our screens. And it is going to be Team EXO. Mind you, this is over the course of the last 4 games.
Yes, sort of unimpressive when you think about the fact that it is EXO who is at the helm over here. But, you know, they've been starting to, you know, kick up a little bit more. They have been putting up more of a fight in these last couple of maps. So maybe these stats look better by the end of the series. But 25 finishes and nearly 6,000 damage done by this team. They are probably going to have to kick it up a notch further, because if they want to stay in the top 6, well, they better start performing, because there are teams like Underdog who will happily take this spot.
Speaking of start performing, there you have it. I mean, we were asking them, where are the boys from Underdogs? Well, in Game 3, they were like, hey, we're over here getting that job done with the chicken dinner. 24 finishes to their name, 5,000 damage, 14 assists. Well, 5 headshots, some sharp shooters out there, and of course an average survival time of almost 20 minutes, which means, you know, they are keeping that balance between finishes and placement points.
Absolutely, they most certainly are keeping that balance still. And UDOG India, on top of that, I think just the fact that they've started to play a little bit more confidently, I think it's going to carry over in those last few maps. It's okay if you flop the first map, it's okay if you even flop the second map, but, you know, if you keep that going for the third or fourth map, at some point the team stops believing in themselves.
I mean, we were talking about momentum. This isn't the kind of momentum we were talking about.
Absolutely. I mean, UDOG, it's pretty much like a roller coaster, right? It's the build-up first. It's a little bit disappointing. You're still just going up high, then all of a sudden it all comes crashing down. And UDOG India, that has been the story for them in the previous map. Maybe this time around they weren't able to perform as well, but they still got themselves top 4, you know? It's really, really good. So, yeah, if they keep up this performance, I'm quite sure they're going to be making it into the top 6, and we will be seeing them in the semifinals as well.
I heard this one word quite a bit, top. I think they might even change their name to Top Dogs sooner or later, because that is exactly how they are playing. Now, of course, that was the map of Sanhok for all you fans out there. I know it's a love-hate relationship, right? Yeah. Some love the map of Sanhok. I love the chaos. Some do not like that RNG factor so much, but that is part and parcel of this game. Now, what's coming up next is going to be another couple of maps, and again, it is going to be Miramar first, followed by Erangel. So, if you want to wait for that, well, you better make sure that you stay tuned. But before that, let's see how your favorite teams did, because the overall standings are going to be popping up on your screens. And, well, where is your favorite team ranked?
Well, it looks like Reckoning Esports are still on top over here, but UDOG India have moved up quite a notch, getting themselves to that second place spot with 50 points to their name. Third place going the way of Team EXO. Long Green in 4th, Chicken Rushers in 5th, and Big Brothers Esports in 6th. Still no sign of Nigma Galaxy in the top 8.
I mean, that is going to be a little painful for quite a few watchers out there, but looks like 2 OP are going to make it this side, as the Supari gang are going to be ending things in the 8th position with 29 points to their name. Now, you know, before we move over to the second half of this table, we already know a couple of names that are going to be there. Again, 2 games left here, Floki. Is it just a bit too late?
I think they still have a chance over here, but it does rely on them sort of being, you know, very specifically aggressive. They want to target a couple of teams over here, maybe Big Brothers, maybe Chicken Rushers, knock them down a peg, because if you do manage to eliminate them early on, you can take your position up for grabs if you play well in that game. But of course, terms and conditions apply. The stars need to line up. You need to know where these teams are going to be going, and if you don't, well, you might just run into some other team that might be at the top who might eliminate you, and then your chance is going to be further down in the dumps.
Ouch. I mean, straight off the bat, your eyes are going to go to 15th position. Nigma Galaxy still just that one finish which we did see in the last round. However, they definitely have their work cut out. 11 points for them, but below them we have the ex-Terminator Esports with 10 points to themselves. Now, 247 had a good outing in this game. I did like what they did. 15 finishes to their name. Maybe they need to get a few more position points again. You know, keep that balance to make sure that they are still in this tournament. But again, it is 4 matches done and dusted with. 2 more is going to seal the fate for 6 teams out of 16.
I mean, I think we have said for sure that I think at this point, Reckoning Esports pretty much have the slot secured. I don't think they have any worries whatsoever, unless they get eliminated early on, in which case their spot could be up for grabs, but even then, it is quite unlikely.
I mean, again, it's all about if they have that massive target painted on their back, because, well, games 1 and 2 were spectacular, but games 3 and 4, they kind of fizzled out at the end there. Now, if they do that in the near future, it could spell trouble, but again, we're going to find out soon enough. Now, before we do bid our audience adieu for just a teeny tiny bit, I guess, you know what, we're going to hold our thoughts, because for now, we are going to say goodbye. There is going to be a quick little break. Don't go anywhere, because the action continues right after this.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021 powered by the iQOO 7 Legend. We have seen a lot of teams play really well so far, a lot of teams that didn't perform come back out on top. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro Death. And Spiro, I have just one question for you. Do you think Nigma Galaxy is going to make it into the top 6?
Well, I just want to say, let reality sink in, Floki. It's their time. They have 2 matches left. And, to be honest, they can make a comeback. But the question is, are they going to make a comeback? And, I believe it's going to be super difficult for them.
Well, it is going to be super difficult, but let's have a look at the teams who are participating over here. In case you missed out on it earlier, we've got UDog India, Odisha Esports, formerly known as Scythe Chronos. We've got Team XO, Exterminator Esports, Team Red Cross, 247 Gaming, Musty Zone Gaming as well. We've also got 2OP Official, Team K9 Officials, Team Chicken Rushers, the Sapari Gang, Reckoning Esports, Force One, Long Rain, and Big Brother Esports as well. Do believe I missed out on one team there, been a little bit too quick, but nevertheless, we're going to be having a look at those teams when we jump into the game itself. We are going to be doing a giveaway, by the way, in case you didn't know. It's going to be a Merc giveaway down in the description. You can check it out. There is a link. Sign up for it. It's going to ask you a question, a very simple one. Who do you think is going to finish at the top? Answer it correctly and you've got yourself some merch. What is this mystery merch I talk about? Well, you have to sign up if you want to find out.
Absolutely, Floki. Do you want to hear some facts?
Go for it.
Well, talking about facts, yesterday we saw the demise of Global Esports and Team Forever. Today, it might be Nigma Galaxy and Force One.
Oh boy, it certainly could be, but you know what, before we actually start talking about the demise, let's see where it might even happen. It's going to happen on the desert dunes of Miramar. Now, of course, Miramar is one of those maps where, well, if you're able to control the western part of the map, if you are able to get there earlier with decent enough loot, you can just rack up those finishing points at long distances. But once again, the flight path and the circle play a huge factor into that sphere. So, according to you, what is the most important thing that these teams need to keep in mind this time around on Miramar? Do you think they need to look out for someone in particular, or do you think, no, they just need to focus on their own game?
They need to focus on basics. They need to survive the first few zones. They need to make sure that they enter the zone at the right time, at the right moment, find a decent place. Let me remind you of the last Miramar, Team Reckoning. What a beautiful spot they got on that mountain top. From there, they managed to scout out every single team. They had the information about them. They know where they have to go. And they finally managed to get the chicken dinner as well.
Absolutely. Well, they got the chicken dinner eventually in the end, but it's going to take a repeat performance on the side of Chicken Rushers and try and make sure, well, they keep the spot here in the top 6. They have made their way to the top 6, which is really, really good, but if they get eliminated early on, they could possibly be kicked out for some other teams coming in. Now, there are teams just on the cusp of qualifying. I believe 2OP Officials is one of them. They did get a chicken dinner to their name earlier today, I believe, but the question is, can they find it again?
Well, there are a lot of questions in my mind, and the most important question right now, can these teams perform at their level best? A lot of teams are performing at their 100%, but at this point of time, this stage is the best stage you could be on. And if you're not performing today, you're missing out on a lot. Talking about the plane path, this is Miramar and this is the most professional map you can see in BGMI. Talking about the plane path, it's starting around the northern side of La Cobreria, going towards the southern side of Impala. There are a lot of spaces like El Pozo, Montenuevo, Landrilla, Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, Minas del Sur, Los Elgos, where it's going to be difficult if you want to glide there.
Absolutely. It is going to be a little bit difficult to get towards that southwestern quadrant of the map. Of course, it can be super hard to access, but maybe if you drop in towards Power Grid or Montenuevo, you can get a couple of vehicles, make your way there, if that is indeed where you like to drop on the map of Miramar, but I don't think I see a lot of teams that like to go there. When there is Chumacera, when there is Minas del Val, it's a lot easier to go for those locations instead of trying to go further down south towards the islands of Val del Mar.
Look at Reckoning Abrar. I mean, he knows where he can get some vehicles, and I think he is going to loot that small compound, get a vehicle from there, and he can go towards Torre Muda to join with his teammates. Talking about Force One, this is going to be the most important game of their life, it seems, because Cruise there well, they will get a lot of loot, but at this point of time, they need some points on the table, which they are lacking at this point of time.
Absolutely. They need to get themselves a lot of finishing points if they want to have, well, a strong start and if they actually want to make it to the quarterfinals, sorry, the semi-finals over here. And, well, the circle, once again, is going to keep things interesting over here. We've got a decent chunk of Los Leones in, but guess what? Valdemar being relevant. We've also have La Trilera in the middle of the map, Monte Nuevo too, and, well, Reckoning, they are off on a joyride. Gonna be hopping into that little flight, and well, let's see if they do actually end up going up in the air.
They're flying. They're flying
They're
high.
trying to.
Well, they are on top of the points table, so they are flying high at this point of time. But yes, Team Reckoning, they're trying to fly, or maybe they just need to figure out a way to fly this aircraft. It's not easy. This glider is really hard. As I was saying, Floki, this glider is really hard to control. But I think they managed to get to the spot where they wanted to go. They will get some loot there, and the rotations are going to be super crucial for Team Reckoning. Talking about the zone, I think Chumacera is going to be the spot where every team would love to go, either the mountains beneath Chumacera or the compounds inside Chumacera.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Reckoning Esports are able to put up a good performance over here, because their drop is a little bit scattered. Thankfully for them, well, Latoria Humada, it is occupied by their own members, and Camp Latoria is also empty, but they do not have the luxury of going there because the zone is going to close in towards the southwestern part of the map. And now the Sapari gang, well, we'll see if they are able to get themselves a lot of weapons to work with over here, or if they're going to be taken out eventually. In the meantime, we are, well, just going to see if they do end up coming into contact with the other teams. In Los Leones, I do believe there is a squad of iQOO who has also dropped in there, just like last time. But this time around, the zone is going to favor the members of the Sapari gang. So we'll see if they can gatekeep all the members from iQOO from entering in.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, right now, I would love to see how the rotations are going in, what are the plans for these teams, because it's all about planning, it's all about execution of your plans. But at this point of time, as you say, Team iQOO and Team TSG, both are in Los Leones, and they're not going to go all out once again. I think they will take some time, they will try to loot, they will try to make sure they're in a good spot, but if they find someone in an open area, they're going to shoot.
Most certainly they're going to shoot, but let's see if iQOO actually do get the chance, because for now it doesn't seem like any of these teams are interested coming out in the open here. Immortal has managed to get himself a level 2 helmet and a vest, so he is in fighting shape, but oh, well, he's not going to break his ankles is going to be just fine. And he's going to go again out on a bit of a hunting spree. Not a hunting spree, but a looting spree, trying to see what he can get his hands on. And XTR, in the meantime, once again, not having the best of starts over here, but maybe, just maybe, this is the map where they can turn things around.
I mean, I can't believe my eyes, to be honest. In round 3, they were dominant. In round 2, they were dominant. Right now, in quarterfinals, what a bad day. What a bad day they are having. I mean, 4 matches, and they are in the bottom 3. They need to do something. They need to figure out. They need to get some points on the table. And if they are not going to get some points in Miramar, it's game over for them.
Absolutely. I mean, well, the good news for them is that they are already inside the circle in San Martin, so no troubles for them whatsoever getting inside the zone. They can even potentially gatekeep Nigma from getting into better positions, who already have been having a rough time throughout this day. They're yet to really perform at a decent enough level, and we've yet to see a good performance coming by them. But maybe once again, this is where you know, things start changing up. Ted, what the hell does he have? I think he's got a scar in his hands, and he's going to be picking up a Mini 14 to work with.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he needs all the weapon that he can find. After 4 matches, they got only 1 finish. They need to warm those weapons really quickly, because it's super important. Like, this is the premier tournament. This game, they have dedicated their life for it, and I would love to see if they can make a comeback, if they can make any sort of impact today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the meantime, Team Big Brothers Esports, they've got themselves a buggy to work with over here. This is a lot more dangerous, but there is a pickup truck waiting for them. They will gladly take that up and try and go inside the circle for now, because they are a little bit away from it. They are all the way in Porto Paraiso, and in their way is iQOO and Musty Zone Gaming as well, so they have to be careful with which direction they rotate in from.
Well, to be honest, I love to ride bike in Miramar. This is just a beautiful feeling. You can ride the bike, you can do some stunts, but right now, the best stunt they can do is to get some points.
Absolutely, that's the best stunt that they could pull off. Just make sure they secure their positioning over here. It's going to be a mini one up for grabs, or rather mini bus. Excuse me. We'll see if they decide to pick it up or not. In the meantime, we're gonna be having a look at Team K9 officials. And well, they are just going to be refueling their vehicles up in the meantime, just making a quick stop over here, and then they're going to continue their journey onward, maybe further up north, all the way towards Picado.
You know, I just love the fact that they, in the starting, they dropped in an open area, they looted some small compounds, they straight away went into finding their vehicles, they found the vehicles, and then they rotated towards Chumacera. A beautiful rotation early on in the game, and I just love the fact they are thinking proactively. This is just wonderful. K9 got a decent spot. Now the question is, are are they going to get some decent points out of it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, the million-dollar question that we're all hoping is going to get answered. But we'll see if for now they're going to stay here or if they're going to move in. Now, I do see a couple of places free on the map that they could pick up for themselves. But the Chicken Rushers, the winners of the previous game, in the meantime, they're still just out in the blue, taking a little bit of damage over here, trying to delay the rotations in. But I do believe they're trying to delay the rotation as much as possible so that they do not get backstabbed over here. And it looks like they will be successful in doing that because U-Dog are moving out of the map. And well, spoke of the map over here, the circle once again has shifted further down south. Looks like San Martin not going to be as relevant as it once was.
Well, absolutely, but you know what's relevant? It is the performance of Team XTR and Team Nigma Galaxy. I would love to see two teams who are at the bottom of the table. They are fighting it out to reach a glory phase, which is not going to be easy, but let's see if they can do that or not.
Yeah, I mean, in the meantime, we do see Fraggy trying to take out this car. Nigma Galaxy not going to have the vehicle available for them to rotate out. Worst case scenario, well, they have to go out on foot, and that is when exterminators get activated. But yeah, once again, we saw the map. It wasn't the next circle, it wasn't just the same circle. I was just a little bit confused as to why the map was showing up again. But yeah, now Nigma Galaxy, they are gonna look to get their hands on some other vehicles, slightly more riskier options. But well, if you want to rotate in quick, you gotta take some risks over here. That RRT thrown down. I think he might have spotted over here. MG firing off a couple of shots is going to make sure that he does not feel safe. And well, that intimidation tactic might just work over here. Can they get out and make it to safety? Yes, they can. They do not get shot at. There is a vehicle burning in front of them. Probably do not want to get into that. And now they're going to continue the journey forward into the zone. An M249 available for Ted. We'll see if he's going to get to put it to use.
It's a demonic weapon. If you can use that well, you're going to get a lot of value out of it. But right now, I think Ted, the loot is great. I have to say, they got a level 2 helmet, level 2 vest. They got really decent health supplies as well. The important factor would be Nigma Galaxy is their rotation. Where are they going to end up? That is a big question. But talking about rotations, a lot of teams are rotating and a lot of teams are trying to find a decent spot, just like K9 did.
Absolutely. Well, Team K9, they see all these teams coming in. I do believe that is a Supari gang making their way inside over here. But is Team K9 officials going to be able to keep their position secured? Let's see where the circle is going to shift. I think it might just end up going a little bit further down south. It does end up going a little bit more to the west. Valdemar is going to be relevant. And well, looks like Picado, Los Leones, they're all out of the picture.
You know, the best thing is Team Reckoning, look at the rotation. If they can go towards the western side of the area, if they can choose the westernmost road, they are going to be perfectly safe and a perfect prime position because that mountain on the left-hand side, I think this is going to be a relevant position for a lot of teams. Meanwhile, look at the number of people who are in a vehicle right now. Almost every team is in a vehicle right now.
Absolutely, and they're all right next to each other, so we could see some action breaking out over here. I'm quite sure Mandy hears a couple of teams and a couple of players out there in the open. You had to take the ramp there, buddy. Come on, Mandy, you had to do it. Well, never mind, he's going to take the safer road in instead. And well, that buggy should be really good for those off-road kind of rotations. We'll see if he gets shot. Nope, that is what's going to happen to the members of K9 though. Does look like Devil OP is going to be put down on his knees, and now 247 Gaming could look to do even more work over here. Aryan is also on his knees, and Exterminator in the meantime, they will lose Crazy to start things off. And first pick will go the way of, NTA Yam. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by that name. Well, never mind. In the meantime, we're going to have a look at what Vashu's up to over here. He's going to go forward and shot straight head-in into the Exterminators. The Exterminators getting terminated themselves as Fraggy still standing strong, or actually, I mean, not really standing strong. He is tucking his tail and running the hell out of here because he does not want to die out just yet. Ashu will spot him out though, and Fraggy has got no choice here but to fight. Two people closing in. The first one will have his head, or will they? Well, they certainly are trying it. In the end, they will, but Vashu is going to go back and get his teammate up on his feet. Going to be a couple of smokes being dropped as well, just to make sure they don't get picked off from the distance.
XTR terminated from this map and maybe out of BGIS as well. Moving on to Team Red X Cross, I would love to see some action from them. I mean, they've been performing averagely. They got some points on the table and they would love to play well in Miramar. They have a decent spot. I would love to see if they can spot some enemies out of that location.
Absolutely. We'll see if Team Red Cross in the meantime are going to be able to rotate in towards safety. Does look like the members of UDOG are also making their way in from Los Leones, and there's no one to really gatekeep them at Chumacera, so they should be fine for now. But, it does seem that 247 Gaming are going to continue holding on to their position. They have no reason to go away, and in fact, they might be seeing some action soon enough. I do see teams in the distance, and that is going to be Team K9 official. Are they alert to the positions of 247 Gaming? Well, if they weren't before, they are going to be now. Might just be a repeat story of what happened in Sanhok.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I just told that K9 were proactive and managed to get into a decent spot, but what just happened to them? They were having a decent spot in Chumacera. I don't know why they tried to move towards the center once again. It was a risky rotation and they got stuck by 247 Gaming. Now they have only one player remaining and he is living on the edge.
Oh my god, you have to be a little bit careful. No!
That's
Looks like Team K9 official will be taken out over here. 247 Gaming once again getting the credit for that. A deja vu of sorts for the members of Team K9 officials. And well, once again, we're going to see where the map is going to take us. As I believe the blue zone should be closing in just about a bit. The map should be on our screens. But in the meantime, it does seem that Team Red X Cross have heard the commotion and want to find out what the hell has been happening over here. We'll see if they're able to spot out a couple of players. A couple more shots being fired off, and looks like Pooja could be taken down here. But, oh, the circle! Once again, it plays with everyone. Phoenix is going to shift further up northeast instead towards Chumacera. And for the first time in a long time, La Florella is going to be a relevant part of the map.
Absolutely. I mean, Team K9 would be so disappointed. As I said, they had a decent spot in Chumacera. They had the mountaintop. They were just too proactive. They could have just stayed there, waiting, for the zone to come in. But they messed that up. Sometimes being proactive helps. Sometimes it doesn't. And in that situation, it didn't help Team K9. Meanwhile, talking about Team Red X Cross, again, the rotations are happening. I think they have a decent spot. I would love to see how much value they can get out of that spot.
Absolutely, but in the meantime, TSG Daddy has been put down on his knees, and if his team members want any more value out of him, well, they gotta get him back up on his two bipedal feet. We'll see if Shailesh can, take him out over here at this distance. He doesn't even need to. He's going to let him bleed out instead. And there you go. He will get the credit for that finish. He's even got a buggy right nearby if he wants to move out instead. Regroup with his team and let them have this information. But he's just going to continue scouting things out for his team instead. And he's going to let them know exactly where they can and cannot go.
Absolutely, it's going to be super important to have that kind of information. Meanwhile, Team EXO finding their first knock in the game, and Musty Zone's Musty is down on his knees. There are 3 players still surviving from Musty Zone, and they would love to revive their player. It's going to be a rescue mission, Flocky, and I would love to see if that's a relevant rescue mission for them or not, because EXO Punk is not going to let them revive their player that easily.
Absolutely, he's certainly going to make it a lot harder for them over here. And guess what? The rest of the members of EXO are also pushing forward. Look at Sensei. No fear on this man whatsoever. He's going to just pop a couple of shots in the smoke. Doesn't really connect on anyone, but still has the opportunity to push out ahead if he wants to do that. Well, he's not doing that for now, just making sure that he covers the smoke and he keeps that marked so that no one can really catch him off guard when that smoke does fade away. But he spots out Musty over there and will be able to finish him off. And just like that, one frag going the way of Team EXO, and Team EXO, they realize they've gotten enough out of the situation. They're going to get in their buggy and try to get the hell out. Punky going to continue to stay up there and just be an annoying pest against the side of Team Musty Zone Gaming, but Musty Zone should soon enough be able to move out with a couple of smokes of their own.
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about Reckoning, Flocky. We were talking about the rotation. Exactly as I said, they went to the western side. They took the road there. But you know what? Just like me, Reckoning also predicted the zone would go there, but it didn't. It came back to the eastern side, and now they are struggling to get inside the zone. From the northern side, it was easier to enter the zone, but from the southern side, it's not easy.
Absolutely, it most certainly is not. We'll see if the side of Reckoning Esports can continue to establish the dominance that they did in those first 2 games, or once again, if they're going to fall towards the very end. It does seem like Big Brother in the meantime are very, very happy with the amount of vehicles they found for themselves, but Reckoning Esports, well, like a convoy, they go up a hill. We'll see if Musty Zone is going to take note of this and if they're going to try to beat them up or if they're going to let them pass. Well, looks like a couple of shots have been fired, so Musty Zone Gaming will have revealed their position. Oh, no, this is great. Might be taken down over here. Reckoning Esports will lose their most valuable players over here. The buggy's still intact. We'll see if they do end up taking that, but the rest of the members are going to brave the blue instead and try and get inside the circle the safer way around.
I mean, you wake up every single day, you think that you're going to play BGMI, but the circle end up playing you. Look at the circle again.
Oh, yeah.
It went towards the western side. I mean, now Reckoning must be thinking, why are we on the southern side of the zone?
Absolutely. Well, if we could have the circle up on our screens, we, the audience would know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, in the meantime, Team Musty's Own Gaming, they've got their choice of long-range weapons. But we're going to turn attention back towards the Supari gang, who do seem to be coming on heavy fire from the side of Team Big Brothers. Team Big Brothers, well, they are certainly keeping Supari gang locked up over here. Nowhere to step without them eating a bunch of lead straight to their face. Nikhil has been playing really well for his team over the course of these games, but it doesn't seem like this is a position where he can do much from. Sensei did get cleaned up on the side of Team EXO in the meantime, and it seems that UDOG India as well are going to be trying to figure out where EXO are coming from and maybe taking them out as well.
Well, UDOG versus EXO is a fight we don't want to miss. You know, both these teams have played really well. I am in love with UDOG, the way they performed after messing up a couple of games. They managed to make a beautiful comeback, but right now Team EXO Punk also getting knocked down by that vehicle blast, and PLS might get the better of Punk as well. Meanwhile, Team EXO still surviving with 2 players. Let's see if they can complete the revival of EXO Punk.
Absolutely. We'll see if Punk is going to get back up on his feet or if he's going to be taken down over here. That the buggy in the meantime, well, it's going to be handy in rotating in, but once again, he's going to come under heavy fire from the members of Odisha Esports. And Fearless, well, he's just going to turn around instead and try and make his way back towards safety. That buggy is smoking. I do not want to be in that vehicle. He's going to go forward and spot out Punk, finish him off, take whatever he's got to offer, and then leave as well. Fearless going to be dropping a couple of smokes over here as a painkiller that he will be able to pick up. But in the meantime, Team Long Range, well, looks like they're getting shot at from a long range from the members of Team Nigma Galaxy. As Nigma Galaxy push up high ground, this could be dangerous. They have to be a little bit careful with how they approach this. And once again, MJ is going to try and take out the member who's already been knocked down. Pyro on his feet, reeling, but MJ has a bigger fish to fry over here. He's trying to find out if there's any other members from the other side of the garage. He does need a fair amount of damage over, but in the meantime, Smokey OP takes out Pyro over there, finishes him off, and puts him 6 feet under. But in the meantime, Nigma Galaxy are going to get shot from elsewhere as well. I'm not quite sure where that angle is and where they're getting shot from over here. It can't be from the back, so it's probably someone having a bit of an off angle that they didn't quite expect. But elsewhere on the map, UDOG India are going to go up against the side of Team EXO, and we'll see who comes out on top over here. Team EXO, they've got the high ground. They should be able to spot them out over here, but can they find those free picks to connect? That's the question, because if Team EXO do fire a couple of shots and they do not connect those, well, Reckoning Esports and everyone in the vicinity is going to come and claim their heads.
It's going to be difficult for Team EXO. They want to enter the zone, but they don't have any kind of vehicles there. They want to make sure that they find a decent spot in the zone, and I think nobody is looking at them. That's a great thing for them. But meanwhile, Nigma Galaxy, they are fighting for everything. They're fighting for a slot in semi-finals, and if they lose that fight, it's all over for them, because if they don't get 30 points out of this game, they're not going to the semi-finals.
Oh boy, the circle once again going to shift in the smack dab center of it all. UDOG Fearless, they've got themselves a really good position, but 2OP Esports are also looking fairly poised to win this game. We'll see if they're able to hold on to that area or if they will be flushed out soon enough. In the meantime, the balcony is burning while Long Green are holding, and there's a couple of explosions around courtesy of those nades coming in. Smokey OP is going to have to be careful with how he approaches this. I do believe he's making a fair amount of noise, but no, he catches one member napping over here. Enigma Galaxy, they will finally go forward and start taking these fights. Can Smokey find the next connection as well? Yes, he can. He will be able to take out Aditya over here. And looks like Team Long Rain, well, the rain is going to be cut short over here, and it's all thanks to Smokey, was able to get those finishes for his team. And now we're going to turn our attention back towards Force One and Red Cross. Red Cross, great nade coming in towards Washu, knocks him on his feet. And now Sirvi could go in and try and get the rest, but has to be careful because those nades are still come pouring in. Still going to come pouring in, and once again, Team Red X Cross, well, they're trying to make sure that they try and keep their wits about them. They don't push a bit too far forward, because if they do, then there are a couple of other teams in the vicinity who could look to take their heads clean off their shoulders.
Absolutely, Floppy. I mean, Red Cross got a beautiful position at this point of time. If they want to, they can easily cave Team Force One. Force One, they know they have to win this fight. They know they have to enter the zone, and that's why they are pushing in at this point of time. Strider, with all the experience, getting spotted by Armin, I think, and I think Armin went in the open, and that was a brutal mistake coming in from his side.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if Force One can continue pulling all the way. Well, they're certainly trying to, but a 2v1 fight is not fair at all, and Force One are going to learn that the hard way. Now Red Cross Zerif is going to try and get the last finish. No, he cannot. It will be Force One who end up being successful over here, but in the meantime, there are a couple other teams closing in. Once again, Chicken Rushers down there on the low ground, and I do think in the distance, I see who are members of Team Nigma Galaxy. Team Nigma Galaxy still standing strong in the meantime. They've got one of the members down on his feet, but MJ and Artemis still standing. Smokey OP could be in a world of trouble, but are Nigma going to go forward to revive him, Spiro?
Finally, Nigma Galaxy breaking the shackles, getting 6 finishes there, and that's what they needed. They need to break the shackles, they need to go all out, and they're doing just that. Meanwhile, if you have a look at a beautiful situation right now for 2 OP, let's see if they can use the TPP advantage in their favor. Andy and Bundy, couple of players still remaining. 247 just trying to rush in at this point of time. A nade battle is on the cards.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if that battle does end up coming through over here. They do have the healing necessary to pull it off over here, but the same can't be said for Andy, as he's only sitting on 1 first aid kit and 5 bandages. Well, Team EXO have been eliminated over here by the members of Reckoning Esports. Not something I was expecting to come through, but well, in the meantime, we will see if Team Reckoning can continue the performance and once again get that chicken dinner like they did earlier today. 2 OP officials once again have to be a little bit careful with how they approach the situation. Andy is the man on the front lines for his team, while Bandy is watching the flank, making sure no one is able to come through. Although I do imagine he wants to be on some high ground so he can spot members coming out from afar before they get a bit too close for comfort.
Absolutely. I mean, we just had a glimpse of the points table there. That was the overall points table, and a lot of teams are fighting to get into top 6. Meanwhile, MJ, who was not there, Artemis is going to try and revive MJ. But meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, they are giving perfect cover to MJ, it seems like that. I mean, look at them go! Reckoning Esports just wrecking havoc on Team Odisha Esports.
Absolutely. Team Reckoning Esports, well, they're doing really, really well for themselves. They've got themselves a buggy too to rotate out if need be. With all 4 of their players standing, they could end up being the team that takes up the chicken dinner. Well, not all 4 of their players. 2 of their players, I believe, are still standing. So maybe they can get the chicken dinner if they are a little bit sneaky. Well, it looks like, never mind, I was wrong on the 2, I was wrong on the 4. It is going to be none of them. It's going to be 3 members still standing strong for them. 247 Gaming in the meantime have dropped a couple of smokes for themselves. We'll see if they can push forward over here or if they're going to continue to hold on to where they are. Siri, in the meantime, well, they're just trying to make sure that he's able to heal himself back up, and that when that smoke dissipates, he's going to have some position to work with. But he's going to throw down another smoke over here, and Mandy is instead going to go into another smoke of his own, trying to keep himself alive over here. Let's see who he can find in the meantime. Well, the overall point standings have come up on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, Reckoning Esports are on top, and Long Green have been eliminated in the meantime. Odisha Esports could also meet the same fate, but the 2 of the players are still in this fight. Skrills and Maxi OP, they're the ones gatekeeping Arceus and the boys. And we'll see if they can get those finishes as well. That buggy, it's dangerous to stay this close. If they start shooting at it, then that buggy could blow up, and Reckoning Esports will not only not have a vehicle, but they will also lose a player. Maxi OP in the meantime sitting in the back line, waiting for that bait to come on in, but he's going to get shot from the back. Instead, it looks like the side of Chicken Rushers have got wind of the situation, and Skrills is going to go forward and finish off one of those members from the side of Odisha Esports. Arshil is going to be on his feet, and once again he's going to go forward, but he's missing. He does not connect those shots despite the red dot side. The reload is going to come through from Skrills. He could go back forward over here, but the first thing he's going to do is pop that medkit. He's also got the Groza in his hands now, so maybe he can find those picks at last. But 2 OP official could be in a world of trouble. Look at the side of Chicken Rushers. Once again on the map of Miramar, they're looking to get the chicken dinner for themselves, and they will eliminate 2 OP official, and well, that is going to be their end over here. 247 Gaming, they get the credit for that. It wasn't the side of Chicken Rushers, but Chicken Rushers still poised to get the chicken dinner in this game. We'll see if they can fight it, but no, it's like the side of Chicken Rushers are going to be the one coming in and taking it right out of their mouths, because the side of 247 Gaming, they've lost one of their members. He's down on his feet. And Chicken Rushers, well, they're trying to spread out across the map over here. Make sure that the side of 247 Gaming don't have a lot of real estate to work with, as they are getting pushed back. Sniper will be gotten back up on his feet, while the rest of the members of 247 Gaming will preserve the man advantage. And now that they know that where the members of Chicken Rushers are, 247, they could take the fight to their opponents instead.
Absolutely. I mean, they have the numbers game advantage. They have 13 finishes. They're feeling good. They are confident. And the best thing is, they know the position of their opponents. But you know what, Team Chicken Rushers? I still feel that they are outside the zone, and they have to come in. They have to push in. Team 247 Gaming, they can easily just wait for their chance to come in. They can take the TPP advantage, and they can just annihilate Team Chicken Rushers when they try to enter the zone.
Absolutely, Team Chicken Rush are still going to be holding in the meantime. They've got the high ground advantage once again, and 247 Gaming, they're not really moving in just yet. The zone is going to force them to sort of just try and move out, but once again, Chicken Rushers with that high ground advantage, we'll see if that blue zone will force them out just yet or not, or if they can brave the blue instead and take those fights regardless. Well, Raul is going to find Notorious once again. A moving situation created. Team Chicken Rushers might not be long for this world. A feeling of deja vu could engulf them because they were in a similar situation last time around on Miramar, except it was at the hands of Team Reckoning Esports. This time around it's going to be Team 247 Gaming who get the chicken dinner for themselves. They have been reeling, they have been working really hard, but they didn't get themselves into the top 6. Maybe this time around with the chicken dinner, they will find themselves up there.
Well, absolutely. What a brilliant gameplay coming in from them. They were aggressive, they were sharp, the rotations were really crispy, and in the end, they managed to get that lovely winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember the point standings, I do believe 247 Gaming was somewhere between the 7 to 9 spot. You know, they were close to breaking into top 6, but they really didn't have that oomph just yet. And with this being the second last map and them having performed really well, Sphero, I think they might just have made it into the top 6.
You know, that is the magical number right now out of 16. If you're in top 6, you are safe. But if you're not, you have to perform well in the next one. That is going to be Erangel, the last opportunity. You know what? I don't know about Nigma Galaxy, but I think Force 1, if they can still get 30 points in the next one, they can get into top 6. But we will talk about it. We'll talk about it later when we'll see the overall points table on our screens.
Well, absolutely. First, we're going to have a look at the highlights and see what went down on the map of Miramar as we jump straight into them. I do imagine there's going to be a lot of, funny business happening over here. We saw a lot of teams early on losing a couple of their members. Well, here it is in front of us. XTR also met an early end over here at the hands of Force 1, and Force 1 have been performing really well, you know. I mean, even though they didn't do as well when they started off, they are kicking things up a notch. They are going forward and taking these fights, and Force 1, well, if they keep this up like you mentioned and they get 30 points, we might just see them in the semi-finals too.
Well, you know, every player, if you go and ask them, what do you need? They would say, we need one opportunity, and they have that opportunity in the next game. So I would love to see if they can use that experience, and they have a lot of experience. So they have to use that. They have to make sure they get the 30 bomber. But one thing is sure, and that is Team Reckoning. They're going through to the semi-finals.
Absolutely. Team Reckoning should be making their way straight into the semi-finals themselves. Well, it seems that the side of Reckoning Esports, even though their performance didn't result in the chicken dinner, it's more than enough for them to get themselves a slot in the semi-finals place. Well, they got those 2 chicken dinners to start things off, and now all they really have done in the past couple of games is make sure they at least get themselves top 6 or top 8. That way they can continue holding on to the dominant lead that they built up on the first 2 maps of the game. But once again, Nigma Galaxy just not having a good time.
What a day to have a bad day, it seems, Floki. And when Nigma Galaxy, after 4 games, they just had 1 finish. In this one, they managed to get some 6 or 7 finishes, if I'm not wrong. They won't be happy, to be honest. They won't be happy at all. Even though they played well in this one, I think they have to be completely maniacs in next match if they want to qualify.
I don't think they can. I think the chance to qualify has slipped out of their fingers unless... Well, once again,
do you
the
remember
stars align for
TSM?
them. I do remember TSM. I do remember them. You know, 31 finishes to their name. Nobody forgets that
With
stuff.
the chicken.
Well, maybe Enigma Galaxy could put up that kind of a performance, and if they do, we could see them making their way into the top 6. But that is, well, that is a tall order, to be honest, because Erangel is one of those maps that have been played for the longest time by all of these qualified teams, and I'm quite sure they're not going to let them get away with what TSM managed to pull off in their debut in the 3rd round. But once again, let's focus a little bit more on the highlights on the screens right now, right? Team EXO, once again, being eliminated fairly early on, not really getting those placement points that they were looking for. Do you think somewhere or the other there is a chance that they may not qualify? Because now there's only 1 map remaining and they were in 2nd place, but now I do imagine a couple of other teams are going to have, probably have moved up a little bit and might be dethroning their side of EXO. And EXO, well, if they don't really make it into the top 6, we won't be seeing them in the semi-finals.
Well, that is true, but I think Team EXO in all entirety, all their games, they've been consistent. In every single game, they got 5+ points, and that shows how experience works, to be honest. I mean, I think they are going to qualify. Erangel is going to be their game, it seems. We'll see about that. Moving on to 47 Gaming, I'm really impressed by their performance, Floki. The way they played, the way they reacted to this pressurous situation. First few games, you know, we all know they're young players. It takes time to develop that habit of winning, and finally, they got it.
Absolutely, they most certainly did. We'll see if 247 Gaming have had an impact on the overall standings too. But first, we can have a look at the point standings for this game itself, see where they are located. Well, it's right at the tippity top with 31 points to their name. That is a lot.
Indeed, that's a lot. And we've been talking about that, right? You just need one match with 30 Bomber and you're going to be in top 6. 24/7, I think they managed to break the shackles and they will be in top 6. We'll find out about that. But meanwhile, number 2, we got the team Chicken Rushers with 17 total points, out of which 5 points coming in from the finishes. Number 3, we got Team Reckoning Esports with 5 finish points and a total of 15 points.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to talk about Odisha Esports as well in 5th place with 12 points, and 2OP Official in 6th place with 11 points to their name. This time around, Nigma Galaxy and Team EXO, one after the other in 7th to 8th place. Not really having a very good performance, but Team Long in 9th place with 3 points to the name overall. They too are not doing all that well. Well, let's have a look at the iQOO MVP, see who has earned that title. It's going to be Yam from the side of Team 247 Gaming, getting himself 6 finishes and 680 damage done.
Well, his name is in a different language, but I think I understood it. That is Mental Yum.
What?
Yeah, that is Mental Yum. He has some Hindi characters in his name, and that translates to a mental yum. Yes, he is a little bit
mental devil.
Yeah, he is.
That makes so much sense. For a second, like the gears were turning in my head. I'm like, what does mental yam mean? I was like, oh well, it might mean the devil of the mind. Finally, when those translations kicked in. But yeah, Yam. Well, in the top 5 squads, he is in the first spot. You've got Pooja from 247 in 2nd place. You've got Odisha Esports as Omega in 3rd place as well. You've got Ashu in 4th place and Arceus in 5th. Once again, 247 having a bit of a monopoly on the top 5 player standings. But hey, if they did not have a monopoly over here, we wouldn't be seeing them in the top 6, and we might be seeing them now. But first, we'll have a look at the match summary, see how many grenades were used, see how many finishes were found on the back of that. Well, let's just jump straight in and see for ourselves. It does seem to me that there were 111 grenades used, but only 3 grenade finishes found. That ratio not looking all that good.
Well, it's a little creepy, but look at the healing there. 7,769 total healing with a total of 59 knocks coming in this match. 59 finishes as well, Floki. I think Thanos would be happy.
Most certainly balanced as all things should be. And 48 total rescues coming in as well. So once again, the map of Miramar continues to show that a lot of people get knocked down, but you have to get back up on your feet. Let's have a look at the FD chart and see how much finishes were gotten in comparison to the damage done. 247 Gaming taking the cake with 16 finishes to their name and 2,338 damage. Well, it took them 5 maps, but in the end, they woke up, they got themselves this chicken dinner and 16 finishes to boot as well. I think they're going to be in a pretty good spot if we talk about the overall standings. But in the meantime, Force 1 as well, having the second highest damage in this game with 1,565. Let's have a look at the squad performance and see which squad has been playing the best out of all the squads we've had so far on our screens. Well, it seems that 247 Gaming, they've had a very good time. So let's jump into the score performance and see exactly what the detailed stats for those are. Well, when we first started off in the 3rd match, it didn't look all that well. They only got 3 finishes to their name, but you can see over the course of time, they have found their footing. 3 finishes in the 3rd match, 6 finishes in 4th, 16 finishes in 5. Are we going to see 32 in the next one? Because that is what TSM's record was.
Well, if they can get that, I would be super happy, but that seems unlikely. But to be honest, to be fair, I feel that you don't need chicken in every single game. You just need to be consistent, and that team is consistent.
Absolutely. Well, 247 Gaming, it took them a couple of matches, but then they found their groove, and here they are performing their minds out on Miramar, which was the last Miramar of the day, of course. The next one is going to be Erangel, but yeah, we got a lot more stats to show before we move on to that. Squad spotlight, there it is. The hard numbers, in case you guys were wondering. 31 finishes in total, more than half of which were just found on the previous match, Spiro. Go figure.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I told you, right? You just need one good game, and that one good game is going to, accelerate you towards a different level. Talking about the damage, they have a total damage of 6,220 with 18 assists to their name and 5 headshots.
Well, 247 Gaming, they certainly played out of their mind over here, and I do think that, well, given this performance of theirs, they have probably put themselves in a very good spot in contention for the top 6, but we're not going to show the standings just yet. You're going to have to wait with bated breath. You're going to have to jog your memory up, maybe even rewind the stream a little bit and see exactly, how many points 247 Gaming got if you want to know if they're in the top 6 or not. But in the meantime, we're going to talk about the giveaway that we have. If you check the link down in the description below, you click on it, it will ask you one very simple question. which if you get it correctly, you're going to win some merch. And that
Reckoning
question is, which team will be at the top of the leaderboard? What team did you say it was?
Well, no, I was just trying to give some hints to the crowds. I mean,
I'd
am
like
a
a hint
helper.
too. I'd like a hint too. Even I'm going to put my name in.
I think they can pick Reckoning Esports right now.
Well, you heard from Spirit over here, folks. Reckoning Esports, if you put them in, you might just get yourself some merch as well. But you know
can
what?
tag me later.
Absolutely, you can thank him later. You can find him on his Instagram. Make sure you get those DMs going. But once again, the iQOO 7 Legend is the phone that made it all happen. It is them who made this tournament possible. Got the prize pool of 1 crore rupees. So let's jump into a word from our sponsors, see what they're all about, and have a closer look at this phone.
Are you ready for this?
Well, welcome back once again, and there is a little bit of a change here as Floki leaves and, well, the experiment comes in. My name, of course, is Angad, the experiment Jehel. Joining me is Spiro, the hope from the Latin word. Now, again, I like one thing, we both are casters, and in due time, I think our name should be coming up. I like the fact that you go by Spirocasts on Instagram. I go by XPcasts, so that's a little bit of shameless promotion over there. You can follow us down there if you want to know more about BGMI. But now, it is time for the brass tacks. Let me just say one thing. Make sure if you want to get into gaming, you go back to the last game, because when you game 24/7, 24 hours a day, chances are you do come out on top. That is what 247 Gaming did, grabbing that chicken dinner in style.
Well, I like that one. I mean, the way they played, the way they managed to get into a decent position, that was just so important for them. And they got a lot of finishes.
A lot of finishes, and again, it is going to be the last game for the night. I'm sure you already know who all is playing. If you don't, let me just remind you, because we have UDOG India, Odisha Esports, Team XO, X-Terminator Esports, Team Red Cross, 247 Gaming, your winners of the last game, Musty Zone Gaming, and of course, Nigma Galaxy, who are in a galaxy far, far away today, it seems.
Well, absolutely. We got 2 OP officials, Team K9 officials, Team Chicken Rushers, Team the Safari Gang, and we have the Wolves themselves, Reckoning Esports, number 1 on the points table, it seems. We get Force 1, Long Rain, and Team the Big Brother Esports.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, as far as Big Brother Esports are concerned, they are playing Big Brother to a few other teams as well, because, well, the little brothers got some much needed help when they were in, pin down situations. We did see that in Miramar. I mean, a team was going up against the other, and Big Brother from top, making sure they get the shots, inadvertently helped them. They did wipe them out later, let's not bring that up, but again, they are living up to their names.
I mean, I think it's time to be evil Big Brothers, because they have to get some really decent points in the last one. I mean, they played well, they were consistent, but it's the last map to show their skills.
Oh boy, now just that little statement has so much weight behind him. It is the last game for them to showcase what they are made of. It is the last game for a lot of these teams, because again, only 6 are going to be moving forward, Sparrow.
You know what? It's not only about qualifying. Even if you are in top 6, this stage is everything for these players. They have dreamed about performing on this stage. They have dreamed about having this opportunity, and they are having it right now. Embrace it with everything you have.
Again, if that spotlight is shining on you so bright, now 2 chances are either you go blind or you get the best of that and, well, you make it or you break it. Now, again, like you mentioned, even the top 6 positions, barring maybe a couple, they are comfortable. But again, it is still open. It is still razor thin. Chances are a few teams we are going to have to say goodbye to, because, well, they just might not make it unless they throw in like a 30-bomb finish game and get the chicken dinner and get 45 points. Unless that happens, you never know. Miracles can happen. We've seen some team do that in the past recently.
Well, XP, let reality sink in for Nigma Galaxy, Team Force 1. They were not good today. I mean, I have to say it. They were not good today.
Again, you have good days, you have bad days. Today, it was not Enigma Galaxy's day at all. Of course, what they should do at this point is, not take it to heart. Of course, they are going to be disheartened. But again, that is where you learn from your mistakes. And if you learn from your mistakes, if you learn from your defeats, that is victory in itself.
Well, absolutely. They still have one more chance. And, as you were saying, BGMI is unpredictable. They can get 30 finishes. They might get 30 points. They might get 40 points. Whatever they can. I mean, they have to go all out. It's time to take out the mask of nervousness and embrace.
Well, there you have it. Embrace reality, as Sparrow likes saying. And the reality is, it is just the last game. Now, the thing is, it is going to be in Erangel, which, of course, I wonder if we're going to see some targeting, because it is possible. Again, if you want to make sure that, certain teams do not go through the next round, by all means, drop in their locations. Now, two things will happen. Either you are going to come out the victors, or you might have just sealed their fate, and, they're going to be walking forward to the next round.
It takes guts to do that, first of all. I mean, this is the biggest stage, as we were talking about it. A lot of teams are taking a lot of pressure right now. But I think they should just consider this game as their last game and play like that. If they play as if this is their last game, they're going to show really classy plays maybe.
Well, it could be the last game for some. It could just be the beginning of a beautiful story for others, as of course it all comes down to this. Now, as the teams are getting ready to basically hop on around over in the spawn island, we are going to have a little bird's eye view of Erangel shortly, but I want something different this time. Sparrow, the thing is, the last couple of Erangels, we didn't have any action breakout up until the 10-second mark. Hopefully this time around, it is going to be a different situation altogether.
It is going to be different. You know why? Because there are a lot of teams who are at the bottom of the table and they want to fight. They want to do something amazing. And I would love to see, are they going to go all out?
Well, let's see if they're going to go all out, because I think one of the silos of the nuclear power plant over here has definitely gone all out. In fact, it is in ruins, as we are going to be starting things off at the Milta power plant now. Meanwhile, in the spawn island, not too far away, well, the island is hustling and bustling with life, but sooner or later, only 4 are going to walk away, the kings or the queens of this game, and well, they might just book a berth to the next round.
Absolutely, they have to do something amazing in this one. I mean, at least for Enigma Galaxy and Force One, even if they're not qualifying XP, they need to perform. You know why? Because of their fans. A lot of fans are watching them.
Absolutely. Again, yes, you might not make it, but give it your last-ditch effort. Give it your best. Put your best foot forward, and again, you might just win a few more hearts in the process. But of course, if that doesn't happen, a lot of those hearts are going to be broken.
Oh, believe me, they are. They are already broken. I mean, can you imagine the pressure on all these players? After 5 games, they don't have enough points on the table.
If I'm feeling nervous right now, casting this game, I can just barely imagine all the pressure that they are going through. But for now, we are going to have a look at Yasnaya again. Not a lot of action breaking out in this part of the map. Hopefully that changes in the course of this game, because again, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. In about 30 seconds, we are going to be flying above the plains of Erangel for one last time on day 2 in the quarterfinals of the BGIS 2021 tournament.
Well, absolutely. 2 more days to go. I think we are going to get 12 more teams in those 2 days. But today, I would love to see who are those 6 amazing teams who are going through to the semi-finals. Talking about Erangel once again, it's a basic map. It's a wonderful map. But at this point of time, it's going to be filled with a lot of teams who are desperate to win.
Well, speaking about teams desperate to win, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to be, moving out of your way as the game is about to begin, and that beautiful C-130 is going to take to the skies one last time, and this time, by the look of things, we are going to be flying north with a little projection towards the west. Of course, we are kicking things off on the Sosnovka military base, and everything is going to end just, west of Severny.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look at the pilot, U-Dog, Rambo, and I still remember Rambo and Fearless, the way they played, the dynamic duo they took out Team EXO in the last match. That was just incredible. But
let's be honest, nobody was expecting that.
I mean, yes. I mean, it was Team EXO with all 4 of their players still alive. But Team U-Dog, they are proving everyone wrong. But at this point of time, they have to do it once again. We are hoping for some drop clashes. We are hoping for some early altercations, but well, we can only hope.
We can only hope. We can only dream. That is what we are good at. And of course, we can just sit in our cushy seats over here and speculate as to what's going to happen. But sooner or later, all hell is going to break loose. But for now, the first team to touch ground are going to be the boys from Big Brother Esports, EZ4, as they have, well, Nova Ripnoi and that massive observation tower all to themselves, but looks like they might be joined by CR. That, of course, is Team Chicken Rushes.
Absolutely. You know what? I would love to see a military base circle there. I mean, it's been so many days. We are yet to see a military base zone. And if that happens, you would see Team EXO. Firstly, they would loot in 5 seconds. They would get in the vehicles and they will straight away go to the military base island. Oh, but it's not going to happen, XP. I mean, the gods of the zone are not with me today.
Again, I've told you, the more you ask from the gods above, the less they give. But for now, looks like action is going to break out right at the beginning as Arm is going to be taken down. Of course, the first with the gun usually dishes out all the damage. And, well, Gyro God does have that UMP with a few bullets missing from a magazine, which means he was the guy who put him down. And now he's going to put him out of his misery.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a really important game for Red Cross. But here you go. 2 players down, 2 to go. Let's see if Musty Zone can find them and take them out.
Well, looks like action is breaking out in Rozhok early, and, well, the opposition has been dealt with, and now the city is theirs for the taking. Musty Zone off to a good start with 2 finishes, and, well, you might be wondering, where are the remaining members of Team Red Cross? Well, they are on the other side of the hill near the school.
Absolutely. I mean, why would they take that split? I think they were not expecting Musty Zone to come to Rozhok, maybe. These drop clashes are just amazing. You find a gun, you finish your opponent, and boom, after 2 minutes, you only have 2 players on Erangel.
Speaking of boom, it looks like action might just break out. Now, Georgia Pole this time again, we haven't seen anything up north, but it does look like a couple of teams might be heading on a little bit of a collision course. But for now, we are going to be switching our attention over to Yasnaya. And, well, we did see, Yasnaya, it's been kind of like a ghost town as far as any fights are concerned. But this time, UDOG India, of course, are going to be dropping down in Yasnaya. But it seems like they have a team that is maybe a bit too OP right next to them.
Well, they are too OP and they are themselves OP as well, because they found themselves in top 6. Moving on to Team Reckoning, the #1 team. If I say, I won't be wrong, right, XP?
Well, I mean, if they do fizzle out at the beginning and somebody gets a 30 bomb like we talked about, your predictions and all your viewers that you told them, pick Reckoning Esports, they are going to be unhappy with you over here. But judging by the way they've been playing, I think they should be walking away with that podium finish.
Well, absolutely, they would love to do that. I mean, Team Reckoning, they have a lot of fans who are watching this competition right now, and you know what's their tagline? It's Go Reckoning, and they are spamming it right now, I believe.
Well, if you know what the word reckoning means, of course, it always to make sure you learn from your past mistakes, and this team definitely has done that since games 3 and 4. They are going to make a little bit of a comeback, but let's see if they can walk away with 3 chicken dinners on this day.
Well, one more thing, the curse of Loki is over as well. He said that 2 games they're not going to play well.
No wonder it's so peaceful, it's so quiet, it's so calm over here, because, well, the mischievous devil himself is nowhere to be found. Of course, he is just on the other side of this camera and giving us the dirty looks. But now, it is going to be the Supari gang that are going to be looting blissfully. And again, they have surprised me in their skirmishes today. But, just going back to the circle, we did see it was pretty much central. So all the teams are going to be happy with the location so far. But looks like a couple of teams are going to lock horns. And again, it could be Team EXO defending against Big Brother Esports.
Well, in the last Erangel as well, Big Brothers used the same approach. They closed the bridge, they went to the western side of the zone, and that was a good one coming in from their side. But right now, where my eyes are glued on? It's on Pochinki, where Enigma Galaxy is looting right now. They have a decent zone, they have a decent compound, but right now they should finish their loot and go find some enemies.
Speaking of Enigma Galaxy, looks like they did get the memo that, wait a second, this is a competition and you only have so many chances to go through the next round. They did kind of make some noise in the last game, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough. For now, Big Brother Esports, normally we would see them at the compounds just north of the bridge, north of the gas station near Milta. This time they're going to make sure they have a bit more, well, they've moved a bit more inland, a bit more closer to the center of the circle.
It's unusual to see so many teams in the Northern Ireland at this point of time. I mean, look at the number of teams there. I can see Odisha Esports, K9 Esports, I can see Long Rain, I can see Reckoning. There are a lot of teams who are there, and I don't think the zone is going to go towards the northern area. If it may, it's going to be super fun, but look at Pochinki. Already told you, there are a couple of teams in Pochinki right now.
Well, looks like somebody is out on the hunt, because the Terminators have arrived at Pochinki, and Ted could be the first in the line of fire, but he is going to make a hasty retreat and, well, make sure that his teammates are standing by. There you have it. They already are behind cover. They already are waiting for the enemy, and, well, sound cues are going to be given off sooner or later. Pochinki, which has been a ghost town in itself the past couple of Erangels, might just come alive with some fire, and sooner or later bodies could be scattered all over the place.
You know, we were talking about Team Nigma Galaxy and they have to show some class, they have to do something amazing. But, you know, let's not forget about Exterminator Esports. The way they played in round 3 was incredible. Today was not their day, but right now they are aggressing towards Nigma Galaxy.
They are indeed, and of course they have intent to finish their opposition because they are rushing in, they are moving a bit fast. Enigma Galaxy, they've got to be on the back foot again. They are giving up valuable real estate, which does make sense because they are scattered. But on the other side, Odisha Esports open up on K9 as a couple of exchanges are taking place, but it's going to be Devil OP who puts Shailesh in his place, and with that, we do have a couple of casualties coming in early now. Grenades are going to be going off in Pochinki. The city is going to come alive, but which one team is going to walk out of it alive? Is it going to be Nigma Galaxy, or are the 4 Terminators finally going to make some noise as Smokey cooks his grenade?
Oh, flashbang, that was good. I mean, if that was a nade, it's
Boom,
over for Smokey.
done.
But
Game
right
over.
now, Smokey is still surviving and Smokey is still smoking at this point of time. So he needs to make sure that he will survive this fight. You know, they know Pochinki in and out, but are they going to survive this fight? That is the big question right now.
Well, the knowledge of Pochinki is going to be put to the test as the Terminators are making their moves again. Remember, they are pretty much at the bottom of the table. They've got to make some big moves. They've got to make some bold moves, and they got to get all those finishes to themselves. Of course, elsewhere, fights are going to break out, but right now, it does look like RRD is going to be the first to move in. A grenade almost knocks him off his feet, but just does a little bit of damage as Crazy is going to be brought down by Nemesis, and, well, Artemis is going to join his teammate as well.
Just beautiful stuff coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They're not pushing in, they're just going back. They're using the TPP advantage. They're letting Exterminators come to them, and here you go, Smokey coming in, spraying there with the UMP. Oh, he's lucky. Just managed to survive that.
He just hopped, skipped, and jumped his way out of harm over there, but now Smokey's got to reload his weapon as the Terminators are going to be coming closer. 2 of them, in fact, are in the house now. Nigma Galaxy's teammates are going to be coming in from the other side. Ted, that is a smoke grenade. That is not what you want, but he does spot the enemy in that little slip. Well, the end. Barrel does do a lot of damage now. Smokey's got to make a decision. Does he go in for the kill, or is he going to wait for his teammate? Because elsewhere, again, massive fights are breaking all over the place as RRD is brought down by Artemis, and now Artemis is going to move in. He shoots, he connects, he brings down Fraggy, which means, well, all the weight on XDR's shoulders now lies on one man. That man is going to be up front. He can't survive this onslaught because Madara is going to go up against 4 really annoyed members of Nigma Galaxy, and looks like the first aid is coming in. And for now, he is still holding his ground. But Ted, he is confused. They should go up in tandem. They should all rush their position. But it looks like grenades are going to be deployed to make sure that Madara is going to be low on HP. And as soon as the boom goes in, Nigma Galaxy should be rushing up the stairs. But Madara is keeping them at pace. What is happening over there? Looks like they come in from the side. There you have it. Beautiful distraction. Smokey goes up, he goes down, and he gets the finish.
As we called it, I mean, they know
Pochinki.
They have the knowledge of Pochinki, and they use that to perfection. But right now, Nigma Galaxy off to a wonderful start. I would love to see if they can continue this aggression, if they can continue this passive aggression, and if they can find more teams.
Now the thing is, the circle has shifted a bit to the down south towards the southeast. Pochinki is still in play, and a few teams could be coming up to their position right now. For now, Reckoning Esports, of course, they got to make sure all their boosts is at 100 because they are going to brave the blue over here, and, well, they still have massive opposition on their side. Now, Maxi knows that the enemy is in the direction he is facing, but have a look at your minimap. Someone is looking from elsewhere, and that could be pivotal in this little fight. Again, Sparrow, they've got to make sure they don't waste too much time out in the blue zone.
The thing is that I think TSG is desperate, but Reckoning is not. They don't have to go to the zone. They can wait it out. They can wait for opponents to come, and they don't need points. They are already qualified. I would love to see how TSG is going to deal with Reckoning, because you were talking about a flanker. Look at Team Reckoning. They have a flanker of their own.
They do, in fact, as someone could come in from behind and stab TSG in the back as Krish. Again, he does have 15 bandages. He could patch himself up, but sooner or later the damage is going to keep on increasing. And the only 2 teams out in the blue on your right over there are the teams that are on our screen. Elsewhere, looks like Yasnaya might just see some competition as well, because I did see someone move dangerously close to UDog India's position. But for now, we are going to have a look at what's happening on the map. And again, there's a massive migration towards the center, and looks like Potato Hill could be the epicenter for all the action to come.
Absolutely. Potato Hill is a wonderful players. I mean, there are a lot of third parties
Makes
that's
me
going
hungry.
to happen there. But yeah, if you're hungry, you have to go to Potato Hill. And I think Nigma Galaxy should be hungry right now. If they want to go, they have to go. Meanwhile, Team K9, if you talk about Potato Hill, is getting heated up.
Well, they are going to be sinking their fangs in the opposition as, of course, a lot of shots are fired and 2 OP. Mandy is going to be down on the ground. Sandy is going to make sure, in fact, it's going to be Musty Zone that are going to be taking the brunt of the attack from both these teams. Now, Sandy is the last man standing for his team. The question is for how much longer as he tries to make his escape from one end, but keep in mind, Musty Zone is at the other. However, he manages to escape through a little bit of a gap, and now it's going to be Ankush with a grenade flung in the direction of Musty Zone Gaming. Now, of course, that grenade was a bit too short, but as 2 OP make their escapes, 2 more teams are going to collide with one another.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're the solo man standing, Potato Hill is not the place where you have to go. You need to find a shack, go there, sleep there. That is going to be your strategy. But right now, Shooter, with all the nades, with all the Molotovs, he just wants to get some value out of it. And they know the position of Musty Zone, to be honest.
However, I was a bit confused because he threw that one grenade too close to his feet, and well, he was in the most danger of being caught in the blast radius. But now his teammates are finally back up on their feet. They are going to try and, skirt around the issue at hand, but it looks like a little hasty retreat has been called, but I don't blame them now. This is a dangerous game. Rex is trying to go for that rock. He is trying to get that high ground, but also on the other end, K9 are going to be repositioning themselves. And well, elsewhere, Rahul, the member of 247 Gaming, of course, is going to be playing as well as Pooja is going to be burnt to a crisp.
Well, why are they needing themselves? They're from the same team, and I would love to see what's going to happen there. But meanwhile, K9 Developer with a beautiful flank coming in from his end. Like, I have to say that they are not finding the link right now. Team Musty Zone, they are not interested in this fight.
They aren't interested in this fight, and again, if you have a look, 2 teams still out in the blue. We know exactly where they are, but one of them is already on the move as Reckoning Esports are making the way to the next circle. But for now, it is going to be action atop Potato Hill as one of these teams wants to be crowned King of the Hills. The circle has shifted. Are they going to go for the center? They don't really have to because, this place is still at the edge, still at the periphery. And of course, both these teams are going to be hungry to make sure they capitalize on those finishes. Shots are being fired, but it's going to be UDog Rambo who takes down Devil elsewhere. Well, wait a second. Devil is over here, which means UDog are going to be coming in from behind. And well, it might just be a 3v. And now K9 are forced to move from their positions.
Absolutely. I mean, the flanker just got like UDog Rambo, and there you go. Like, if you see a smoke, shoot in the smoke, and that's what Rambo just did there. But look at the number of teams on the eastern edge of the zone. There are a lot of chaos going to happen. I would love to see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Fearless getting the better of Gyro God as well, and UDog India, they are just ripping things apart today.
Well, speaking of Gyro God, he is in a bit of trouble. But again, UDog India making sure they do what they do best. And well, that is basically heading up to the opposition, taking a fight, and more often than not, they come out on top. And now K9 Esports, they did have a good position. However, they lost that one man. And again, speak about, being hungry. Rambo is going to go straight at the enemy. He is going to alight from his buggy right about now. He does have that M4 in his hand. Question is he going to be accurate? Because, well, he switches to the grenade, and if he gets this one grenade perfect, nope, they are not behind the tree. They are, in fact, hiding behind a little rock just down below. And now the blue zone, well, it is still far, far away, but this could be it. This could be a massive nade. Musty Zone could be in danger. There you have it. Gyro God is going to be blown off his feet, and now Fearless and the boys could move in.
It's a nade parade coming in from Team UDog India, and it's not stopping Fearless with another one. There you go.
He jumps!
Jump shot. Dave coming in with that Superman jump and taking out Team Musty Zone.
Well, Musty Zone are definitely not going to be having some fun as they are eliminated in the 14th position. Decent finishes to their name, and now shots are going to be fired because UDog are going to come under heavy fire from the other K9s in this group. Of course, I am talking about K9 Esports as, I like this, the 2 big dogs are going to go up against one each other. Ankush is coming in. They know they need the numbers. They know they need to close the gap, and now this is when grenades rain havoc. This is when grenades rain death, and Babe could be in trouble. The grenade is going to be close by. However, it misses its mark.
Well, absolutely. I mean, UDogs, they need to grind their teeth right now if they want to take out K9 out of the equation. But at this point of time, Shooter with a nade in his hand would love to get a lot of value out of it. I mean, they don't know the position at this point of time, but it's really an opportunity for K9 to do what they do best, and that is going to be a game scenario. What a beautiful reaction time coming in from Shooter.
Speaking about what they do best, Shooter living up to his name, although he was almost knocked out. He does get the knock, but now from behind him, it's going to be Fearless who comes in, almost gets a knock over there, but Shooter makes sure he patches himself up, and now K9 are going to be scrambling for some semblance of cover. They do have this little skirmish in the grip of their hands as Rambo, the Lone Ranger, is going to be brought down, which means now U-Dog are going to be on the other side of that little boulder. Now Molotovs are going to be thrown, grenades are going to be chucked just to make sure the enemy is kept at bay. And speaking of the enemy, they are going to try and circle around them.
Wow, what a zone this has been. I mean, both of these teams, they have to just retaliate. It seems they are retreating, they're not retaliating at all. Fearless, I think it was a great decision, XP.
Yeah.
You need to respect the zone. As I always say, you have to send a friend request to the zone.
Again, one thing, they did lose that one man, which means, well, something was, of course, in the favor of K9, and you want to negate any favors or any plus points that the opposite team has. But I do see an airdrop nearby. The question is someone going to go and take it? Please do, because you just might find an AWM elsewhere. We do have action breaking out as EXO are going to be coming in on the Wizard Tower, and once again, TSG are going to be at hand to lay down some lead.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team Reckoning as well. I was just thinking about Team Reckoning. Like, they are yet to clear their paths. They're at a beautiful spot, but I would love to see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, Krish with a beautiful spray, they are taking out Fears.
Someone who's not in a beautiful spot, Sparrow, is EXO, because at one end you have the Safari Gang, and at the other you have U-Dog, who do have the high ground, raining down death. Now, if they are pincered in, it could be problematic, while Long Rain are going to be driving by. Diddy, is he going to be caught out? No, he isn't, because, well, Nick Hill kind of ran out of bullets there.
That's not a usual spot for EXO. I wonder why they are in that, sniper tower. I would love to see how they're going to get out of it. Meanwhile, if you talk about Nigma Galaxy and Force One, we've been talking about them a lot. MJ getting the better of, I think, Siri, it seems.
Speaking of the two teams, this is going to be trench warfare, World War I over here. Grenades are going to be flung. Oh, Vampire was almost brought down to his knees. Now smokes are going to be deployed. Have a look at Schreider's position. Ted, of course, has an idea. He must have heard a little rustle in the distance. A grenade does come towards him, but it is just going to be a bit too long. And, well, Ted is not going to be affected by that just yet. Smokey over here is going to be coming in. My, oh my, he is defying gravity. The way he is making those smoke grenades curve with smoke from the distance. Does spot someone, but it's going to be Ted who's brought down by fire. Courtesy Schreider now. Nigma Galaxy, they need to make a move. They need to make sure that they make quick work of the opposition, as they are going to be trying to close that gap. Now the gap has been closed, but Washu makes sure Artemis is brought down to his knees.
It's all about equipment. It's all about utilities. You have to do something. Look at that Molotov. Ted, it has been burned. Chris, meanwhile, Vampire just pushing it, rushing it. He's in the buggy. He's sitting in the buggy. What is happening? Meanwhile, Vampire would get the better of Ted as well. And it is Smokey who is the last man standing for Team Nigma Galaxy.
It looks like on the last second, Vampire did find that neck, and, well, he did dig his fangs in deep and did suck out all the blood, which means, well, Nigma Galaxy once again in a world of trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is going to be inevitable. We are going to have to bid them adieu, but let's see if they can put up one final fight. Let's see if they can get some redemption on Force One. Again, Force One, he did mention, they have to wake up. They are doing something good. Let's see if it's going to be enough elsewhere. Again, keep in mind, the underdogs, again, on top of that hill, just bullying all the opposition around them.
Well, U-Dog, India, they're just changing the game completely.
Already.
They have 5 finishes already, and, round 3, I think a lot of people were thinking that it's okay, we didn't see it, right? It was offline. But now you can see them, and that's why they are here.
Now, if you have a look at the circle, chances are it is going to implode in on itself, and in fact, Long Rain might be in the center of the new circle. We're going to have to wait and find out, because in a few seconds, well, like I said, we are going to have a major shift elsewhere. I do see Odisha Esports' demise. Well, he is definitely going to find his demise as slowly but steadily. He might just bleed out to the blue. For now, it is going to be a King of the Hill situation, as underdogs India, they did have the hill all to themselves, but now Big Brother Esports want to take part of it away from them.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team Reckoning, look at them go.
Well, the zone is fine.
Well, absolutely. Zone is going to be a really, really important factor right now. And Reckoning, again, they cleared their backs now. Now they have an upper hand in this game.
They do have an upper hand, but let's see for how much longer, because again, at these distances, I like the fact that we have some hills to play with. I like the fact that we have some open ground, but what I don't like the fact is everyone is so close by, as Lost Train, even though they have a good position, were coming in, and now they're going to be shot at. This could be problematic. I do see a couple of weapons being trained at them, unfortunately. Skrills over here is going to run out of ammunition, but his teammate Maxi is not, as a few shots are going to be rattled off, and, well, Major is going to be brought down, and that buggy has no driver. Don't worry about that, Maxi. actually concentrate on the enemies on the hill above.
Well, absolutely. I mean, some Ghost has been riding that quality for a long time because this is coming in. I mean, everyone is coming towards Team Reckoning at this point. Or they can do some amazing stuff here. I mean, they just have to shoot everyone.
Now the winners of the last game are going to come and play as well. 247 Gaming are taking the fight, but on the other side, we did mention UDOG go up against BB, and they are not looking good as 2 OP are going to be eliminated by 247 Gaming. One good grenade, good spell trouble, but now Dave from UDOG is going to be focusing his attention on elsewhere because it looks like it is going to be a King of the Hill situation, and only one king can be crowned as BB is going to get the better of Dave, and now there you have it. Aaron is going to move in. Aaron shoots, Aaron connects. Aaron almost knocks Dark out, but Dark is going to still hold on by a sliver of HP. Finally taken out, but lo and behold, it was a peekaboo movement as, Fearless came out in front of him, but it was not going to be enough. The man advantage coming in their favor as well. Big Brothers are going to make sure they wipe out that squad.
That was a great fight between two amazing teams, but I have to say, I think both the teams are going to end up in top 6. We'd love to see the overall standings, but at this point of time, Reckoning Abrar getting the better of another player. Look at the position of Mr. Spray. He's got a higher ground to put 70 spots there, trying to come in the zone, and look at the spray coming in from Team Reckoning Abrar. It's so hard to survive, but he made it there. Rahul would get the revival done, it seems, but the needs are going to come in.
Well, there's one, there's two, and there should be a third one. It should go boom, and with that 247 Gaming, are they going to survive? No, they're not, as it goes boom, and there you have it. Another one bites the dust. Elsewhere, Odisha Esports was just eliminated as well in the 9th position, which means 247 go out in the 8th.
Well, absolutely. I mean, now I can feel that Reckoning is going to end up as #1 team at this point of time. I think I have to say Big Brother Esports, they're trying to get into the zone. It's going to be Reckoning versus Big Brother Esports right here, right now in a 4v4 situation.
Alrighty, he's going to call it. He thinks it's going to be Reckoning up against, Big Brother. Let's see if that is going to be the case, because Force 1 have been eliminated as well. We are down to the final 6 teams, 21 people still alive, and against all odds, Team EXO still all 4 members alive in that Wizard Tower, not making a single peek.
Well, when you are surrounded by everyone, it's
you
sharp.
keep indoors. Yeah,
Well,
you shut up, you close your doors.
It's sharp to just stay quiet. You know what I call that strategy? Not do anything strategy.
Well, I mean, couldn't have been simpler than that, Sparrow. Thank you so much. I thought it was going to be something fancy, but it is basically as brutal as
I'm
it is.
not here strategy.
There you go. But right now, Reckoning Esports, boy, oh boy, looks like they do want some redemption. Looks like they do want to redeem themselves for games number 3 and 4. Still a 4-man squad, but on the other side, Nigma Galaxy, well, they might be out of this tournament by the look of things, but Smokey is still not giving up. He does have that Scar Rail. He is going to be crawling his way towards the next zone. Elsewhere, Reckoning Esports making sure they have some makeshift fortifications in the form of vehicles.
Yes, sir. Chicken Rushers is already there, and they're trying to enter the zone from the western region of the zone. Meanwhile, TSG having a great spot. Look at their split as well. 2 players in the center of the zone, 2 players in the southern corner. They're still, checking Team EXO. They want to make sure Team EXO, they want to stay alive.
Well, let's see if they are going to stay alive, because it looks like Reckoning are going to come under fire as grenades do go off, but it's going to be Daddy who gets the better of Vampire on the other end, and now Scream is going to have to make sure he looks elsewhere, because Sensei was just taken down by TSG. Again, that fight is still going to keep on continuing now. Scream's going to be careful where he puts his feet, but Beast is going to be taken down by Abrar. On the other side, there you have it. One good grenade could spell trouble. Sniper in a world of trouble, and looks like, his days are numbered, and TSG are going to move in. They do spot the enemy, and now I love this bird's eye view. Mr. Spray, the IGL himself, right in the thick and thin of all the action, and grenades are going to be booming all around him.
Well, absolutely. Team EXO on the back foot as well. Meanwhile, as I said it, Big Brother Esports going all out against Reckoning Esports. Now it's going to be a serious situation. Another nade coming in there. There you go! What a nade that was! Reckoning Abrar changing the game completely in their team favor.
Well, they have 8 finishes, and now they're going to be stacking up all those finishes to themselves. Reckoning again, we called it. That grenade was precise. It was beautiful. It was perfection. It was disgusting. Reckoning again, still 3 members standing. 9 finishes to their name, and looks like they want to rack up those finishes, but in front of them they have a man who is a bit too OP. Can Zen do something now? He does see the burning smoke. He does see the grass on fire, but he doesn't see the enemy lying in the smoke down below, but he is going to slide. I think Zen OP might just spot him. Oh my god, he had some tunnel vision over there, but Abrar is going to react a bit quicker, and now his teammate is going to be there on hand, and well, he's going to make sure he runs over the opposition, but against all odds, he is still alive. He is such a ninja, as Zen OP is still in this game now, but it's going to be Mr. Spray. He spots the enemy. He's going to take him down. Yes, he does. He almost lost his life, though.
Well, finally, the shenanigans are over, but right now, Mr. Spray, with that smoke, they need to figure out a way. There are 3 teams still remaining. This is going to be between the Team Super Supari Gang, Team EXO and Team Reckoning Esports, who already got 10 finishes in their favor.
But only one team is going to walk away with that chicken dinner, as Team EXO are now going to make their move on Reckoning Esports. Till this time, you know what, the Supari Gang can actually reposition themselves and third-party them and be a thorn in the side for all teams, because there you have it. Look at that position. They have the entire side of the circle to themselves.
I think it's going to be so difficult for Team Reckoning to win this one, because they have to come to the zone, they have to take out Team EXO first, then they have to take out Team TSG. It's not going to be easy for them, but Reckoning, they like to do some crazy stuff.
Also, all eyes are on them right now, Spiro. Everybody knows their position, but it looks like TSG are finally making some noise as Punk throws a grenade in their direction.
Well, absolutely, they have to be a little careful. Punk knows that there are people in the zone. They have to make sure to get in the zone, they have to take out TSG. Nades are pouring it, smokes are coming, and look at the number of smokes there by Reckoning Esports.
Well, Mr. Spray, the IGL himself, is going to be the first in the line of fire as he makes sure he gets that central position all for himself. But again, TSG, they are all 4 members alive as D-Sing is going to try and get a knock, but it's going to be Daddy who brings Skrills down, which means, well, Reckoning's right flank has been exposed, and there you have it. Skrills is going to be put 6 feet under, which means Abrar and Mr. Spray are the only members standing left for Reckoning Esports. Again, they are going to be in a pincer situation. Both teams are going to be trying to hunt at them, but wait a second. Fierce and his teammate do move past that little smoke over there, but they could come under fire by TSG. In fact, Nickel is going to make sure he blows them up as Immortal is brought down to his bloody knees, and now D-Sync is going to go in for the finish.
Well, one thing is absolutely clear. If they want to beat TSG, they have to play as a team. I'm talking about Team EXO and Team Reckoning, but they're not doing that. Both are struggling to find any real estate in the zone.
Well, someone who is not struggling are the boys from the Supari Gang. All 4 members still alive. They know exactly what they need to do, and now only one man stands because Team EXO has been eliminated and Abrar's days are numbered. That vehicle is going to blow up. The Tesla will go boom, but before that, the bullets are going to do all the talking, and well, looks like quite a few people are going to be happy because the Supari Gang is going to walk away the winners in the final game on day 2 of the quarterfinals.
Once again, it's all about positioning. They had the better position. I mean, 2 teams are struggling to get in the zone, and they were just like, let them come, we'll take them all out.
I will say something. Had EXO not gone for that little outside rotation in that dossier, the moment you step in a vehicle, right, you are giving your sound cues about 160 meters out. So everyone and their mothers are going to hear all that commotion. So then what happens is the flank was exposed, and Nickel, we called it, Nickel was in a perfect position, just lying in the grass waiting for that opportunity, and he's like, oh, this is just too easy. 2 members gone. What could they have done?
You know what, I personally feel that the last 5 teams who were still alive in that zone, I think they all are going to qualify.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. But again, a rhetorical question. If you missed any of the action, we got you covered because we do have the highlights coming up on our screens now. And let me tell you one thing, action broke out a lot earlier than the last few Erangels.
Well, let me correct myself. I said last 5, I have to correct myself, last 4. Meanwhile, because I think Nigma Galaxy were there in the last 5.
Oh, that's going to hurt. Why you bully them, huh?
I mean, I had high hopes from them, but meanwhile, talking about the highlights, 2 OP, I think they are 2 OP.
They are indeed. Of course, there wasn't their game this time around. They were kind of caught off guard early on, but again, we did see some action in Pachinki, and we finally had a glimpse of what Enigma Galaxy was all about. Of course, this is all going to be on Smokey. The way he went over the roof, came down from the other building, and well, put the Terminators in the ground. Unfortunately, they were caught off guard. Not the best of days for them, but again, like you said, this was a nade parade that we witnessed atop Potato Hill.
Absolutely. U-Dog India, they came, they surprised everyone, they conquered every single team, it seems, and I think they're going to qualify easily through to the semi-finale. Meanwhile, the guys from K9 Official, they tried their level best. I would love to see what's their final positioning in the points table.
You know, you are talking about points table. I'm pretty sure there are some sharp minds out there in the chat right now. Some mathematicians doing all the calculations and already spamming the results. But again, this fight was pivotal. Now, Force 1, they did take the fight to Enigma Galaxy in the trenches itself. And although Enigma Galaxy were entrenched, well, they were flushed out and put in the ground. Now, the last man was, of course, in the Wizard Tower, but you know, fate was not on their side here, Sparrow.
Absolutely. I have to say, XP, fate has nothing to do with it. It's all about how hard you have worked, and I think you make your own luck, XP.
What about destiny, of course? You know, I'm just talking about the drama. We are a superstitious bunch. We love our dramatics, and well, of course, fate and all that is a big part. Now, U-Dog over here, again, they were taken over by BB's position, but BB did fight back hard.
Absolutely. I mean, fate is what we make, it seems. Meanwhile, Force 1 Vashu, he was the last man standing. He tried his level best to survive. Meanwhile, Fearless also tried his level best to survive. He managed to get the first knock in, but that was not enough. Boy, that nade was everything. And Team Reckoning, again, positioning is everything.
Positioning is everything, and even though you are the kings of the hill, chances are someone could come in from behind, but oh boy, chicken rushes, well, they didn't get the chicken dinner this time around. Let's see if it's going to be enough to propel them to the next stages. Now, TSG, again, what an amazing, like you said, they had the control, they had the lay of the land, and they controlled it well, making sure they split up when needed to and stayed as a tight-knit unit when it needed to. Again, that grenade goes off, but they do manage to pick both their boys up. Oh, this was just boom! Oof.
Disgusting.
That hurt. That hurt. Disgusting. There you go.
Almost illegal.
Almost illegal. But again, it is part of the game. And well, if you make some mistakes like that, you are going to pay a heavy price. Now, when it did come down to the final three, things did slow down for just a little bit. But now that's that pivotal moment when Team EXO does make that little bit of a mistake is going to be on display for all of us to witness.
Well, they have to learn from their mistakes because they are going through to the semi-finals, and they're going to fight against the top teams of India.
See, the idea was brilliant. There you go. That's when face goes down. The idea was brilliant. Make sure you take your vehicle with you so you have some makeshift cover. Unfortunately, they did not anticipate that, TSG were anticipating this move. In fact, I do believe it was Nikhil who was on the ground just waiting for them to make that mistake. And of course, all the action ended over there atop that little hill, and well, the Tesla, although it is a beautiful vehicle, it can only take so much damage, of course, with the blue pushing down on your throat as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team Reckoning, what a day for them. I mean, how do they say it in Tamil? I think they say Vera level. That was just amazing performance coming in from Team Reckoning.
Oh, I see what you did there. Of course, some people are going to be happy outside. Again, don't ask me. I do not know any Tamil at all, but again, a lovely saying indeed. Well, it was a day of reckoning, but it was the Supari gang that walked away the winners in the last game.
Absolutely. I think TSG played really well, and it's all about consistency throughout these six games. I believe that they found their mojo, they stick to it, they know how to play, and they are here.
Reminds me of my childhood, of course. Mojo Jojo, a name that all of you are going to be remembering. But yeah, they did play consistent. And again, that is the name of the game, right? Yes, you can go big and flashy. You can get all those finish points. But finish points are going to be nothing without those placement points. And, well, if you do have fans, if you do, garner all these fans along your journey, everybody wants a piece of that delicious chicken.
Well, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, it's all about qualifying through to the semi-finals. You have to be in top 6, and these chicken dinners, they help a lot.
They do, because each chicken dinner gives you 15 points, and of course, we don't need to remind you of the point structure as well, but you know what, we're going to negate the point distribution. Let's have a look and see who walked away the iQOO MVP in this game. That one man or woman standing tall above everyone else. Well, the Wolves are going to howl as Abrar OP is going to be the man of the moment.
Absolutely, with the damage of 942 assist, I think he got 2 assists as well, which is just brilliant. Again, it's a team game, right? You have to play as a team, and I think Reckoning was the best team today.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, you say that. You say that because you have put your word on the line. I mean, if they don't qualify on the top, Sparrow, you did say you can thank me earlier. A few people in the chat.
Okay, what if I'm right?
Well, then you get all the glory, and I'm going to say, hey, remember me as well. I was sitting next to the guy. But if we have a look at the top 5 players, of course, Abrar OP is going to be leading things. Coming in second place, we have Daddy from the Supari gang, the winners of this game. Mr. Spray, the IGL himself, is going to be in 3 with 3. In 4th and 5th, we have Aaron with 3 and Artemis with 3 respectively.
Absolutely. Brilliant performance coming in from all these players throughout the day. Enigma Galaxy Artemis would be a little disappointed, but they end the show well. That's what matters right now.
I mean, there's always 2 sides to the same coin, so they should take something from this. But before we leave you, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures as the match summary is going to pop up.
Oh boy!
What? 127 grenades used. A lot of them were smokes, but only 4 ending up finishing people.
absolutely maniac. I mean, look at the ratio. Only 4 managed to finish anyone. But the great thing is, I mean, even though finishes are less, I bet there are a lot of knocks coming out from these nades.
There are, of course, a tremendous amount of knocks, and since, you know, the gameplay did shift to the open grounds at the end, a lot of the grenades were used to give that much needed cover, deploying all that smoke to conceal your movement. But of course, the finishes and knocks are going to be equal. Once again, we've kind of seen that trend today. No one's really, the ratio has been 1:1 throughout. And speaking of ratios, let's have a little bit of a diagrammatic view as the finish to damage performance graph is going to be popping up on the screen right about now.
Well, let's have a look at the buildings now. Team Reckoning 1971 with 10 finishes. Team TSG 1882 damage for 11 finishes. These two teams played really well. Alongside Big Brother Esports with 1324 damage for 9 finishes.
You know, I am going to point out the elephant in the room now. Lost rain, I beg your pardon. Long rain, I beg your pardon. Well, I almost just oopsied myself. 0 damage, 0 finishes. Even though they did have the best position, they turned their backs to Reckoning Esports and, well, they paid a heavy price. Now, what we'll do is we'll actually show you how the teams did in this game because we have the point standings coming up now, and the Supori gang, Chicken Dinner, 11 finish points, 26 in total.
Well, congratulations are on the cards. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports at number 2, 10 finish points, 22 total points. Number 3, we got Big Brother Esports. I agree with you now. They did play like Big Brothers.
You did see that. I mean, you know, it wasn't their intent, but they see some movement in the distance. And of course, like you said, you see some smoke, you're going to shoot at it. Now, Enigma Galaxy finally making an appearance on the left side of our screen. But of course, it was a bit too little too late. Now, Team EXO, no finish points. However, they did get those 10 from position.
They played dead, it seems. I mean, they did. It worked for them.
And again, we saw them in the Wizard Tower and 5 minutes later, they were still in that position. Again, there was no way out for them. They had to come out guns blazing. They did get a few knocks here and there, but it was not in their favor. But, you know, I'm not going to be too unhappy with the gameplay because, as you said, they are definitely... That is smart. They made sure they got those position points. Absolutely. Had they fought earlier... Like I said, the competition is still razor thin. It could have been anyway. Now, of course, all these teams, they have entertained us. Let us reciprocate ourselves because we have some goodies in store for you. Now, we aren't going to show the leaderboard yet, but which team is going to be on the top of the leaderboard at the end of the day? All you got to do is make sure you click that link down below. And, well, let me know if Sparrow is going to be right or whether he's going to be wrong.
Well, are you still doubting me?
I'm not, because I put that same name myself.
Well, absolutely. Of course, Team Reckoning played really well, but we have some other teams as well. Yesterday, we saw Global Esports, the demise of Global Esports and Team Forever. Today, it might be Enigma Galaxy and Force One.
As far as Enigma Galaxy is concerned, I don't think you need to add the word might. I know that you are trying to soften the blow. Chances are they aren't going to make it to the next circle. But now, let's see if some of you are going to be walking away with some merchandise, because the overall standings are coming up right about now. And Sparrow, I want some of that BGMI merch, buddy. I want some of that BGMI merch. It is going to be Reckoning Esports hitting that big ton. A total of 100 points, and well, 46 of them came from finishes.
No one is even close. And look at their position.
I mean, you know, I am going to pull your leg. I'm going to make fun of you, but looks like I might be walking away with some merch myself.
Oh, woohoo! Extreme that. Congratulations. But meanwhile, Reckoning Esports with 100 total points. Total finishes, they have 46. Number 2, we have the Chicken Rushers. Only 18 finishes, but look at their position points. You know, that clearly shows. Doesn't matter if you have a passive strategy. Doesn't matter if you have an aggressive strategy. Consistency is the only thing that matters here.
Consistency is the key to success. We've said it before, we'll say it again. You might as well just let it imprint on your brains. Of course, 247 Gaming, thanks to that Chicken Dinner and Consistent Gaming as well, end up in 3rd position. But oh my goodness, the Big Brothers are going to be out from this tournament.
Oh my God! Look at the closeness. Look at the competition there. Big Brother Esports, they got 56 total points. The Supari Gang got 57. Blue Dog India got 59. Team EXO got 61. 247 Gaming got 61. Team Chicken Rushers got 62. What is happening, XP?
Again, we said it. The competition is razor thin, and I'll tell you one thing. I love it. I love the fact that it all comes down to that final game. It all comes down to that final bullet. And, well, this is it. These are the 6 teams that are going to go to the second stage. And now let's have a look at the other side. And, of course, a couple of names are going to be disappointing.
Absolutely. Long Rain, as you suggested there, as you told us. I mean, 0 points from the last game, they could have qualified. They could have easily qualified. They just needed to play well in that one game. Meanwhile, Force One managing to get some decent points. They got 7 points, it seems. 7 finishes, it seems, in the last game, if I'm not wrong. But total 33 points. They are going to get out of BGIS.
Unfortunately, it looks like the old guard has taken a beating this time as Force 1 say bye-bye to us. Nigma Galaxy are going to say bye-bye as well. And on the bottom of the table, I mean, of course, we did see the Terminators do well in the earlier stages. However, this time, Sparrow, they seem to have fizzled out.
What a day to have a bad day.
What a day to have a bad day. Looks like their versions weren't the latest ones. They were still using the T2000s, and we are now in 2022. It's time to upgrade. But again, a lovely outing today, a lovely action-packed affair throughout the day, and of course, you know, for some to win, others have to topple.
Well, if you play well, you're going to have a long-lasting legacy for yourself, and that is for sure. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, we are going to remember them forever. Team Reckoning, we are going to remember them forever as well. If I'm not wrong, Hyderabad Hydras got 99 points yesterday. Today, Reckoning got the better of them.
One short of that big ton, and I'm sure they're going to try and better themselves next time. But, you know, that is what it is. This is part and parcel of the game. And like I said, for one to be crowned kings, the others must fall. And, well, a few teams do fall hard. The question is, can they get back up?
Well, they can. I mean, semi-finals are going to be super fun.
The question is, will they get back up?
Yes, they will. And I mean, of course, I'm just saying yes. But, I mean, you know, it's all positive. It's all amazing to see these teams who have worked so hard. I mean, you know, the efforts are showing in the points table.
The efforts are showing. Again, you know, the thing is, for the teams that did qualify through the ringer, you know, through all those qualifying stages, through round 1, 2, and 3, they definitely have that drive. They definitely have that hunger, and they put their all out on display, and that is what this tournament is all about, Sparrow.
Absolutely. I mean, let's have a look at qualified teams once again. Actually, to be honest, these teams... yeah, we know the qualified teams, but let's have a look once again at Group 3, day number 1. Hyderabad Hydras, 7C Esports, Oldwood Esports, Only Glitch, Revenant Esports, and RFP Mizo.
All of this action, of course, did take place yesterday. This is just to refresh your memories, but joining them today, we have Reckoning Esports, Team Chicken Rushers, 247 Gaming, Team EXO, UDOG India, and, well, the Supari Gang.
Congratulations are on the cards, and I wonder how they're going to celebrate this. I mean, this is a big moment. This is the biggest, the most prestigious event in BGMI history.
Now, by all means, I want to make sure that these teams, you know, go in and they have a good time tonight. They make sure that they, you know, cool down, that they do celebrate the moment, you know, in whichever way they choose. But again, tomorrow, it is back to the grindstone. I need those noses back to the grindstone. I want to make sure that they are back up practicing again, because if they get complacent, if you think just making it to the semifinals is enough, oh boy, the spotlight only seems to get brighter and brighter as you inch closer to the grand finale.
Yes, sir. I mean, semifinals, I can still feel, you know, those goosebumps just thinking about it.
My heart is still pounding thinking.
Yeah, semifinals are going to be crazy. I mean, we have the best teams in India, and the best 16 teams are going through to the finals, it seems.
Now, before we head to the semifinals, keep in mind, we are just 2 days in the quarterfinals. We still have 2 more days of action to go. And if you talk about big teams, well, tomorrow is going to be a mammoth of a day. It is going to be a Goliath, because the original Goliaths are going to be stepping in the ring once again. Question is, does David have enough pebbles to take him down? Because it is going to be a clash of the Titans tomorrow. Oh boy, I am excited for tomorrow.
Oh, I am also excited for tomorrow. I mean, TSM is going to play, Team X-Pac is going to play. This is going to be one hell of a game.
Judging by numbers, now we did see TSM in round 3, you know, amass 113 points in 3 games. Now they've got 6. Are we going to hit the 200-point mark tomorrorow?
It's not going to be that easy, XP. But yes, the answer is yes, we can. But
yes, we can. Of course, as Obama did say, yes, we can. But now, you know, before we move on and before we call it a night, again, congratulations to all the teams that have qualified through to the semifinals. The teams that haven't made it, again, if you are listening, don't be disheartened, because this is where, you know, champions are made of. Yes, you might have lost the battle, but the war is still not lost. Again, there are going to be many more opportunities for you to come in and make sure you showcase what you are made of, because again, Sparrow, this country, India, is full of untapped potential, and well, we might just have found a few stars in front of our eyes just now.
Absolutely, and they are shining really, really well. But at this point of time, I would like to add in your comment, you either win or you learn. You never lose, and I think there are a lot of learnings these teams can have.
Again, I definitely agree with you, and you got to make sure you do all your homework before we come back. Now, again, before we go away, we are going to just wait on a couple of words. I want to ask you a question. Now, tomorrow we kind of mentioned that it's a big day. It's a big day because a lot of big dogs are going to be coming in. It is going to be the creme de la creme of the BGMI community that are going to be competing against one another. Now, if you are a newer team, a lesser known team watching us right now, what words of wisdom would you give our lovely viewers?
Stick to the basics. Whatever you have done to reach here is the exact thing you have to do to reach to the semifinals. The best thing you can do right now is just stick to the basics. Don't read the names. Those players and you don't have anything, difference. There is no difference. You can easily take them out with your weapon.
Easily, because you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, they are the big dogs. They were in your position once upon a time as well, because everyone has to start somewhere. I mean, I remember just thinking about this when you and I first started casting. My hands were shaking all over the place, and now it's kind of gotten a bit smooth. The same thing can be applied to these teams. I'm just telling you, the pressure is there. And when I did go up against big names myself, you do get intimidated. But you got to make sure you do not get intimidated. But for all you lovely viewers who are still here till the end, well, we have a special surprise for you, because I guess it's time to announce the giveaway winners on our screen right now. And well, the lucky you are going to be walking away with some BGMI merch, and I do not see my name on the screen.
Well, there are 5 more winners left, so I hope that your name is in that. Meanwhile, Paresh, Sahdev, Divyansh Singh, Enamul Haq, Kushagra and Dinesh, congratulations, you are the winners. You predicted absolutely perfectly.
Well, joining them, we are going to have 5 more names pop up on our screens. And again, I do not see myself. Sparrow, can you just go through the names once more, please?
Sachin Halte, Alok Jaswin, Neeraj Kumar, Kailash, Kartha and Vignesh Ravichandran. Congratulations to all of you as well. You predicted perfectly as well.
You did, but I must say it was a little easy today, because one team was just fighting head and shoulders above everyone else, and Reckoning Esports, well, they definitely made a lot of you happy out there. Congratulations once more, and who knows, maybe if you come back tomorrow, maybe if you predict right again, you are just going to be stacking up all that BGMI merchandise.
Well, XP, you have to try again tomorrow.
Jealous. I'm of course going to be I'm going to be trying every single day. I think I was a bit too late, or maybe they know my name and they're like, you know what, he's already
I think you could have used your iQOO device. So
well, alrighty, now let me just set the page for you. Let me just set the story. Now, of course, we are at the midway mark. Day 1, we did see the top team go away with 99 points to their name. Day 2, we did see that number being bettered by 1 as we reached triple digits, 100 points. Now, again, TSM is going to be playing tomorrow. I'm expecting it to be blown out of the... I expect at least 150 coming in from that team.
Well, here you go. 200, maybe 150. TSM, if you're listening, we are looking forward to it.
Well, we are looking forward, but from Sparrow and I, we are going to bid you adieu. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you had a good time. We are going to see you right here at 5 p.m. tomorrow.